Bleh. Hi, Mark. Oh. Guys, my internet's really bad. I don't know what's happening. I hope it fixes. I hope it. No! What the hell? Guys, my internet's really bad. I don't know what's happening. I keep dropping frames. What the hell? I don't want to deal with this. I just. Hey, is it better now? Hello? I think it's better now.
Hey, not calling out any names, but who the fuck pissed on the floor?
I don't think it's my roommate's also having trouble. Hello. Yeah, seems better now. Wait, chat, test, say sex. Say sex for me. I don't, okay, cool. We're not delayed at all. If someone were to bite you, would you taste like chocolate? I like to think that I would taste like, strawberry milk. I like to think that it tastes like strawberry milk. Like, not like strawberry milk, but like strawberry chocolate milk. Like that milky, chocolatey flavor. Hi chat, super sorry, super sorry. I don't know what keeps I hope that doesn't. I hope that fixes it. I hope it was just like a momentary little rough. One of the worst things as a streamer is like when your internet drops out, it sucks. It sucks.
Maybe I got McDonald's.
Want some nuggies? Dude, I did say sorry. I did say sorry. Why are you using TTS to random ass shit? I'm gonna beat you up. I'm not awake. I did say sorry, but that's like an actual sorry. I know it's out of my control, but I feel bad because my internet keeps dying, and I'm like, I want to provide you guys your content. No, it's just weird. It's just weird. I don't know. And I know it goes out because my model stops tracking, and then I'm like, oh fuck. And I look over at the corner and I see the dropouts, and I'm like, oh. Wait, I might have to log back in. Oh fuck. Wait, am I signed out of my account? I hope not. Let's see. Oh fuck, I have to re-sign. What's my account name? I also don't think we have any like skins this time. I don't think I have any skins this time. No, I have the fucking stupid ass Microsoft account.
But you hit the target. Nice job.
I don't know why that popped up. Oh, is the other thing. I'm blocking. Add Microsoft. Sign in with Microsoft. I better still be like, okay, choose account. Fuck, what's my password? Was that it? God damn it. God damn it. And why is the sign-in always blocked for this account? Text my phone number. My last four of my phone number is 7196. That's not true. It's not. Solve a puzzle. Use the arrows to rotate the object face to face. Okay, but do I put the shoe? Okay, like that? Okay, like that. Okay. Okay, now send me my code, please. I need a. I shouldn't read that out loud. Out loud. I swear to God, they send you the same code every time. New password. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, sign in, please. I'm asleep. Hold on. I'm sleepy and waking up. Yeah, my thing is Bert Sexpert 35 22 hashtag. Do I have a morning voice? Do I sound different in the do I have a morning voice? Do I sound like a boy? Do I sound like one of those cool boys? A little? A little. Well, what if I don't know. You sound impy? You got that cute voice thing. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's not fair. That's not fair. Well, never mind, I'm loud. I mean, I can like... I'm watching your preview because it's the winter CV. Okay, low key. I'm just logging into the Block Wars thing. You want, guys? You want to meet all the admins again? You know, I know like messing with the admins a lot. So, oh, you wanna? I should. Hold on. I want. Give me a second. Let's do this. There we go. Hold on. Minecraft. Are they squatting up again? Let's figure it out. I'm just gonna casually drop by. Dude, Anthos is in here first. Yo, Anthos, you stank. Double D stank. Bro, you stank. P. Alright, let's disconnect now. Thanks, Hat. Thank you. Okay, let me tell you guys why we might win today. Why we might win today. Okay. Let me... Okay. So... Stop it, Google! Sorry, my phone was talking. So... Okay, where am I? Do you guys... I talk like this more often, just more relaxed? The only problem is the Boston accent doesn't really come out anymore. Like, a lot, because it does... I have to yell, and then people like that when I yell, but... Okay, let me... Where's the Block Wars event server? Oh, there is. Let me see. Okay. So, our team... Okay. I think me and Ruben will carry. Me and Ruben will carry, okay? Me and Ruben will carry. 100%. Me and Ruben will carry some months. So... I think me and Ruben we're the top performers in the team, right? But Ruse is also really good, and Giga's pretty good too. I don't know how Cotton's gonna be, but I think Wolfie made a mistake by putting me, Ruben, and Ruse in the same team with Giga, because me and Giga, we got that companionship. We go back, you know, like. He was in the TV when it gets to. Yeah. I think Hans won before. Yeah. I don't know how, like, but like I think we'll be good. I think this group right here. I think Wolfie. I think we're doing I think Wolfie didn't balance too correctly. You know. Ruben's a goat. Also, I love how they made me captain. I was trying to tell him. Can you make Ruben captain? It'd be really funny. Why am I the captain? Excuse me. I'm the most responsible? That's not true. That's not true. Giga's responsible. Out of everybody here, this is the most responsible woman on earth. This is the most responsible woman on earth right here. I'm a natural leader? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Moravar, thank you so much for the resub. What does my profile pic look like? I'm suited? I'm not suited. I'm happy. I'm touching a screen. It says top. Look, it says top secret. Top secret. It's my favorite art piece ever. Sushi dog drew it. I love sushi dog. Chat, I'm putting out another inquiry. If anyone can copy my thumbnail style and do these funny edits, like editing smiles and cigarettes and funny stuff, I'm looking for somebody to do my thumbnails and work with me in Bool. So if you can do that, let me know. DM me on Discord and I'll look at your stuff. And cause I need that. I need that. I'm looking. I'm actively looking. I'm actively looking. Okay.
Was there any announcements you heard about this team? Or is it
I love this team. This team's gonna be good. This team's gonna be good. There's reasons I want someone in-house for my thumbnails. You know? They'll know all the ins and gags and jokes and silliness and good times and good times. And good times. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go back. Hold on. Yo, Anthos, you still stanky. It doesn't pop up for you guys. Oh, I misspelled his name. Oh, I gotta change my team. I gotta change my skin. Right, I don't think our team has any skins this time around. So I'm gonna go back to my OG. Minecraft data breach warning. Okay, yeah. What the fuck do you mean Minecraft data breach warning? What?
Have you tweeted about it or have a document of some sort saying what you are looking for? A gecko or two might have what you are looking for.
Maybe. I just want someone to match his style right here. I want someone to match his style. I don't want to make a tweet about it because I don't want to have to get spammed by bots. Profile. Wait, how do I change my skin? Awesome, okay. I'm checking, okay. I'm checking. Have I been affected by this data breach? Exploring the deep web. Checking geolocation data. Oh. I see. I see. We're good. They're all old passwords. That's scary though. That's scary though, how they can just dig that information up from my email. That's really scary. Don't know how they did that. That was really scary. Okay. I'll chat. I mean, my other email's good. My old ass email from a long time ago. Damn. I don't want to. That's an old skin. Where's my? Okay. Let's see. Wait, Wait, who's the little sister? Who's the little sister? This is so messed up. This is so messed up. This is so messed up, you guys. Like, actually. This is so messed up. Okay, there we go. I was changing my Minecraft skin. Just no, I don't know. The only thing I know of Cotton, that like her voice acting stuff is that Michi was watching like some Five Nights at Freddy's shit, and she got to hear the Freddy fast balls. And that shit is so funny. That shit is so funny. Like, actually, so funny. That was Heavenly Father's recommendation, no less. Wow. Wow. Who's texting me now? Hello. Blew me away when I realized. I don't like how blew me just kind of like I had to add permitted term blew me. Oh shit. I'm still waking up, Chad. I'm sorry. It takes me a bit to wake up. Is that okay? Is that okay? It takes me like 2 hours to get out of bed because I wake up and my mast cell disease is like makes me groggy. And I'm drinking water and I have a morning Diet Coke and a morning water that I drink. And I kind of eat that and I sit there and I feel like a dry flower. Like, please water me. Please water me. It makes me froggy. Does Froggy wake up as me? No, wait, did I say frog? Yeah, I'm Froggy now. Oh my god. How does she do that voice? How does she do that voice? Oh my god. Oh my god. From looking at that team, I kind of thinking it's either gonna be low-key goated or it's gonna be chaotic mess. It's gonna be a chaotic mess, but like a good chaotic mess, you know? Now, if Boostfo was in that team, it would be awful, like just awful. Period. It would be awful. Period. Awful. Period. Not like because Booster's there, but like just the team communications. Because Booster's awesome. I love Booster, but oh my god, oh my god. Actually, who is the who is the other team? I'm looking. Where do I see that? Where they need to make a list for me to look at. They need to make a list for me to look at. But like I just want to click on it. I saw, guys, the fucking titties on Zen's new model. I'm gonna say it. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, like, listen, they looked at me first, okay? I cannot look away, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like, I can't look away. Don't tell her that. It's like she's got 4 tits, because she's got really big tits in the front and a big booty. You know, like she's got a big booty and I can appreciate that. And then it's in a bunny suit too. In a bunny suit. So like, you know, it's like Wait, does she get the Zen upgrade? Did her tits get bigger? I swear that's an elaborate. I swear it's an elaborate bit. I swear that's an elaborate bit. It kept moving the camera to bunny tail at the start of the stream today. She does that on purpose. She does that on purpose. She don't want you guys to know, but she does that on purpose. I swear by it. I swear she shows off her booty on purpose. She shows off that badonkadonk on purpose. If I was your boss and I saw you looking at anime titty, with all due respect, I would give you a raise. I would give you a raise. You're the type of person that I know I can trust by heart. And if you were appreciating anime titties on my time, I love you. I love you. Thank you. Dude, Ruben's. There's no way. There's no. Guys, there's no way Ruben's gonna be like fucking alive. Dude, what the fuck do you mean he stayed up all night? What the fuck do you mean he stayed up all night? No, he's gonna be washed, dude. He's gonna be washed. 11 hours and 6 minutes of Tekken 8. Does he hate his life? Does he hate his life, dude? I swear this dude like tortures himself. This dude like tortures himself. He did some PvP with Siren. Oh, he fought Siren. Ooh. Oh, chat. So I did do that in the previous Block Wars, but me, I'm born different. To be fair, that wasn't my worst performing Block Wars. I'm gonna emulate what made this Block Wars good. Last Block Wars, I did an edible. I hit an edible. Okay. This Block Wars, I'm gonna hit an edible. We're gonna see if we can strike gold here twice, chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to wake up. So chat, I was thinking, and I wanted to run this by you guys because I know I stream a lot. So I wanna learn Japanese, and I was gonna do Japanese like a tutoring twice a week. So I'm probably gonna do like Wednesdays and Saturdays. Is that the only thing? Is that's gonna take a little bit more time away from you guys, just a little bit. Is that okay with you guys? Is that okay with you guys? That's what Professor Oak says on the Japanese version of Pokemon Snap. He goes, "Ine, ine," because he's excited. He goes crazy. I love playing Pokemon Snap in Japanese. Hold on, Pokemon Snap Japanese Professor Oak. Dude, it's crazy.
Welcome back.
No, where's the Japanese version? This is the American
Hello
version.
there.
Hello
Oh.
there.
Wow.
Wow.
Here is a present for you.
Queen Cat, I love you. I love you so much. I'm waking up. I can't find him going, Ine. I just want to learn because I think it'd be nice in my career and you guys give me enough money, and I can do fun streams with it. And me and Minty might do like Japanese streams together. Be fun, Kiku, and I can use it more. I want to learn because I think it'd be nice in my career. Because VTubing is very intertwined with Japanese stuff, and I kind of always wanted to learn it too. So I'm gonna work really hard, and then yeah. I can't find the clip of. Wait, no, it's in Pokemon Snap 2. Hold on, Pokemon Snap 2 Japanese. I lied. This guy has the. Hold on. Not it. Is that it? That's not it. I might be hallucinating it. No, I'm not hallucinating it. I want to learn, so I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about doing like 2 hours twice a week, so 4 hours a week. 4 hours a week, okay? Hold on, actually, I don't know if that's a lot, but like 4 hours a week.
Kits lurk.
Well, 4 hours of tutoring. 4 hours of tutoring. And then like some offline practice, you know? But yeah, so it'll be good. I found a thing I can do, and you guys give me enough money. Thank you so much for the 3 months, Bizarro. You didn't have to. What the heck? You guys give me 2 months money, and I was like, I really want to put it in a good place. I really want to put it in a good place, and Japanese lessons so fun. Japanese lessons so fun. They do. They sound fun. Just that kid. I am just a freak. No, you don't have to give me enough. You guys, listen, you guys give me enough every month. Okay, I'm very open with how much I earn on Twitch and stuff like that. Okay, and you guys, hold on, I can check right now because I don't look at my analytics. I don't look at my viewers or anything, so I don't care about that stuff. I just care about good content, right? Having a fun time. Okay. You guys have given me $3,591 this month. That is way more than I need. You guys can listen. We can half that by 2,500. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Subtract that by 2,500. We'll be good. Okay. That's all I need. No, I don't need more money. I don't want. What am I gonna do with it? It's just gonna go to snacks. It's just gonna go to snacks and VTuber stuff and more models. No.
Oh, is that all? Here is some more.
Why do you guys act so posh and rich? You can't hit me with that. Oh, is that all? Here's your pittance, ma'am. Here's your pittance, ma'am. And then like, this is like the most I've ever made. I've worked a lot and I never made that much.
Do this, Henya Smug.
Stop giving me money.
Where do I keep
I
finding
think as a
these
manager
free
at
bits?
Walmart, I almost made this one
Wait,
one
is it
month, but I was like
time
breaking
now?
my back. I was breaking my back. You know?
Indubitably.
I'm talking like rich aristocrats that make more money than me. This is so
Have some free bits.
fucked
Enjoy.
up.
Block Wars got armor, but we'll be watching on second monitor.
I can't say anything about money. I can't. I have to avoid saying money. Thank you, chat. The lessons aren't too expensive. They're about like $39 per hour. So if I calculate how much this is gonna add per month, let's see. Okay, hold on. Not super bad, like 500, 600-ish extra dollars a month. That's where my Twitch ad rev is going to. That's what I get ad revenue. Hello.
How long was my nap? Why is she live?
Hi,
Kit's
G-Son.
heart.
It's not fair. I don't need more money. If me and Froggy went to Japan, I would 100% get arrested. I would get arrested. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I will be in prison. I will be in prison.
Verily,
100%.
This peasant looks like she needs this. Have thine free bits henya deo.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not a peasant. I'm not a peasant. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. I do have a throne, actually, Moravar. I just, every time I put something on it, chat buys it in like a week. And so I don't know what else I want. I might put clothes on there maybe, but the only thing on there is a cheese wheel that I have there as a bit. It's been there for 4 years. It's been there for 4 years.
I don't like flaunting about it or even talking about it. But you know I have the kind of fuck you money to throw at you, May. Also, my daughters can live with a couple months with just water soup. Okay.
No, if you ever do that to your daughters, I will personally shoot you with a Remington Model 870, baby, right in the chest. 12 gauge buckshot, blow a golf ball sized hole in your body. Please don't be like Mia and have ice soup. Please don't be like Mia and have ice soup. Please don't be like me and have ice soup.
In this very moment, I find myself compelled to present to you a modest sum of monetary currency, commonly referred to as pocket change, which is a colloquial term denoting
Pocket
a small amount
change.
of coins or notes that one might readily utilize for trivial expenditures or incidental purchases, thereby enriching your fiscal repertoire.
What the what the fuck is a fiscal, a ficus? What is a fiscal? What is a fiscal? Chat, what is a fiscal? Fiscal? What is a fiscal? What is a fiscal? What the fuck is a fiscal? Oh, I'm so hot, but I'm hot and you're cold.
Kids Fuma's
Yes,
been so
and you're
hyped
no.
for the plushie. It's going on the shelf right next to Froggy's.
Oh my god. Oh, chat, speaking of the plushies. Speaking of the plushies, chat, okay? Speaking of the plushie, we have
Free
what,
happy
6 more
birthday
days.
bits.
6 more days. 6 more days. We sold a lot more than I thought we would, though. We sold a lot more than I thought we would, honestly. We sold a lot more than I thought we would. No, it's plush. You do plush. This one, it's right here. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I was thinking every Wednesday and Saturday I would do Japanese stuff. I found this cute teacher. I was looking through like native like Japanese speakers because you definitely want to like learn with the accent, right? Because it's very important. And I found one, and she trains you up to take the JLPT, the JLPT, and she trains you up to take it, Yeah. No, it's not Sushi Dog. I actually I might ask questions of Sushi though. In Surya Kane's accent changes when he speaks Japanese. It's called code switching. It's something you do because it's important to, like, if you learn a language, it's also important to learn like how they speak. Right? So because it helps them understand you better. Hello, I just want to ask you, believe that Jesus is our Lord and Savior. Here's the thing. I don't want to infringe on other people's beliefs, and I believe my own little thing. You know, I believe that spirits and souls are all around us. Spirits and souls are all around us. But if you believe in them, that's cool. You know? It's whatever. They got door-to-door. They got door-to-door salesmen on Twitch now. Next time I'm gonna get a Jehovah Witness popping and saying, hey. No, I believe in my own little thing. I believe in I believe that like it's very important to believe what you want to believe, right? Even if you believe in like Christianity and stuff, I believe you should believe in your own form of Christianity. You know, I think it's very important for the soul and your beliefs. I don't consider myself religious. I consider myself like spiritual, I think. I don't know.
I learned too much Japanese from samurai movies, so when I code switch I sound a bit weird.
No, I will cry. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hype train chat. You didn't have to. Thank you so much for so stop. You guys will do anything. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Shut up, chat. No, I believe in like my own thing. I think like if I had to say like what I believe in, I would closely like align with Shinto because when I was younger, I started like looking into like Shinto and stuff like that. So a lot of my beliefs line up with that. A lot of my beliefs line up with that. But I don't know. Like I just like I'm very basic. I'm very basic with my beliefs. I believe in manifestation, so I think that if you for example, if you for example like were to I don't know, like I guess like if you were to example like wish for something every single day. If you were to wish for something every single day, it will happen. It will happen. You will get that wish. You will get that wish. In the best way possible. And and I believe that if you take care of the people around you and the love around you and the nature and everything, that you'll get good energy, and that if you will have good energy around you, and that good energy will provide good things to you always. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. That's how I am though. That's how I am. Like I don't know. Like if like I don't know. Right? That's how I am at least. You take drugs, don't you? Kind of, yeah. Sometimes. Only weed. I don't know what the hardest drug I did was, but I accidentally smoked laced the weed when I was a kid. Or not when I was a kid, when I was adult. When I was an adult, obviously, at a party. Not by choice. I don't know what was in it. My friend got way more fucked up than I did. His nose started bleeding and shit. It was scary. It was scary. I don't know what it was, and it was awful. Like I had like a pounding headache. I thought I was gonna die. You know? Nobody. We don't know what it was. We don't know what it was. It was definitely something fucked up though. Are any cannabinoids used other than CBD and THC? I can tell you actually within my thingy, I use very specific vapes because they breed them now to like have like specific like things in them. All right, so I have, let's see. This just has THC and CBD, and there's like specific like terpenes that they breed for that like target different parts of the brain. So when I smoke this weed, it feels like I'm drinking a monster, and it like makes my brain like focused. It makes my brain focus. There's a good website actually that I use to look at this stuff because I want to be safe when I have weed, because I don't want to fuck someone that's gonna fuck me up, right? So if you go on like, I think it's leafly.com, you can go through, right? And there's like lists of people's reviews of what the weed does, right? So for example, my strain is Tangerine Dream, right? So it shows these on these, right? So Tangerine Dream, uplifted, happy, focused. And this is 100% true. This is 100% true. And it does taste kind of orangey. So this is nice. So I like this website. I go on this website, I look at it, right? And then it shows you like the bad parts about it. Some are really scary. There's also, I think the other thing I like to have is it's called sour diesel. And that one makes me like really energetic. But
If I were to
it tastes like
smoke
shit.
weed to make me more funny, is there a variety you might recommend?
Yes. Anything with a sativa, and then yeah, but it also depends because sativa can make you paranoid. Like this one right here, paranoia is a common negative for people. You're a bud time for you, so leave. Hell yeah. Plus I do, and I pick my favorites. I save my favorites because I'm like, I want something that's gonna like really make me crazy. Really make me crazy. You know, I want something that's gonna like make me to skibbity riz. I'm so scared to join the VC alone. Crimson Ruse is just in there, and I'm like, guys, I don't know. Okay, what are the rules? Like, what are the? I don't know the. I think it's okay. I think I can swear. I just have to be nice. Like, I can't say bad things. I don't want to like. I don't want to fuck with that, you know. I don't know. I definitely can't talk about weed. Is there any standardization in strains? There's, so what they do, right, is there's three things, right? You have indica. Here, I'm just gonna type it out, right? You have indica, hybrid, and sativa. And so these two, right, have two different core effects, right? This makes you sleepy, basically, like relaxed. And this gives you energy, right? And the hybrid can do weird things, right? So if you want to be giggly and funny, but you also want to like sit on the couch and watch movies, then indica's your thing. If you want to be energetic and like, you know, giggly and talk active, sativa's your thing. This is my favorite here. I love sativas. And then they have different effects depending on the strain, because like there's terpenes and shit in there, and they target different parts of the brain that do different things. So that's what they do. And there's like different things you get from them. And you have to read though. You have to read because like some things make you get funky. Some things make you get funky. Are there any strains that make you hallucinate? No. No. Well, kind of, but it's not weed. It's there is something that people are breeding with that causes like hallucinations. That's not weed, but it is in weed, and they're like, I don't know what it's called, but that's something that I've seen a lot. Yeah, because that's the sour diesel will always be the same unless it's named something else like a sour diesel OG, and then you have to look at it. Patterns and stuff, no, that definitely doesn't really have. I mean, like, I guess like sometimes I have weed things like more colorful maybe, but like I don't see any patterns. I think my most common thing is things look really clear and bright, and I feel like I'm in the game. But that's not like a hallucination. That's just me saying that because it looks so like clear to me. It's awesome. But no, I don't think that's, you know. My buddy went to shrooms during high school, and he started light bulb for 2 hours. That's awesome. Does any of it actually help with pain management as well as placebo effect? It does actually. I have it for I don't take it for strictly pain. I take it because I have PTSD. But it helps my hand a lot. Like it like makes pain feel a lot better. A lot of people just do CBD because CBD helps a lot of pain, But also THC also helps with pain too. It does help with pain. It really does. It also helps with like mental stuff a lot when Chelsea a lot. Like we have to be careful with that though, because like you don't want to get addicted, right? So it's always good to smoke in moderation, right? For example, I have rules for myself, okay? Never wake and bake. Okay, never wake and bake. That is smoking weed right as you wake up. Smoking weed right as you wake up. Never 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 use when sad. Okay? Never use when sad. Only use when happy. When happy. And these are my 3 rules to myself, so I'll never get addicted. I'll never get addicted. Sometimes I smoke and I'm stressed out, but I'll still be happy, you know? Those are my 3 rules to myself. I should probably get in. Is anyone in there yet? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hop in the VC chat. I'm gonna hop in the VC. At least let me get into Minecraft. At least we get into Minecraft. I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are we ready to?
Good morning.
Are we ready to block wars all over the place?
I'm Erming. Yo, Valder, that's cool as fuck.
I'm just sitting in the lobby admiring the Block Wars 15 winners really quick.
Oh, us.
Well, this was me, but
This
I was
is
scrolling through and there were. How many times have you won Block Wars? Twice?
Yeah.
God, yeah, I was like scrolling. I was like, damn, May's here a lot.
Yeah, I've won. Was it twice or thrice? I think it was twice.
I don't know.
Oh my god, there's so many fucking Overwatch players, bro. Oh
You
my,
get
there's
nothing
so
for
many
winning.
Overwatch. What?
Is that so fun, chat?
There's
Ruben, do you want to
many
onionize?
Chungus Overwatch players in my Block Wars.
Ruben, you
What
want to
the
onionize?
fuck,
You want to
man?
onionize? You want to onionize? You want to onionize? You want to
Onionize
onionize?
against the Overwatch
No, our
players?
chats, you stinky ass.
Oh yeah, that too.
All right,
I'm a Chungus Marvel Rivals
I got
player.
you. I got you.
You are the least Chungus
I'll put the link in there.
Rivals
for you.
player.
Cat loves onionizing. They want to go in there and play a date, Ruben. Look at them.
Onionizing time.
No, Block Wars just for fun. Yeah, it's just for fun. No rewards or anything.
Can't you see that's? Holy shit! Can you yell "assemble" really loud, please?
Hello,
So I
Crimson.
can feel him.
Good morning.
Hi, Crimson.
Hello, everybody. It's me.
Good morning!
Good
Rise
morning to
and
you.
shine! Wakey, wakey! Time for Block Wars!
Don't you worry, I'm about to overdose on caffeine. I got it under control.
Let's go! That's the energy I like to hear!
Oh, yeah, baby! I also brought Funyuns to the function. Yum, 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 yum.
Ooh, will you get enough for share?
No?
What the hell?
Listen, it's fighter.
What the flip?
Fighter fly out
The
here.
freak, dude.
I'm hoarding my Funyuns for the winter.
Come on, share with everybody in chat. Come on.
Oh my god,
Who-
bro. Oh my god.
What? Alright, brothers, are you guys live?
Yes.
Yup.
Oh man, I was just about to throw my social security number out there, but I'll hold on to it.
That's okay. You can do that if you want.
I'll mute the. I'll
I'll hold on to
Discord
it.
audio.
Just like say it every. Me and chat promise. Nothing bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll be good.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
behave.
740-00782457891012.
That was.
Oh, cool.
That, you know, it's really weird that you said you were leaking your social security number because that was my social security number.
That's funny because mine's
I-
301 5678. Wait, no.
Whoa.
How does what's? Yes, mine.
I thought yours was 2.
I'm the first. Mine's 0 because I'm George Washington. I'm the first person born in the United States of America. I'm a founding father.
Oh my god.
Actually, fun
John's
history
Social
fact: they didn't have
Security.
zeros back then.
They didn't?
Holy. I don't think they invented zeros until like the 1900s.
You guys, no, you're messing with me. You're messing with me. There's no.
1900s and
No, dude, it took them it took them a while to invent zeros.
I'm googling this.
100% certain it was like 1907. It was specifically a philosopher, in where was it? Ancient Greece.
You guys
Someone-
are messing with me. It was invented in
Ancient
1628
Greece, 1907.
CE.
Yeah.
628. What is
What?
CE?
That's CE. That's like,
Centrifugal energy.
yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
The Italian mathematician Fibonacci in 1598.
Oh,
Hey,
he's the
whoa.
circle guy.
Hey, Fibonacci did not invent zeros. Who's giving Fibonacci credit for that?
Yeah, bro. What the fuck? This guy is not the guy who invented my zeros. I refuse to believe it.
Yeah, he's stealing that. Astronomers were using zeros for a long time, way
Oh,
before Feeble, whatever his name is. More like Fibonacci. That dude's lying.
Oh, damn. Yo, how's he gonna come back from that one? I don't think he
He
will.
isn't. It's over.
Wait, so is the common era, is that like the 628 common era, that's like 500, no, 1,300 years ago?
Something like that.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was like, well, there's a CE common era.
Yeah.
They replaced AD with CE.
Bam, they replaced my AD with HD.
Damn. My man, dap me up.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Dude, I'm trying to set up a money match between myself and another team by betting on whether we beat them in extraction or not.
How much money?
10 subs.
Damn.
Nothing too crazy.
Okay, good. Because I was gonna say.
Nah, honestly, I'd be willing to put my entire savings account on us winning extraction.
You're ballsy as hell. Not me. No,
believe-
you got me on the
I
team. You
believe-
better remember that.
No, dude. You're gonna carry us, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. There we go.
I'm
That's
gonna
the
restart
confidence I
my
need to hear.
game and slagging.
You would.
You know how many
I
people
would
lag?
restart my game.
As somebody who's played one whole competitive Minecraft event, and that was Block Wars, the one right before this. Yeah, count on me. I got this.
I'm
No,
sorry
that's
for beating
great.
you up, but you're really good. You're really good.
Thank you. I can't help it. I'm the best.
You're a vet.
Who was on your
Next
team
time,
last
next
time,
time,
so we can shit talk
you're gonna
them?
be captain of the team.
Yeah, next time I'm captain of the team. It was Shinry, Joyce Luigi Shinry, Bonzo, and Haka, and two really good players.
I remember that.
Yeah.
You guys are purple, right?
Oh, sure. No, we were knights. We were pink.
Gosh. Oh.
We were like dolphins or whatever.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm not. Damn it.
We got second place. We were so close.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
really like that was a hard month. I sweat so hard. My
I know
strategy
you did some sort of
for
layup with an arrow like a freak.
we all have to do that if we get to the finals. My strategy
Deal.
for the what's it called? Sorry, I have really bad dyslexia and like memory issues. What's the thing that's like you cook?
Oh, yeah.
What, no,
order up.
which order up. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you do that one. I want to do the deliveries, and then you have 2 people crafting and 2 people gathering.
I think they took order up out of the rotation for rookies.
Did they?
Yeah.
That'd
Wait, what
be
did they
crazy
take
if they
out of- They
did.
took order up out of rotation?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, that's awesome.
I mean, I agree because I sucked at that.
Yeah, no, dude.
Watch the
Every
update
single
video.
time I've ever played order up, I'm like, dude, this is the best I've ever felt like I've done an order up. And then we get 6th, and I'm like, bro, what do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do?
Most
I don't
people.
get it.
So my strategy for order up. Why is my game lagging so bad?
Uh-oh.
Fun.
Turn off all your shaders.
I don't have any shaders on. It like it's laggy when I move
look
my
who
mouse.
showed up. It's Giga.
Giga, my enemy. Giga had to put me on her team. She was afraid I would beat her again. I get it.
Honestly, that's valid.
And everybody can take that, and you can say I said that. That's fine when Giga gets here.
Wait,
Alright, hold on.
let me update my game. You can tell them I'm just gonna
Okay.
fix my shit.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and launch in here, gamers. But you're live. Don't say
2021
anything evil.
Fabric. Oh, okay.
Oh, dang it, dude. I was just about to. Damn.
Not more evil
Glad you warned
stuff.
me. I was about to start spewing so many evil things. Like my evil scheme to beat every other team in this tournament with ease.
Wait, am I allowed to curse in your guys' streams?
Yeah, you can say as many bad words as you want. I'm from
This
Boston, so
motherfucker.
I say a lot of motherfucker. That's my favorite one.
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
I guess I should make it going live to me. I am live-ish.
Put this
All
in.
right. My favorite thing about Block Wars is they say to show up 15 minutes early and half the lobby isn't here at 11.
I was gonna say we're always 15 minutes late. Let's go, baby.
Listen, man. Listen. I would say for the VTuber team, we're doing pretty well with showing up on time.
We're the VTuber team.
We're the VTuber team.
Why do
Yeah.
you keep putting me on teams of VTubers? This sucks. Sorry.
I don't fucking know, man. I'm saying the same thing.
Well, Ruben, you are a non-VTuber, Ruben, but you're all friends of VTubers. So like, you are the like negotiator.
You're VTuber,
I'm
my
the
heart, Ruben. Don't let her say that to you.
I mean, she's not wrong. This is team 4 VTubers and Ruben is there too, I guess.
Let's go.
Let's go. Honorary VTuber, we take those.
Hell yeah. What is a VTuber?
I don't know. I'm not a
Yeah,
VTuber.
it is.
I'm just I'm a flesh streamer.
Brother, same.
Yeah. Announcements. I need to grab the IP here.
Dude, these nerds in match chat are talking about Marvel Rivals.
Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm lag. I hope it's just the lobby. Oh, it's better. Mostly.
Let's go.
There you go. I contributed to the Marvel Rivals chat. You're welcome.
Thank you.
69 Cum God is a fire name.
Wow. I can't believe they actually got it. What a celebrity.
Oh. Holy moly, is that the
Who is that
69
name?
Cum God? That's Masayoshi, I'm pretty sure. No, wait, it's not. It's not. Wait, who the fuck is 69 Cum God?
I don't
Wow,
know
what a
who
first thing to
that
hear.
is.
Hi, Resaders.
Who is
Sorry if you
that?
heard
Wait.
that. Somebody joined and their
Block
name is
Wars.
definitely something. Hi, everybody. In their defense,
Their name's
gamers,
69
it does say that.
God.
I mean, that's that guy.
It's
That's this guy.
Steven.
Oh my god.
It's Steven.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, this motherfucker's Fugi's a trilobite.
So there's no battle. There's a
Yo.
custom charging mechanic now in extraction to fix the ping delay, which I'm a fan of, unless it's using the instant reload because I hate that.
I think it is instant reloading, right?
No,
I'm like
no,
100%
no,
certain they said
no.
that.
No.
Wait, did they change it for this one?
I think so, yeah. What's up,
Hey, what's
Giga?
up, geeks?
Oh my
What
god,
up,
hi
what up?
there.
Welcome to the winning team. I see that you decided to join mine. You were so afraid of my power.
Right. Hey. Hey, come here.
What's up,
Turn
champ?
around.
Huh?
Turn around. Turn around. I will
No.
kill you, and I will kill you.
It just doesn't work if you don't say it like Liam Neeson. I'm sorry.
What was the last Block Wars he did? What like wasn't he on the losing team there?
I was on the team that was set up to lose as the heels to give everybody a beautiful story.
Yeah,
That's what it
right.
was.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was kind of think of me less as a loser and more like supporting the winning team by propping them upon my massive shoulders.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Keep telling yourself that. Yo, guys, have you seen this cookie?
But yeah, I have actually.
I rotate that cookie all the fucking time.
This thing rips, dude. This thing rips.
Yo, let me get hit off that. Come here. Yeah, dude.
This thing rips.
I'm gonna step out for a minute and go say hi to these losers who happen to be watching me play video games. Bunch of dorks.
Okay.
Be right back.
Dude, that cookie spin like crazy.
Right?
I got the, if you wanted to do the collab thingy, chat thingy, you're
Oh,
welcome to
yeah,
join.
yeah.
I already got one set up, yeah, with Ruben.
Guys, we gotta beat the shit out of Flats' team. We gotta fuck these guys up.
I love that feature so much on Twitch. It's like the best thing they added.
I'm getting very worried about how many Overwatch players they're letting into Block Wars.
Yeah, you
Ruben,
see that?
you gotta
they,
stop
they go like one
complaining.
community at a time, and right now, yeah, it's Overwatch players and VTubers.
There's
I don't notice.
3, 4. There's 4 Overwatch.
Travis
5
here.
Overwatch players. 6
Emily
Overwatch
Wong
players.
is here. We have to kill Emily. I'm sorry.
They've
we
gotta
have
go.
got to kill Emily. She's a
They've gotta
TFT
go.
player,
Oh my god.
right? Ugh. Ugh.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Gross. Trying to catch all trip.
And I'm like, frick you.
We need to make a summoning circle to get Cotton in here.
Oh, I gotta buy my $5 Etsy curse. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Etsy curse?
get the fuck piss on the floor and jump 718. Over.
Hey, are you gamer streaming on YouTube, by the way? Are you cross streaming?
Nope.
So you hate me. So you want me to die.
That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
we're a team perp. You know, we're on that perp.
Yeah, I like perp.
How am I gonna link you in the description? You. Whatever,
Okay,
go find
guys.
yourselves.
Which one of these should I use? You think? We get 5 people. So which one of these do I use?
What?
Which one? Of
I
what?
really like the voodoo spell in the bottom left that there's the guy's face like really crappily photoshopped on.
What am I looking? What are you using this for?
Oh, I do this every block Warriors. I curse somebody.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, top right, 100%.
Buying it, yeah, top right, curse jar spell, curse your enemies for $3.19. I think that's
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay.
You had to curse me to win last time?
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't write your name.
Our
I mean,
place to curse for real on everyone.
That's fucked up.
let's see. Who am I scared of? Who am I scared of? Prince
I
Sam.
don't think there's anyone to be scared of here, honestly.
Prince Sam. Prince Sam.
I think we just have people to target and.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Rainho, 5 ups.
Let me look at the teams again.
5 ups. Who else? Who else?
Hey, guys,
Hatsune
I
Naruto's
can't-
here.
I
That's
can't
kind of
hear a
scary.
thing. 1 second.
Huh?
Hey, Cotton.
Bye.
Hello.
Dude, fucking SK's giving Aramori back shots over here. This lobby's getting a little crazy.
You're
Okay,
really saying
buddy.
some words over here.
There's some freaky shit going on in my Block Wars lobby.
Stop being freaky in my Block Wars lobby.
God, this is supposed to be a family-friendly server, man.
Guys, seriously.
All right, I'm placing the curse. Here we go. Got 5 people in there.
Oh my god.
Oh my
I'm
god.
putting your name in my title. I have to type Crimson Ruse underscore Hollow
Okay, keep going.
underscore EN.
I've already told you why that happened, and it's not my fault, so sorry.
Oh,
The company did that to me. The government. They came to get my ass.
Man.
You
So
say the
many
so
compliment.
letters. I had
That's
to
so
remove
cute,
something else from my
actually.
title. There we go. There
All right,
we
let me
go. Okay.
disable.
Honestly, I'm glad you cleared that up because I thought that was a choice amongst all of you to do that.
God no, fuck no, dude. I'll tell you the whole story right now, and I'll speed run. All right, so here's what happened. I was in the government's womb. I was being formed or whatever. I was gestating. I was like, developing eyelashes or whatever. Why are you staring at me like that? I was developing eyelashes or whatever. And then. And then I was like, "Hey guys, let me secure my name on Twitch just in case." They're like, "No. People might know that you're gonna exist if you do that. You gotta wait." And I was like, "Okay, just make sure you get it for me." And they're like, "Oh, we will. Don't worry." So then, it comes time to like emerge and exist in the world, and they're like, oh, we got it for you, but it looks like this. I'm like, why does it look like that? It's like, no, that's policy. It always looks like that. I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Let me go look up Gerard T. Rexford. Oh, he doesn't have underscores. Hollow stars he in. That's really curious that happened. They're like, sorry, someone stole your name before we could get it. I was like, oh, this could have been solved by me getting it 3 weeks in advance.
No.
When I wanted to do it.
I was always wondering.
Now I am unsearchable. No one can look me up on Twitch. They're gonna be like, what?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
no
thought
one's
you
ever gonna have
and
your name.
Regis were just like, yeah, we want to have this really long name for fun.
Hell no.
Funny.
No.
I think it's
Makes me wanna
really
die.
cool, actually. You know, it's like you got your like little like you know how like the FBI got like a big like wallet with their badge. That's you. You got your badge going around. You know.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
That's your name, and you're wearing it on your
so
chest
everyone
all
knows.
the time.
Brother,
Yeah.
nothing feels more natural than strolling into the club with my name badge on. Like, hey, fellow VTubers, I'm like you.
Don't
I
forget.
gotta go to the little
don't
idols room.
forget
I'll be
what
right
I
back.
am. Okay.
Good luck, gamers.
Guys, we're gonna win today, right?
Your chat.
I'm not.
Yes,
no.
of course.
I gotta go pee.
Where's your fucking confidence, man?
Oh, yeah, yes. I mean, yes.
There
Sir,
we
sir.
go.
Also, to Rosader. Wait, hold on. Let me run through my thing. I'm gonna introduce you guys, but I'm gonna do it muted so you can keep chatting. Go.
Okay.
So you can keep chatting, and nobody says anything.
Hi, it's me, Giga, and I something. Yeah, I had to do my intro last time when we played Repo, and I forgot that I forget every time that from a lot of other corpos they tend to have everyone like really introduce themselves formally, and they tend to like have a standard intro, and I kind of like it because it's cute, and they usually get really good at like screaming it really fast. You know, and like rap godding like their intro.
Let me
But
hear your rap
I
god
never
intro.
like made one. I never made a proper one.
Make it right now.
What am I supposed to say? Hey, my chat, help me out.
Yeah, go,
Chat,
go.
what should my my idol intro be?
Ruben, what's your idol intro? Come on.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Ruben. I'm a VTuber just like you guys, and I'm really awesome and cool and really good at Block Wars, and I'm gonna win. It's gonna be so wicked and awesome. Boom. There you go.
Like your little VTuber mustache.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate. I'm glad you like my VTuber mustache, man.
You know, interesting fact about Ruben, he actually is the mustache. The rest of it is just the host's body that he's attached to.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, that's really cool.
The rest, everything besides the mustache is just like a parasite attached to the mustache.
Oh, okay, so the mustache is not the parasite.
No,
the
body.
body's
is
Are you
guys
the
talking about
parasite.
Ruben's-
The mustache
Ruben's
is the
parasite?
main jig.
Yeah. We were talking about how Ruben's like the, you know, the fucking standard antithesis to those weird parasites that eat fish tongues and then live there and eat
Yeah.
the food that the fish would eat.
Have you ever seen like what he does? He has a mustache
no.
comb that he does like every 3 minutes. He just uses it on his mustache.
Every 3 minutes is a little generous.
No, that is not even kidding. You do it every fucking 3 minutes, and
I
don't
do
lie
it
to people.
More often than
Don't
every
lie
3
to
minutes.
Okay, every minute.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Every minute he takes out this little
I've done
mustache
it,
comb and
4
like
times
combs
in the
his
past-
mustache
in the
every like
past sentence
minute.
that you've said.
What?
I just have a little mustache comb that I like to use.
Do you ever do like
That's all it
mustache
is.
wax?
I don't use mustache wax because it feels weird.
I always wanted to grow a cool mustache, but I can't get facial hair to save my life.
Oh man, chat. Can we get 5 gifted memberships to get this guy some facial hair?
Shit, that's so sad. Can we get 27 gifted memberships for this guy's beardless existence?
Just try it on, man. Just get a pen. You know, there are girls that like shave their eyebrows off and redo their eyebrows so it's the right
Yeah.
You're
shape.
so right.
Wait a minute.
Right.
What am I doing?
You can literally just do that.
You
Yeah, but it won't be full. I want like a cool one, you know, that can point with like mustache wax.
Oh,
one day to be an old
long,
wizard.
oh, like a chilled chaos mustache. Got it.
Yeah. And then with like a cool beard.
Dude, that guy has a wicked mustache. Holy shit.
His is
Oh my-
so good. It's textbook. That's why I like it so much. It's like the Mario stash.
It's like the picture perfect mustache. When you think of mustache, that's the mustache.
yeah.
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
I
He's
really
like
wish
Jonathan
women could grow
Mustache.
mustaches. That'd be really cool. Like full on, like that'd be awesome, right?
I'm all right. Actually,
You don't want one, Giga? You don't want like a
what
imagine
if
with
it
like
was,
those
like,
big
opt-in,
evil
you
curly
know?
ones. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
it's tempting. When you say like big evil mustache, it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. does sound kind of nice.
You can hit
Like,
the
imagine
Eggman, you
having
know?
Imagine having a
Yeah.
toggle in real life where you could just have a really big, bushy, full, voluminous mustache,
You just like
and then you can just turn it
extrude
off.
one every time you press a button, like it just
Yes,
pops out of your
exactly.
face. Yeah.
like
And
The
it'll hurt a
Sims,
little bit because
yeah.
it's like a lot of hair growing really quickly at once, but like it'll be worth it for the bit.
I can borrow yours, really, BP?
Yeah.
'Cause I imagine
That'll be
speed
awesome.
running
I'm
such a
gonna dye it
full, luscious
pink and, like,
mustache
twirl
within
it.
the span of like 5 seconds would be a little painful at least. There's got to be some trade-off.
Hey guys,
Hello.
you guys missing anybody?
Just one.
You guys seem like you're down and you're
good to go.
The restart PC.
looks like you're waiting on somebody.
Hey, quiet. Hey, quiet.
No, we're good. We're ready.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. Don't say that.
Oh, so we're good to go. We can start. We can
No,
start.
no, 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 no.
All the other teams are
I
here.
don't know about that.
Cotton is fixing something.
Restarting PC.
Hey, quiet. I'm
Yeah,
really
what's up?
sorry to drop this on you. Can you see your team chat or no?
My team chat.
You know, I'll just drop this. Like, I'm just gonna DM this to you to make it more threatening. I'm gonna drop that in your DM. I can't DM you.
Do I need
Well,
to
let me
add
DM you. Let me. Don't worry about
Gotta
it.
let
You know,
him
I'll
know
just
the
I'll just
truth,
put it in
okay?
general chat to
I
make
just,
it more
okay.
threatening. Hold on.
All we're saying is
There's a
if
general
you trip
chat?
and
Weird.
fall
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
middle of this competition,
Just click general.
you get
Just
it,
click
yes,
chat.
Okay.
Hey, nice
Then
try.
drop
This
this
isn't
in
a
here.
stick
He
figure
just
Sky Wars
explodes
animation.
for no reason.
Look.
You know why?
Karmic
Team did
Revenge
it.
video proof ritual bundle. Sorry,
bought
I
that, so-
I
so good
retweeted
luck
this
today.
one Tumblr post. I retweeted a Tumblr post when I was 12 that protects me from these. So
Wait,
sorry, bud.
really? No,
Yeah.
dude.
Oh, he's in
Next.
the email chain. Okay.
Okay.
He really did outplay you there. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's messed up. Bro, hit me with I have a force field actually, and like.
Yeah, I'm
dodged it.
Infinity
Oh,
Power
you
plus
didn't
one
hit me.
actually.
Right.
You actually only touched my shirt, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it's not like you didn't tag me. You tagged something on
I
my
need to start
person. It's
DMing
in-
people like chain mail. Like, if you don't post this to 5 people, a girl's gonna like come kill you.
You, you gotta,
know?
yeah, you gotta start sending them 5G memes, but like really specifically tailored to them. Like it has their like Sona or their face in it. Like they're the puppy who's got like the vaccine being injected into it.
Right. Yeah.
That's genius. We got to get on that.
Not the vaccine puppy.
Anything but that, please.
That's
God.
actually my college band name. This vaccine puppy.
Vaccine puppy.
Yeah, it goes pretty fucking hard.
They used to call me that in college.
I've been thinking about starting a indie rock band called Catheters. The Catheters.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
What's the first
that,
like? What's your
Hey guys,
first song?
man.
Hey, Green
guys.
Man.
What's up?
Green Man.
Yo,
Can't be here. You
Guys,
can't be here.
7-person team Aqua. We're stacked. We're gonna beat everybody.
fucking-
Let's
let's
go.
go.
Team
Coming in
Aqua.
my VC, bro.
Orange team is defeating Aqua team. We're putting down
No,
the
Joel, you don't understand. We
Get
can
outta
make
here.
an 8-person team and win as a super group. We could be Brockhampton.
YouTubers, I think they should never have existed. All of you are going down. You're gonna be
That's
deleted.
6 too many. That's 6 too many.
They don't understand. I got some secret sauce, dude.
We
They don't
should
get
have
it.
the keys in the eye.
What's up?
I'll
What's
see
up,
you in
Ultron?
extract.
I hear
Okay,
quite. I
I'll
hear
see
you about the
Giga.
Brockhampton thing. I sourced what happened to
okay.
Brockhampton.
Hey, dude, we only need to win. We only need to exist for 3 months, and we've reached the goal.
We only need 2 albums, and then we're good.
Hey, listen, man. The 3-album run they had, that's better than most people ever get. That's
Hey
more
guys,
than-
so Aqua team, how does it feel to be the only team that's like I think holding everyone together before it starts?
It
Is that,
feels fucking awesome
feels
because
good.
I just remembered about the fishing dock again, so I'm doing fantastic. Actually.
Okay.
It's kind of this is
Yo,
kind
let
of
me
the
hook
spot
up.
to be. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just wanted to come here.
Hell yeah.
Where's
See?
that? Where's that quite? Or not quite. Where's that cotton?
We're squatting tail.
This is kind of PC.
Fixing audio.
Just chilling.
I was about to make a terrible joke. Ignore me.
Listen, I'm rotating a cookie in my mind. I got no problem being here for the next 4 hours.
3D. How many details? Raisin or oatmeal?
I thought you were gonna say
clearly
I was
the oatmeal
like,
raisin is
why are you
both.
just doing that? Why are you flipping a cookie around? Like,
I mean, people who like have aphantasia, man, like sucks to suck, but I can rotate like any 3D model in my brain. I can
okay,
3D
but
model
can you
things just on a
split it?
computer.
Can you split
You
it
think you're
apart and
so
see the
fucking cool.
wireframe? Can you do that?
Yeah, just did. Yeah, just did. Yeah, just fucking
Okay,
did.
okay.
Sonic the Hedgehog is made out of roughly 30 polygons. It's not very deep.
It would
Okay.
be Sonic the Hedgehog. It
Awesome,
would be
because I
Sonic
can
the
do
Hedgehog
that,
you're
and I
thinking
don't know. I
about.
thought it was my autism, but maybe it's not.
No, that's just like,
it's because I played Melee as a kid. I have a very like strong visual.
Quite Sonic wasn't in Melee. You're a liar.
I'm sure that did a lot of other things too.
Yeah, dude, didn't you see the fucking like all the playground rumors? I just never figured it out.
Did you not survive? Did you not survive the 100-man smash on hard mode? What's going on there?
That's why I saw all those wireframes, man.
Yeah, exactly. You had to beat the 100 wireframes on Melee in order to get Sonic the Hedgehog.
I beat all of them with my eyes closed with my super cool main Link.
This being said, Quiet would just default have Sonic on their mind immediately.
Okay, wait, hear me out. What if while we
usually
wait,
Shadow,
we all play
but
Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? Thoughts?
Oh, okay.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
All right, hold on. I got you. We'll just quote it the whole time.
Guys, what if instead
There's
of
too many men
we
here.
just hopped on like a
They're so
Fortnite
they're
custom
so
game, you know?
manly. I don't know what to talk about.
Nerds.
I don't know what's going
You guys want to
on.
get on Sonic Robo Blast 2 with me? Like, what are we doing?
What are they talking about?
You guys want to play Pokemon Rumble for the Pokemon Rumble Blast for Nintendo 3DS?
Yeah, okay.
I still have
I don't know what they're saying.
Let's hop on.
You're talking about mustaches? There's like Pokemon Rumble and
Is there a Rick
Melee.
and Morty 3DS game?
No, but
Are you Pickle Rick?
I haven't touched my 3DS.
I've been told I look
how
like
long?
a pickle on stream, but that's about it.
Damn.
Are you Pickle Rick all
I
time?
coached into a snafu the other day, and it was fucking embarrassing. They clocked me.
Shit, I'm back.
Welcome back with the 3DS. Shoot a music
when I
video
turn my
with that.
3DS, when I turn my 3DS on, it sounds like.
Oh shit! Wait, copyright. Well, there goes my stream. That's so sad.
No, that sounded distinctly copyright free.
No,
That
I'm
sounded
pretty sure.
distinctly like Rick and Morty theme song dubstep remix, but halfway through, Rick goes, "You know what I think of that?" and then he farts really loud.
I think you guys are ruining our mojo. Like you're trying to throw us off, and I don't really appreciate that.
They are. I think they're going for that angle. And you know, I just want to say, nothing you say or do for this actual competition will make you win.
Yeah, I'll try. You should check your DMs. You should check your DMs, buddy.
And you know what I say? I'm playing Minecraft. Do you think I'm like sitting here like quivering in my knees, hoping I win?
Oh, you will be. Yeah. Check your DMs.
You want to see all Tribe quivering on his knees? Okay.
Well, brother.
Like I load up this game and I start sucking my thumb and I get my little bib and my binky. I start kicking my feet. I go, mommy,
You gotta get your passy. You gotta get your little passy.
Whoa! Save the role play for later. Don't bring that to my stream.
I would never role play. Have you seen what happens?
Is this a no cursing stream?
This is.
Oh yeah.
Whatever you do, don't start a Minecraft server. Don't start an SMP.
Whatever you do, don't role play. It only fails.
Hey.
Horrors beyond comprehension.
Hey.
Unfortunately, it's very comprehensible, which is the part I dislike.
Yeah, and very public every time.
I'm telling you,
Are you guys still talking shit? How long are you gonna be in here?
We're actually having a
Joel,
friendly
can you tell them to
We're
freak
actually
off,
having a friendly
dude?
Oh, hey, what's up, Joel?
They're freaking me to freak out.
Good to see you, man.
Let's just hang out. Fuck this. Let's form our own team.
man.
You and me.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You guys want to go grab a slice?
channel we can go into?
Bro, a slice would be
That's what I
hard.
was. That's what I was gonna
There's
do.
this place in Artichoke in Brooklyn, and it's really good.
I'll meet you in the support channel. I'll see you later. Hold on.
Okay, let's go to the sport channel. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Oh my god.
They should go to Orange Feast.
See, here's the funny.
Look at that.
Oh, and look at that. Look, we now have a. You know what? Check this out. Now we have a team of 5.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, guys, we're gonna crush Orange.
We have a team of 5. We're good. Let's lock in.
Yeah, just reshuffle it, man. Wait, no, they have Sneak.
Oh
like
no,
that.
Cotton's like completely deaf. We might be getting a sub.
You want? Do we trade somebody else in this team?
Yo, I'll try. You want to join our team?
Yeah, you're acting like you're on the team. You're trying to make like decisions. Like,
well, look. There's 5 people here. We're now a team.
You are a natural born team leader.
Yeah, the missing player is no longer y'all's problem. This is like actually great news.
Look at that, 5 people.
Is this
I don't
Dr. Phil?
understand the complaint.
Catch me outside. How about that?
You did not just hit us with that, dude. That's crazy.
Catch me out. She don't die, bro. That's like you can't get rid of like the genuine trailer trash article.
That's so swag.
She's live and thriving.
Centimeter anchovy.
I think she's worth $100 million ish.
What? Is she really? Well, she started. Some
She
sort of
really
music
did say,
career that I
"Catch me
never
outside."
paid
How about
attention
that? And then has 5 bodyguards just beat you to death.
Yeah.
to. Yep.
I mean, the thing is, like, I've seen her scrap. She has clearly done that. Like, met somebody outside. Somebody did
Right.
say, well, how about that?
I mean-
how about that?
I always believed
And
it.
now we're saying it. See, you go, really? Did I hit you with that? And look at that. Now the earworm is there.
Well, you laid these worms in my head.
Hello, I'm sorry. I just had a hamster in my computer. It chewed all of my wires, but I really quickly fixed it. I'm really good with my hands, really dexterous.
Wait, you
so
fix it?
I totally did. I didn't just.
Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy and awesome. I opened up Block Wars. They've now replaced your name. That no longer says Cotton.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wow.
Who was Line Shoe?
Thank you so much for carrying the team. Have a good day, guys. Good luck with the,
miss
the team.
you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh wait, wait, are they actually replaced?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awkward.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought them getting replaced was. I thought that was a joke. I thought we were making a joke. I didn't mean.
No.
Oops.
Yeah. No.
What? Did his line shoe actually sub again?
Hold on.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Admin, help!
But if Cotton fixed it, then.
Admin.
But like, dude, like, what do you do now? Do you tell line shoe to fuck off? Like,
admin, the oomphy is stuck.
We're having a crisis of morality.
We're having an oomphy crisis.
No.
Hold on. I'm messaging.
Oh, they've now replaced it with Cotton. Line Shoe is now. They took him out back and shot him with a shotgun.
I mean, he's like a dog tuber,
Oh,
so
God.
that fits.
And welcome back. Now you're
back to the team.
I'm on the team.
Yeah, welcome back.
First draft pick. First round draft
You're
pick.
on the team, okay?
Actually, you know what? Block Wars should be draft picks. That'd be way harder.
I'd love a dude. A genuine fucking like one-off would be really fun.
Could you imagine
Draft picks
the
would
anxiety
go-
if we actually had to sit there and get like dodgeball style picks?
No.
No,
I'm
and
not
you know
doing
what?
it.
And the person who gets picked last gets publicly executed and thrown tomatoes. at.
Please,
the way
baby,
you do it is like you
please.
make the worst player, the lowest ranked players of the last Block Wars are the team captains who pick.
No.
Oh
there's no
my
way.
god!
Oh, that's so
genius!
good.
I got a 4.
And that makes it even funnier because that means if you're goated at the game and you get picked last, that means nobody fucks with you for real. Though.
I think I'm here. Am I here? Everything's.
Yeah.
You're here.
Oh
my god, everything works?
Well, I had to reroute everything. So actually, you guys are on my desktop, so it's not really good. But I can hear
You
you.
know what? You guys are
Oh.
on my desktop too because that's how I play
fixing
computers.
it in the first place is fucking miracle work. Good job.
Thank you so much. I
We're
appreciate
proud
that.
of you.
Thank you. I needed that. I'm really excited to play with this team. I'll be honest. I was really sad that I got kicked. Are you ready?
I think we gotta swap back.
Yeah, they got. I'll try, but quite gotta get the heck out of here, dude.
Let's go. Come on. We're going.
Hey, what's up, my man?
All get out. Okay, there we go.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
No, yeah, I know
Oh,
that
see, suddenly
probably
now we
was
were waiting
really
for fight.
stressful and worthy of shitting your pants, and you didn't shit your pants, and you're here. Let's fucking go.
Wow.
That's cool.
I can't
Really
hear
cool.
you guys.
Amazing.
The game is too loud. How do I turn it down?
Okay, you know, this is a much
music
better problem to have than not being able to hear the game. I will say.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Huzzah! The Huzz are here? Wait, what's happening?
Guys, is this popcorn that's been sitting on my desk since
where?
last night okay to eat?
Yo, we gotta
Like, am I
lock
gonna
in for
die
that.
from
Yo,
this?
Come on.
Why? I won't judge you. Eat it.
Okay. I'm going for it.
Hey, who's out here breathing in their mic? Quit that. I'm trying to eat my Funyuns.
Is that me? That was probably me.
Bro, I can smell your funnies through the mic, bro.
You want a bite? Come here.
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
All right, hold on. I'll give you one free crunch. Let me move my popcorn.
Everyone have a nice
You guys have no idea. I have an entire hot dog.
Oh my god, that was magnificent.
Thank you. I think it's so
So what
good.
are we playing first? Do we know?
I think we gotta vote.
We'll see.
right?
Yeah, we get the pick. We get the pick.
Okay, what are we voting for, team?
Okay,
we'll see.
let's save extraction for last, cause like,
Yes.
listen, me and Ruben and Giga, where to go? Where to go?
Okay.
Whoa.
7 last Block Wars.
Well, I didn't look
Why
at.
did me and Cotton get left out of that? Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
what was that? Okay.
No, we're not saying anything against you. We're just saying that.
Tugs and collar.
Yeah, is right. Well, if you guys are the goats, we're
all the
lambs.
goats.
Step aside.
I'm excited.
I think you were actually really good at the game.
You
Bruce,
guys
I
are
remember
gonna carry
correctly.
us
Say it like that.
Thank you.
At the game.
See,
Because I don't remember.
We were only top 7 extraction. You guys are rank 1 and 2. You guys are gonna have to decide who's rank 1 and who's rank 2. But you guys are gonna carry us, okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to give, you know, me, Ruben, and Giga some slack, because obviously you guys are like 100 times better than us, and like we can't live up to your name, you know. I'm sorry,
so glad
my
you
bad.
finally noticed.
Yeah, I'm bowing. My apologies.
Yeah,
my
I mean, that's why
apologies.
you're on the team, man. We need you to carry
Please forgive
us to
me.
victory, okay?
Yes, well, as somebody of superior intellect, I will of course be able to carry you. No problem. I've studied the blade for many years.
I'm typing boo in the chat.
Boo. Why?
Wait, I don't know that guy.
I'm just trying to. These are people that are new to Block Wars, and I'm just trying to.
You're trying to haze them.
Throw them off.
Oh, I got
Let's
you. Okay.
make sure they know this is a toxic environment so they don't come back.
Hacker.
So true. I'm having fun.
Oh my god, he's Captain America.
Wait,
Oh
what
my
is
god,
this?
he's
Oh my god, 69 bad word.
This is fun. Wait, how do you do that? How do you do that?
I'm gonna find
T.
here.
The
T to type.
No, the crouchy.
Fanny.
Oh shit.
you press shift.
You.
Wait, we're against that guy? How is this fair?
We're against 69 Cum God, and we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of him.
Exactly.
I was just raw dogging that word out there.
See those bums? We're farming these guys.
Oh, absolutely. Those guys are done. It is over.
Gallery.
Fighters are dead to me.
Yep.
You guys want to like run up and then twerk in front of the camera?
If I can make it there.
Okay.
Well, yeah, well, you'll see when you
that's
spawn
the
in.
game.
You're just gonna run out and just start like, you know, twerk.
Start button.
Get ready to twerk. Get ready to twerk.
Hey, that's us. Go. How do you do it?
Oh, it's shift. It's okay.
Oh, you meant like that. I thought you meant the twerk. You look like they're stealing our shit. They're stealing it.
They're stealing our bed. This is ridiculous.
We did
Yeah, it's so
that
messed
shit.
up. That's so
Okay.
messed up, dude.
Guys, how do you turn off sticky keys?
Oh, that's a Windows problem. You're fucked now. It's over for you.
I know it's over for you. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
it's actually over. It's over.
Wait, how do I fix it, guys?
Clean your keyboard. Why are your keys sticky, bro?
No, bro, it's not that. Yeah, it's just the one who was eating fucking Funyuns. Was that you? Wait,
Not mine. Well, you're just profiling me now?
what is profiling mean?
Damn, you're the Funyuns guy now.
Oh my god.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. You kind of sound like you know the angry guy in Boku no the My Hero Academia. You sound like that guy.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
Bakugo.
Rick and Morty guy.
Bakugo. Hey. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Okay, we just start off
Cotton,
with something you
does a
don't
really
feel
good
about.
Deku voice, dude. She goes,
Hey,
What do you want to get out
wow.
of
Hey, my name's Cotton.
so are we doing race? Let's not do
Activate
race.
anime. Saying.
I'm fine with whatever. I think Trailblazers or Overspleef, we will do worse stuff.
Color would be helpful, please.
Oversleep, I think, will be okay. Yeah.
Color.
Sorry,
Please don't do color.
Wait, where are we going?
Let's get rid of
Oversleeve.
I mean, yeah, I just want to get rid of the bad ones first, you know, so we don't get the
So what
multiplier.
are we getting rid of?
Wait, what's
Oversleeve?
oversleeve? Which one's that?
This one we're setting it.
Between green and aqua.
What's
Wait,
spleef?
why
I
are
don't
we
remember
killing
this.
each other? What the heck?
Spleef is the
Because-
one with the.
Here, I'm gonna grab Joel,
smell.
because Joel deserves to be with
the
us.
what?
Where's Joel?
It looks like they want Tomb Titans or race.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Tomb Titan.
Tomb Titans?
I'm gonna do Tomb
Yeah, let's do
Titans.
Tomb Titans.
I love Dark and Darker. Let's go.
This one we might actually do alright at. It's just very RNG, so.
Guys, can we log on Dark and Darker instead of this?
Oh, it's
Oh,
Tomb
dude, they have a new
Titans.
wipe right now. Oh,
Wait, I haven't played Doc and Daka in so long.
Let me
It's
in.
literally just Dark and Darker. Yep.
just Doki Doka.
I played Doc and
Doc and
Daka like a year ago.
Yeah,
How do you
I
play
played
this,
it
by the
so
way? Oh God, what is this?
Okay,
Guys, you look cool.
Okay.
Whoa, wait, we got armor.
Basically, you run around, you go
Chat, I'm gonna have to
and
to
then
carry on
you
this one, alright? I'm gonna have to be the
leave.
goat,
It'll
chat.
give you instructions right here. You leave through the portal
Okay.
at the end. Don't
Here,
die.
just
Dying
let me
bad.
explain.
Okay, I call splitting off and going on my own.
I'll explain. Okay,
Help.
you run around, you break pots and things, and you kill mobs. They drop
I got air
stuff.
stuck in my
All
chest,
that
help.
loot is like valuable, right?
Okay.
But what you
yes.
want to do is you want
Oh,
to
I
carry
got
a
it.
lot of shit
Oh my
and then
God.
get out. There are portals to get out, like the purple.
This
standard
soda
nether
went
portal.
down really
But when you see
badly.
around
Owie.
purple candles, they're indicating that a portal's nearby. So if you see purple candles, you can kind of like figure out where an exit
You ever drink
is.
the soda
You don't
wrong
wanna
and then
get
your
out until
chest
the last
fucking
minute, 'cause
hurts?
if you leave with your stuff, it just kind of locks it in. So you
Oh,
want to use the
fuck.
full time and then exit
Okay.
at the end.
Like a
Please don't
baby,
die.
like
Easy
a
to die.
baby, like a
You
baby.
can res each
dude.
other.
I
If
need
someone
someone to
dies, we
smack
can
my
go to your
back.
gravestone and res you. but try not to die because you like lose
Hold on,
your
hold on.
stuff.
Let's listen to let's listen to what's the thing? What's the thingy thing?
Okay.
Yeah, so we should go in like a group of 2, a group of 3, or 2 groups
who's
of 2.
good
like
at
a
this?
single-
I'm gonna go solo. I'll be okay.
I'm probably the worst. I'm gonna keep it completely real with you guys.
I would say you follow behind someone and just like stick to somebody and then try to.
You know what, Cotton? You stick
Giga, you
with
wanna stick
me,
with Cotton, you think?
Crimson, you stick with. Okay.
Sure.
Where am I
You stick with
sticking?
me.
Do you
Mine, I'm
need
gonna
to
go
stick with
with
someone
you.
or okay? Yeah.
You're
I'm gonna go
sticky, dude.
solo. I'm gonna go solo because I'm gonna go right for the center to get the expensive stuff.
Wow, Ruben, are you sure you want to stick with me? That's
Don't worry.
really
I'm gonna
charming.
protect you
Wow.
with
I mean, you guys can go in a group
all
of
my
3
might,
too if you want
You're not
to.
gonna have to worry about a single thing on my watch.
I'm just gonna run wherever I'm
Thank you,
gonna run.
Senpai.
run?
That means everything to
Of
me.
course. Anytime, just follow my lead.
How do you
Just
run?
try not to get yourself hurt out there, okay?
What's this feeling?
Sorry to interrupt their
Doki Doki? Sorry.
Okay.
Oh my god, I think it might
How do
be.
you run?
It's the thrill before an adventure.
Control?
Well,
I don't remember if we
beautiful.
can
Hold on, I
run.
forgot to load my
We're gonna go
crossbow.
right, okay,
Walker.
Crimson?
Okay,
Put on
I'm ready.
bangers, Ruben.
So yeah, make sure to break all the pots, alright?
Watch out, I'm
Immediately
out.
an
The
archer,
skeleton up,
that's
fuck this
fun.
guy. Munches me.
Is PvP on or no?
That skeleton literally doesn't have me. That's the
PvP
default.
zones, but you're not gonna go there, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, just don't
Skeletons
go
can't
into-
have
You'll
me.
know if it's a PvP zone.
Oh, good point.
Ow,
Okay, we should start separating, so I'm gonna start going left here.
I'm
going right.
with you.
Yeah, we're gonna just try and find.
All right,
we can
Crimson,
kill
we're gonna go
things
this
and
way.
take their loot.
Yeah, let's go
Um,
find enemies to shoot with our crossbows and stuff.
Yeah.
Like this spider.
See that spider right there? We're gonna beat the crap out of it.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, there's another one behind you. Watch out.
Oh my god, thank you for having my back.
No
Oh my god.
You really heal. You saved my neck out there.
What's wrong? Is something the matter, Senpai? Did we say something?
I'm losing my
Guys,
fucking
right
mind, dog.
I'm
I'm losing my fucking
I'm gonna have
mind.
to like lock in while you're doing this in extraction. I'm gonna
I'm
murderize
trying to lock
the
the
entire
fuck
VC.
in.
Murderizing. Wow. Oh, I found an axe.
Oh my god. I got an iron sword.
I got a cool stone axe.
I died.
Oh, it's pretty
It's
wicked,
not
man.
looking good for me, team.
It's pretty wicked. Just don't die.
Hold on, I'm with you.
Don't be a chump.
Thank you.
I got you. Okay,
Oh my
break
god,
we
you're
can go down here.
Down right here. That's pretty
grab
promising. I'm just gonna sort out my. Oh,
How do you-
drink a potion of swiftness if you find one?
Oh, really? Okay.
Will we?
Yeah, if you find
Yeah,
potions,
do
you
it.
just pop them.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, it's good to pop them.
I found a diamond.
Good.
Oh my god, that's really awesome.
For
Oh,
Will.
I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to
No,
stop.
I know you get addicted, don't you? Really quick. It's hard not to.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
I'm being shot at.
Addicted.
Okay. I'll take on the
okay.
spider. Wow, Giga.
Dude, get crit.
Watch out behind you.
I one-shot that nerd.
Oh my god. Oh,
there's
I
so
got
many
you.
mobs here.
I got you.
Can I get a freaking
Thank you, there's
potion,
another
man?
skeleton.
Where's all the potions? Where's all the
Skeleton.
potions?
make sure to put on cool armor if you find
Hey,
it.
what happened?
Don't worry, I will.
Did you die? Oh.
No,
Okay,
no.
Huh.
Where the frick is
That's
fucking all the
laughing.
potions at,
Since one of
dog?
our teammates
It's
is
not
dead.
good.
I'm getting
Okay.
so much shit
Who's this scary?
loot. Okay.
Oh, you're a freak. He's a freak. Get away from me. Sorry.
Hold on, this is a bad
I think
situation.
we're really close in the middle, and it's a little.
I'm moving. It's a horrible situation to be in.
Piece of people.
Good hit by that skeleton, low key.
And
I am reviving you.
Guys, I might be fucked here.
I'm almost dead.
just
I'm almost dead.
really
No, don't die. Please don't
I'm
die.
dead.
What do I do?
Okay, you kill it, and then you're gonna right click my head, the head floating. Hold right click.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm pinned down. Run it. Cover me.
Holy fuck. Holy
Wait, do
fuck.
you have to grab the things from your tombstone?
Yeah.
Hey, I got some iron armor. You want it?
Holy fuck, dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, a potion,
That would've
potion.
been- Cool.
Yeah, you can get all your
Ooh, stone sword.
Give me that shit. Drink it. Why can't I drink the
just run
fucking
around and
potion?
open the
What the
pots you
fucking
see,
drink
break
the
them, and
fucking
take
potion of
whatever's in them,
healing?
and-
Oh my fucking god. Okay,
Let
so
me
eat this
do it.
too. I don't give a fuck. Oh my
It
god,
opens a
dude.
wall
Okay.
Somewhere. Which
Get out of
Wow.
here.
right there.
What the fuck, dog? What the fuck, man? That was scary.
Is it good to break or no?
This is
Yeah,
a
break
good
everything.
room, though. What's
Okay.
green mean
I
again,
feel
chat?
safe. I feel safe. I feel good here.
Yes. Okay, I think we
I like your cape.
area
Okay.
pretty well.
He's the corner.
How much time do we
That's
have
one
left?
down.
Team?
There's another guy up there.
8 minutes.
Right.
So we're chilling.
We're good. There's a
I
purple
haven't
room
found a
up
single
next, I
purple
think.
candle, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I haven't either.
Oh my fucking god, hold on.
Yes.
I got so many arrows that I don't care anymore because I can just use these arrows.
Figure out.
This is so fucking scary, guys.
Yeah,
I'm fighting for my fucking life right now. Like,
we're a little
there's
separated
so
right
much
now.
shit.
I'm just letting you know.
Oh, that's okay. We're solo looting for a bit. We're solo
Yeah, we're
looting.
chilling. We're chilling.
We're heroes. You and I.
Yeah.
Not bad, Chad, not bad. I got another golden
that
apple though.
your
That's
sword?
huge.
My
Right here.
diamond
Right here.
crossbow
Okay,
is
hold on.
busted,
Let's kill
by
this
the
guy.
way. Don't forget, like,
Easy
your
peasy.
crossbow's really
Oh.
Another golden apple?
I
No
thought you meant
fucking
broken,
way,
like,
Chad. Look at
not
that.
good.
Holy
Like,
shit.
good.
Okay, wait.
like-
Okay. Simon says.
Stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, stupid.
No, mine's busted. I can't use it. It won't fire. Oh, I found the middle section where the PvP is. I also found a player.
Yeah.
Do you wish to die, boy? Me and him stared at each other and gave each other like a little conciliatory dance. It was cute.
Oh.
That's adorable.
You
Oh my
fucking
God,
asshole. I'm trying to do what Simon says.
Always. I find out a lot of gold team or yellow team, whatever. Thunder.
There you go.
Let me take it for you.
Dunk, dunk.
Guys, my loot's looking kind of shit right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I got him.
We're looking awesome. What do you mean?
Healing.
I only have 131
guy-
points in my inventory. It's bad. Why are these spiders just taking damage?
What?
I found a,
What the fuck you mean?
But I need help. I need another player over here, quick.
Good.
Well,
Wait, the spider did it the left. Spider did it!
Just
No,
give me
the
a
spider,
second.
it's okay. The spider teamed up with me. He pushed the other button for me.
Sorry. Me taking a potion while you're fighting for your life over here is crazy.
Fucking insane.
Maybe. I think I timed out because
No,
of
you're
the
Make mob
crossbow,
work for
maybe.
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's crazy, man. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath. Ow!
Huh?
Okay,
Hold
1,
on.
2, 2.
Don't worry about it. I'm a dog. Wait,
Get
who
those fart
died?
bubbles out of your mouth.
I died. You got this. You win these.
I got this.
Let's go!
Don't spam it, we're
Damn!
in the
Wow,
chat.
that's so much
wait,
money. Okay.
second, right click.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
Oh, don't let
I got
don't
golden
check that one in your
helmet.
life. Spam click.
Diamond. Okay, that was so worth it, chat.
Do you
Holy
wanna
shit.
win?
Okay.
Do you want to
Awesome.
win, buddy?
Wait,
I
is there
got
no grace?
so many. I got 205 points. Holy shit.
Your gravestone's right
Holy
here, right here.
man.
Do you have it?
I might actually be in contender for top 1 on this one. This is
Wait, I lost my
crazy.
shield.
Right here.
Uh-oh.
Do you have
Now
Okay,
that-
awesome.
And toss it,
Yeah.
What's the most expensive thing in my inventory right now?
Toss it
Probably a
out.
diamond, right?
Okay.
40 points from that
That's
diamond?
right.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
gosh, what is
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
What's the
Guys, I
warning
just
sign?
got a diamond.
Okay, the
So
warning sign.
that means
if we're-
if you look at your map,
We're looking good. We're looking good. I want to
just
sell
don't
this like
be
swords
there
and shit like
if
that,
it's
but
a big
we'll see. We'll
X.
see.
Okay,
we
got it. So
I do want to head
away
more
that
to the
area,
center though, like
so-
right around this
I'm
area
really
because
bad
there's gonna be
with
good
the
items over
Let's
here.
press this button. I pressed the button.
And then I have to find a portal. I have to find a portal, I think.
Okay.
Because I have no
What
idea
it
where a
did for
portal
us,
is,
though.
right?
I'm so scared to go to that area by accident. Okay.
Just
There's green candles. Ah! Okay.
Oh,
That means a
Stone
puzzle,
sword's
I
not
think.
2 points,
So you
fuck
can do that.
Puzzle?
zombie villager.
Yeah.
How hard are the chicken jockey? Sorry.
Now
There's like
these guys
Simon
are the
Says,
villagers.
finding buttons.
Village and steel.
Okay. Here.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Hello,
potions
Mr.
were.
Skip
Oh,
Hutton. That's not very nice of you, darling.
a wooden sword. I don't think I want that actually.
You like my sword,
Okay.
sword, my diamond sword. No. Sword you cannot afford for my diamond sword.
Oh, yeah, and change your equipment out. Like, if you find a nice sword, use that one. Like,
I do have
Iron
a better
armor.
sword right now, but
I gotta reorganize my inventory. It's
I think
looking
dead?
kinda shit.
I'm scared. Whoa.
Ooh. Okay, awesome. Wow, I got so much in my inventory.
Anybody found any candles? We're trying to start
you
looking
can
for
sell
those.
to him to collapse your inventory a little bit so you can carry more
That
shit.
is so many skeletons. I want to single them out with the arrows I got.
Any big stuff, so like the armor and things.
Okay, I'm out of arrows, Chad. I'm out of arrows. I'm gonna eat one of these. I really don't want. No, I shouldn't do that.
Anything that just like fills your inventory way too much.
How much is this?
He
I
gives
found
you
another
round
diamond.
Grab regen. Let's grab
value,
regen.
but
That's like
then you
4
can,
minutes of
like,
regen.
hold it,
Easy
so.
peasy. Drop this. Let's go.
I'm scared of falling.
Oh my god, this room is terrible.
What?
Oh,
I'm lost. Wait, is that
forget.
is
I
that,
opened
is that my
the
boy
door,
Ruben?
Get rid of them.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not
I'm on
bad.
my way. I'm coming. Wait for me.
I'll take a hit for you.
That regen's really good for me.
To the face for ya.
Really good regen. Really good regen.
Whoa,
Chad,
you
we're
trying to
cooking.
copyright me now?
There's a portal over
Wait,
here.
is that
Okay,
your
can I
song?
find this location of the
Yeah.
portal and then we'll be good?
Hello again. Bruno Mars, man. Huge fan.
Okay, hold on. Once I'm done here.
What's up?
Okay, we gotta get out of here soon.
Okay, I didn't get an arrow. I thought I would have an arrow by now, but I guess not.
We good. You and I are Gucci.
Yeah, we're
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. Just find your way
this
out.
way.
Look at your map and head to a section.
We should probably head west actually if we can.
Yeah.
I think we go this way.
Here you go.
I don't know how to
I'm
get
trying
out.
to look at my map, dude. That was rude.
And go this way? Question mark. Oh my
I
god.
think we're dead. I think we're dead.
Don't die. We need your loot. Don't die. Or sell all your stuff if you do die.
Potion of swiftness really
We
quick.
need your loot size.
Why is there so many fucking skeletons?
If you have to die, that's fine.
Gotta
But
go.
like, Pick another
Oh,
witness.
shit, dude.
Oh no. It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
We should
Why is this guy so
for the purple candles.
I 100% agree. We gotta get the hell out of here, gamer.
I'm using one of my apples. I have to.
Man, I'm not
That's so fucking scary. Okay, let's get rid of all these stone tools because we don't need these. Plus, there's a lot of iron armor over here.
Yeah, that's bad. We gotta go.
Lowest points.
Yep.
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I have so many points on me right now.
Yeah.
We gotta go south somehow.
Oh shit.
man.
Okay.
I have 256, Giga. How much did you make up? I'll make up for you, okay?
Oh god, I don't remember how much I had.
What the?
I'm gonna take a quick potion, and I'm running south if I can. I see players. Let's go this way. Go this way. Quick.
I sold. Oh, I locked in 180.
Oh no, this is a cage. This is bad. Uh-oh.
I gotta find the portal. I don't know where the portal is.
None of us have found any portals this far, right?
All of these sections are collapsing, but I found. I'm
There's
running,
one near
running with
me
my potion
somewhere.
swiftness.
Ooh,
Following the
purple candle near
candles.
May.
Okay.
I think I found it.
Oh, that was scary.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a little.
I'm gonna follow yellow because they might know where the candles
May,
are.
you're crazy. May, you're crazy. I
Yeah,
see you.
Don't worry. I've been
loaded.
fighting for my fucking life, dude, out here.
I think that's a PvP zone. Oh!
I told you, this is the win.
Come on, dude. I just got out. Okay, we gotta go south again.
Okay.
This is the team.
Quick.
That's what I need my stream.
Oh, my leg direction's really good. Yippee! I'm so impressed. You're really saving us out here.
Jesus Christ, dude.
May, you're insane. I
Okay,
saw
no,
that.
you should have seen it earlier, dude. Like, okay. Oh my god.
What was that? You're crazy, girl. You're crazy, girl. You're crazy, girl.
You're crazy. You're
We
crazy.
really gotta
I have
find
seen
this
no
portal.
candles.
There's a
Have you
portal
seen
near
any
me.
of
Portal,
them?
come near me.
Okay,
Near me.
I'm
Over
on,
here.
I'm
Over here.
on.
Right portal right next to me.
Literally
I got one.
I'm running.
Break all the stuff and stack what you can.
I really want to sell some. Do you guys have empty inventory space? I have a full inventory. There's a bunch of shit over
I've got
here.
a full inventory.
You're
Yeah.
crazy.
Ooh, diamonds.
Team, we got this actually.
I don't know if we got this.
Again.
Ow,
It's down. I'll see if I can lead you guys over here because you were where I was earlier. I got
Why
you.
did you shoot me? That was mean.
Come this way, guys. Back here. Down here.
Okay, coming.
Over here.
Okay, I'm
Right here. This way. I got you.
Wait, I'm looting.
Okay, yeah, don't worry. You got. There's some loot over here we can grab, and then we have to go.
Yeah, I agree.
There's
We've
stuff on
got
the
50
way.
seconds. No, just run. Fuck that.
Well, no, the portal's right here. So we're good.
Oh,
There's some
okay,
loot
okay,
over
good.
here, and there's some urns over here. If you want to grab those real quick, there's some over here as well. And then I think that's basically everything.
Yeah, I'm running. Diamonds, potions.
Okay, I'm dipping. Goodbye.
me
Good job,
too.
team. I'm
Wait, actually, hold on. I want to kill this skeleton. That's free loot.
Are arrows worth any points? Kind of. But
Yeah,
not really.
kinda.
Crossbow's
I'm
not,
dipping.
though.
See ya.
My crossbow. I'm min-maxing. I'm dropping my crossbow.
Lock it in.
Oh my god,
Ruben, how many points did you have? How many points you had?
378.
Nice. I had 276.
Oh,
378. Let's go.
Okay, we did. Oh my, 378?
Nice.
Crimson,
Am I out yet?
saying, "Oh my god, I found diamonds." I've never seen a diamond before in this.
I got it. You have
seconds.
to do the puzzles. You have to look for the green candles and shit.
wait, did you not
I
get out in
did.
time?
I did.
We're out.
No, I'm out.
Yeah, we might have actually did okay. We got a lot of
Did I
points.
get
So
out?
You
Yeah.
probably got out.
Check chat.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I had to have because look at the points. Yeah.
we listen. We save that. We're good.
Did we?
We're good.
Yeah.
Most items, bang!
Wait.
Damn, Ruse, what the hell?
Hey, Ruse. All right. Look at you.
Yeah, you're welcome for the carry.
Okay,
Me
no,
and
that
Giga.
we weren't bad. I got 278, so that's like 6th place.
Champion.
Okay, awesome.
No, it's actually pretty good.
I've actually got you guys blocking the score and the chat apparently, so I need to move you. I'm gonna carry you like little babies on my baby carrier.
Yeah, I
Strap
had
into
to
my
move
chest.
my face cam to the left.
Okay.
I got screwed over because I timed out and time says, and then I got hit my ass by a zombie, and I was like, okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh man.
Ooh, all right.
Dude,
We'll
I
be
have
okay.
3 points to go to get first place. That sucks. I could have fucking really rubbed it in
Green
Joel's
team
face.
sucks. Why are people being so mean right now? Type 1 if you were playing Minecraft. Come on.
There's a lot of rivalries that start in this thing, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Say that word again.
Rivalries,
Dude.
Okay, listen, buddy.
PFN.
we're gonna have some
so
problems,
now
all right?
you're pulling the ableism card after I joined the shared chat and your entire chat starts spamming colored blocks at me because I'm colorblind.
Don't be colorblind.
Fucked up.
Don't be colorblind. Simple solution.
Get new eyes, idiot.
Hey, wait a minute.
If I get made fun of for being colorblind, I have every single right to make fun of me for being dyslexic. I'm just saying, I think that's totally fair.
That wasn't
I
a
think that's
dyslexia
valid.
thing. That's an accent thing.
No, I think being
Rivalry.
Bostonian and being dyslexic are like
Bostonian
basically
is
the same
Whoa,
thing.
whoa, wait a minute. They're
I'm from
hampering our
Boston.
points somehow. I'm down to 242 individual points. That's not possible.
What?
These guys are snatching points out of my pocket.
I have at least 2 friends in your
16.
hands.
I'm not even on the leaderboard. What happened?
I'm probably not either. That's okay.
Dude,
You didn't do too bad. You're like, yeah.
Let's go.
Yay!
We'll do good in Trailblazers, I think.
Trailblazers or Blitz Hunt would be good.
What is this?
But we want a point max, right? I think we'll do good in Trailblazers. We forget about the other games we're gonna be bad at, right?
Yeah, let's do the bad games.
Which one are we doing?
Maybe, yeah.
I personally really enjoy Blitz Hunt.
Parties.
I'm just sitting on sleep. I don't want to get rid of it early.
I dived one time in Blitz Hunt.
I think races. Oh, golf.
What's golf rules?
Yeah, I
mean?
just did
Okay,
golf
maybe
rules.
least-
Pick one
least
crazy.
wins.
Pick one crazy.
Vote for
Pick one
what you
crazy.
don't want.
I want not over.
Guys, it's gonna be over sleep. I'm sitting on. Yep, it's sleep.
Wait,
it's sleep. I think.
Extraction.
Wait, it's gonna be. It's Trailblazers. It's Trailblazers. It's
Extraction.
Trailblazer. It's Trail. Oh my God, it's gonna be Extraction, dude.
It's gonna be Extraction.
Crazy.
Oh,
No.
Oh, that was early.
Oh, Trailblazers.
Trailblazers.
Good. Good.
What's that?
Holy shit. Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna cry. We need that to be late.
I saw everyone sitting in one I didn't want to, dude. I'm like, fuck it, golf rules. Let's go.
Oh God, what is this?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, this one. Oh, okay.
I could
Got a
do
bunch
Dude,
of
I was
races
so
of
scared it was
different
gonna be
types.
Extraction. Oh my god.
I
No,
won.
we're good.
I did not win this last time, but I did complete an obstacle course in 5 seconds in the last
So
5
ice
seconds.
boats are
Okay.
completely broken right now. They give
Yeah.
so many points. Do ice
What?
boats. Those are really good.
Okay.
What
And
if
if the
I'm
gold
really
course
bad on
opens
Gold
up,
course
jump
open,
into them.
Do it.
Jump into them
What's the
immediately.
gold? Wait.
So there are different things. So like Elytra, right? It's a bunch of courses where
Unlock
you use
it in.
Elytra
We're
fly around.
listen. We're
It has, like,
arches. We didn't
beginner,
have
and it
a
has, like, 4
perfect
levels, so
Trailblazers
just
round.
start with, like,
we
the
lost 2 people.
intermediate and see how you
but
do.
They
and
listen.
you
If we
can
had
choose
those
if you're,
people
like,
live,
doing, like,
we'd be
trying-
golden.
you're
We'd
like,
be
I
fucking
suck at
golden,
this,
dude.
just
We'd be
leave, try
golden
something
chat.
else.
You know what I'm saying?
There's an item in
I
your,
think
in
I
your
can.
toolbar.
I think I
There's an
get
item that
top
you can
one
use,
on
and it
this
lets
one.
you leave it,
Maybe.
like, it looks like a
I
little
know the
arrow.
strat. I know the
And
strat.
then
I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it
It'll
out.
say it in the chat at certain times a gold course will open up. So you see there's like a hole in front of the normal courses and it says
Yes.
like, parkour gold course.
gonna try it out.
Open and they
I'm gonna
give
go
you,
for
like,
ice
a
boat
lot of
stuff.
points, so
We're gonna do crazy.
Okay.
Just give each other a shout if we see the
It
gold
is
open.
always
Being a
worth
team
to
captain.
go and leave whatever you're doing to do a gold
Actually,
course, unless you're almost done.
Wait, what's the matter?
I would say it's very
I'm the
worth
team
it to just
captain.
do gold courses
Hey,
every
whoa, whoa, whoa,
single
whoa.
time they pop up.
Okay.
And they're usually pretty easy.
Ice boats is worth so
so
much money, by the way.
nervous.
Like it's 100% worth doing them.
How do they
Wait,
get
it doesn't
there
say how hard they are.
fast, dude?
You can jump on
there's a
the
little jump pad,
pads.
I forgot.
Oh, that was cool. How do
Whoa,
you do this?
whoa, whoa, this
Parkour and ice
person's
boat.
nuts.
Why'd I go so fast?
How do you do this? Oh no.
Never mind, I meant to do that.
Guys, I'm embarrassed already.
No, you're fine.
That is my warm-up round. I have no idea why I
Very
suddenly
humbling
sped up
game
there. That was
mode.
crazy.
If you feel like you suck,
here we go.
a lot of people feel that way. Don't worry.
Oh, that makes me feel better, actually. Thank you.
I forgot you could
It's
F5 on
really
this course. I'm so
hard,
Shit.
honestly.
I
This is
want
why
to
we're
get
getting
the.
rid of
There's
it
a, if they still
early.
do slime course, you can get a mad shortcut on that one.
Wait, and then you go in the same one too?
Okay, we need to.
More,
Can I
so,
just
like, there'll be
go?
little
I
dots
can't
to
retry
indicate,
the
like, there are,
course,
like,
by the
4
way. Is the bug I
iterations
still
of how
have?
you do, or like.
I'm just gonna get silver. I'm gonna get silver, I think. And that's okay. I'm okay with silver. I want to get gold on this though. Gold's worth a lot of money.
Parkour is pretty easy. I would recommend doing it.
The what?
Well, not. It's.
I'll go
it's
back
like,
and get
in
that, 'cause
comparison to what
gold's worth
parkour
so much
normally
money.
is, It's pretty manageable.
Okay, 1 boat down. Boat 2, here I go.
There is no way you're doing the boats.
Yeah.
That is actually
Oh,
insane.
boats are
no.
easy. I boat race a lot in Minecraft. It's fun. I
don't,
like log in a
but-
server.
Girl, you're crazy. Girl, you crazy.
Girl, you crazy. If you
I'm
get
the
gold,
only
it's worth
one
a
here.
lot of money on this one. Even if it's not,
How
if
do
you
you
don't do
get
gold, it's still
gold?
worth a lot.
Okay.
You gotta get master time in the bottom.
Oh shit, I didn't even know there was.
What?
I thought you just had to beat it.
Nope, there's gold. Bronze is worth
That's so much for that.
17, and I think gold is worth 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Is there any? Oh, course open parkour gold course. Is
Yeah, gold's
what
worth
you guys are
30.
doing?
I gotta hurry and get to the parkour
gold,
course after this.
Gold right now as well.
Oh god.
There's ice boat gold.
I'm just gonna do the ice boats.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
ice boat
finish this
gold's
course and
open.
I'll do it.
No. I'm missed the first jump.
Okay, I'm almost done with this, and then I'll go to Ice Bowl Gold.
I'm almost caught up with you, Giga.
Gold course.
Nice.
Whee!
Okay. I did gold ice boat.
If I'm still in it, does that count or no? Is it like?
Yes. I think as long as you got in.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Look at this
I'm in gold
drift. Did you
course,
guys
Ice
see
Boat.
that? Holy shit!
How did you do that jump? Hello? Oh no.
That was
Listen, the parkour courses are
crazy.
crazy.
Oop, hit the corner.
no.
That's okay.
Oh, God.
We're getting gold on it. This one's really long. We're
Open.
definitely getting
I'm
gold though.
gonna
That
do
was a
it.
crazy drift, dude.
I'm there. I'm there.
Half a gold done.
Hey, I'm
No,
not
no,
gonna
no.
lie, Ice
Oh
Boats
shit,
might not
that's
be
a
my
big time loss. That's
Never
okay.
mind, I'm good.
Okay.
2-second time loss. That's okay. We're still here. Oh my god, no. We're listen. I saved
crazy, I'm
so much
crazy, I'm
time on this
crazy.
course. This is crazy.
Oh, fudge. Dropper gold course. This is gonna go crazy, guys.
Dropper gold.
I want to get to dropper gold, but I gotta beat gold boat first. I'm behind.
Okay.
Don't try to like always get gold. Like silver, gold's fine. Just you gotta do them. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh fudge. Okay.
As long as we're getting points, it doesn't matter if we're doing incredible.
Yeah.
Oh
But I got a gold on the dropper gold? Okay, I'm
I
crazy
did too.
actually.
Let's go.
Or sorry, on the boat gold. I gotta do dropper though.
I'm gonna try to finish up the gold courses, chat. I'll also
Dropper, here
do
I
Holy May, you're insane.
gold drop up.
Wait,
Are you
where's...
watching me?
No, I just saw that you're there. Wait, where's? Am I silly? Where's?
Yeah.
The ice boat.
Oh yeah. Okay, where's
You
my ice
walked
boat?
through the. Am I stupid?
Oh, the gold thing's gone. It's on the top, but you can see what's
Turn
up
around and
and
read
for gold. They close occasionally.
I'm back on ice boats. Here we go again.
Damn, I can never get gold on this one,
Put the
dude.
boat down for ice boats.
I'll take silver. Bronze? No, you gotta be
Let's
kidding me.
go.
Hell yeah.
It's open. Drop a
incredible.
right? Drop a gold. Yeah, we'll do drop a gold. Fuck it.
This might not be.
Dude,
for
wait,
me.
I'm kind of nuts at ice boats.
I am
Wait,
too. Yep.
Maybe I'm what you call an idiot savant.
Hey, be nice
You're calling.
to yourself.
I won't.
Holy.
I'm my
Okay, let's do
greatest
back to ice boat. We'll do the other course. I'll fix my bronze because I need those golds. Those are worth so much. They're worth so much.
No
You know?
way, no way, no way. Oh, silver, boo. Okay, one more ice boat, one more ice boat, one more ice boat.
Then we'll do Elytra because Elytra's real quick.
Okay.
Then I can focus on droppers after this.
Elytra and obstacles.
Hey May, what's up? I saw you.
Hey, what's up?
How did you spawn right in front of me?
I didn't. I just whipped past you.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, we're on the same team, by the way, just in case you forgot.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, like, I'm
How do you
contributing.
drift? By the way, how do you drift?
Oh, you gotta
Okay.
turn your boat.
See ya. Woo!
Yeah, turn it early and hold W.
Turn early and hold W.
Yeah.
Like you turn more than you think. It's like an overcorrection type of deal.
Okay.
Damn,
From what I've
this
seen.
gold
Damn, I'm
Elytra's
washing
really
these,
easy.
chat. I do wanna do
really?
the bronze
What's
over.
Elytra?
I'll do one bronze after. Let's do
Elytra's
Elytra
like
though.
a flying thing.
Do Elytra because it's
like a
open.
wingsuit.
Elytra's easy.
Is there?
Oh, I crushed
should
that. I
I
got
be
a
doing
silver.
that? Oh no.
We are
You
catching
just
up.
gotta,
I don't know
like,
if that's
hold the
because of
button,
me,
And then
Just
you
aim.
but
easily-
And you go
we'll
with
go
your
back. We'll go
Go
back.
gold
Okay.
Elytra.
Really, my strong.
Because I think gold course
You got
like
this.
one whole Elytra course is worth half of a gold
Okay.
gold boat course, which is crazy. Absolutely
Oh, this one's
insane.
For babies, dude.
Which one? Which one? Tell me.
Gold Elytra, that's for babies.
What should I be doing?
Wait, which one's for babies?
Okay, no, that's okay. Elytra's worth doing.
Yeah, I
Let's
would
go
do it. I
back
would
and
say
redo
do
my
it. If
my
you,
goat.
are used to like flying mechanics
Ice
in
boat,
video
ice boat,
games,
ice
it's
boat,
pretty
okay.
simple. It just like relies on momentum.
Okay.
Do those
I'm
over
going.
again because I got really
Go,
low
go, go,
scores.
go,
I want to go over
go.
here.
Oh yeah, done. That
Crimson,
was
I have to
easy.
be a
Okay.
score in coast
Use
one.
it?
I'm sorry.
How do you fly?
Huh?
How do you fly?
You double tap
in there.
space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elytra dropper.
Am I
Okay.
doing
Here we go.
this?
Okay, awesome. Good
I'm
hit.
sure.
Good hit. Let's go.
How do you
Like
fly
aim
so much
down and then
faster,
up you
though?
like.
By the way,
if you
I
dip-
don't want to
look
change
down
anything
while
that we're
flying.
doing, but we're in the lead right now. I just want to point that out.
Okay. Good,
I'm just
good,
going
good.
back and getting gold on my cards.
I don't
what?
like
Like
this
harder,
team.
harder Elytra.
Okay, that's one dropper down. Gotta get the next dropper.
We did the honey. Let's go.
Oh, okay. First checkpoint team. Good news.
This is it. Gold,
I'm
gold, got gold.
killing
100% got gold.
I'm insane.
Gold
I'm insane.
dropper, gold
Yes,
ice boat.
dude. Okay.
Wait, gold dropper.
I'm not gold.
again?
Wait, gold dropper?
Yep.
Now let's go my
Yeah,
bronze
go,
over
go,
here
go,
because
go,
that's
go,
worth
go,
money.
go, go,
Worth
go.
money.
Well,
Where's my
It's easy,
bronze?
too.
I think it's on this one.
really
Yeah, this
easy.
one.
It's like baby mode easy.
This one I got
thank
bronze
you.
on, which
need
I don't know why I
those.
did.
Could really use a W
But I want
right
my
now.
my gold. This one's
got
nice and
this.
easy.
Okay, gold dropper.
I'll hug the corners here.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Little
stop.
risky.
I
Gold-
jumped
oh,
on
ice
the
boat.
jump pad. Okay. Okay,
I'm gonna go through and do Elytra because Elytra's worth so much money too.
Dropper for
And
babies.
it's
Let's
fast.
go.
And it's
Dropper for
fast.
babies,
Did you see that?
go.
Good
The
switch.
dropper,
Good
but
switch
this one's for
around.
babies.
I missed it. I missed
Go forward. Go
You'll
forward.
get- I missed it like 3 times. It's fine.
I
You
got
used
it.
to it. Yeah.
Yay.
I should be able to get gold. I should be able to get gold. Please, please, please. Don't mess up on this
This one
part.
guy is pretty good, right? That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of freaking talented. What can I say?
Okay. Let's go. Elytra.
Struggling on
Elytra.
the next dropper though.
We'll do the expert course and the advanced course, and I'll do expert dropper.
I'm bumping into walls like a buffoon.
We have to, Chad. I'm going fast. I'm going fast on purpose. Here we go.
Like a boat food.
Alright. Oh, tomato.
No, not tomatoes. I'm allergic.
Are you actually?
No.
Oh.
Dude, that would suck.
I believe you.
Gold time on a gold ice boat.
Oh, fudge. Okay.
I got 6 points for droppers. What do we have? 4 minutes left?
Oh,
This
fuck,
is
I hit
easy.
gold
This is for
back.
children. Let me know if any other golds open up.
You got gold time on Elytra?
shit.
Oh, I see gold boats. I'm going for
What
that.
is open right now? Ice
Yeah.
boat. Oh.
Gold ice boat.
Team, not worth it for me.
Yeah, I'll do gold ice boat.
No, it's worth it. It's worth it.
It's slime.
Come on,
Slime
gold
course
ice
is
boat.
awesome. There's actually a skip you can do on this one, I think.
You think?
If I remember correctly.
What's that mean? A skip?
Yeah. Yeah, you can skip a portion of the course.
How? How?
You gotta find it.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know where it is right now. I'm sorry. I'll tell you.
The toxic
Oh.
chat messages.
Okay.
Top chat.
That's where it is. That's where it is. Okay. I hit the skip. I hit
Wait,
the
can I
skip.
make
Chat.
this?
That saves a lot of time, actually.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Slime!
This is awesome. The bounce is fun.
Slime's kicking
Here
my
you go,
ass.
Ah, shit, dude. This
Whoa.
Elytra is kicking my ass.
Damn, I was going way too quick. There you go.
Elytra? You're losing to an
Gold,
Elytra?
yes,
the
dude.
advanced one.
Okay.
The last difficulty one.
I got all gold in the boats, dude. All gold in the boats.
You stole all my golds?
I did. I apologize.
I hate you!
Stupid.
I have a question, team.
You can hate me if you want.
Yeah.
I'll be really
if
sad.
The gold closes, like when you're in it, do you still get the extra points or no?
I think
Yeah,
so.
you can finish it.
Oh,
Yes.
sick. Okay, thank you.
It's just the entrance, I think.
I only got a silver in that one. That's a shame. Okay, so I did all the droppers. I need to do all the Elytras is what I need to do.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, is gold Elytra's open? Woohoo!
This is hard.
Gold Elytra's open. I'm gonna do it.
I'm really grateful that nobody's here.
Yeah, the gold Elytra so far is pretty easy.
Oh, this is making me feel so much better about me getting my ass handed to me by the last Elytra course.
That's what I like to hear.
How long is the boat course, by the way?
Dude, we b-hopped it. We b-hopped it, chat. We
It's not
b-hopped
too
it, dude.
long.
No
like, the slime will
way.
bounce you around a lot, but once you get used to it, it's not bad.
Yeah, the
Did
slime.
you see that? That was cool. I'd never done that before.
The walls get you.
Okay, starter. I gotta do all the Elytras now. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Go down.
Please tell me that's the end.
I'll also
Oh,
do
thank
gold
Lord.
Elytra too.
Okay, Elytra gold course. Let's go. Let's go, team.
Oh, fuck that one up. Gotta go close to the top here. Oh, it's closed. Never mind.
Wait, what? How do you?
Yippee! Okay. One Elytra.
There you go. There you go. There
down.
you
Next
go.
Elytra.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
let's go
missed it.
Droppas. Droppas are easy. And
What the? What's this?
then we'll do. Actually, Trident's easier. Let's do Trident. Trident's a time thing. Well, Trident open. Let's go.
How do you?
What the? What is this exactly? Oh my god, I see.
Okay.
Got it.
Come on.
This Trident sucks, chat.
Oh, gold parkour open.
Okay. I can
Damn.
try it. Someone having a bad time over there? What's going on?
Sorry.
Wait, what the hell?
How bad I am at this.
Alright, what's
Every
open? Gold
single time
parkour.
I do fucking Trailblazers, I feel like the biggest noob on earth. It is actually pretty rough.
Honestly, same. It just reminds me of what I'm bad at so hard.
Dude, gold parkour is actually kicking my ass a little bit. I'm not
I
gonna
was gonna
lie.
say, gold parkour is beating me down, dude. What the hell am I supposed to
What
do?
is Trident? Can someone help me?
You have to hold right click.
Charge it up.
And then let go while looking up. If you look up at like a 45 degree, you'll like go up.
Yo, okay, yo, gold parkour. What the fuck?
Awesome.
This is only gold? This is kicking my ass, dude.
What the? How the fuck did I make this slime jump?
Ah! Oh, you have to press control as you touch the slime. It's kind of nuts, though.
Yeah, I was.
I was so close.
I don't know if I want to waste my last 30 seconds on this, but
Where am I going?
I don't think I have any other choice, really. Okay, that's.
Oh, I made it.
Oh, you're nuts. You're nuts for that. I did not make it. Okay, I gotta surrender this one. Go to the Elytra real quick.
Oh shit.
Elytra.
Let's do some droppers real quick. Might as well.
Oh, I don't have time. I have to go to the drop. Oh, wait, I already did all the droppers. Okay, Elytra.
Oh. Swim to the edge. Okay.
Okay, I did it. I did the gold parkour.
You monster. I should have just stuck it out.
I did one expert drop before the time ran out.
Yo, we got first.
Hey!
Thanks, man. Let's go.
Dude, I was sweating. I was sweating during that, dude. I went all gold. I like.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know how many points I got during that. We'll see. It's not about course
See,
switch,
those
but how
guys did
like good
easy
you do in the
courses,
course.
so it doesn't mean shit.
Yep.
Man,
no! You stole my gold!
I'm sorry. I went through ice boat. I cleared that
You killed it. You were insane.
Oh, damn.
We also did good as a team because I'm not #1 on the leaderboard, which means we did really good on a team.
We're not on the leaderboard for any. We're not on the leaderboard for anything besides May gold
So
medal.
That gap is small.
May being a monster.
Team,
Wait,
did we get first?
Yeah, we got first because our team
There's
individual
no-
was so good. I think telling you guys to do ice boats is the meta. Like ice boats is crazy
think?
strong. You need 30 for gold course, which is like half of an elytra. You know?
That's crazy.
I got 7th on that one. At 566 points, so.
Oh my god, I'm 11th on the leaderboard. I'm
Actually-
good.
I'm in 10th. Let's go. High five. High five.
I'm in top 10.
Yo, high five! We're
Nice, let's go!
buddies.
I got 6th in that game. 6th, which isn't bad.
Okay.
And you're 7th overall.
Yeah.
Yo, are we gonna have 3 people in top 10?
Yeah.
We might, we
Make it
might.
to top 10. Woo!
Yeah, you're in top 10.
All right, that's all. I can retire. See you guys later. Thanks for the event.
Also, Cotton, you're beating the fuck out of Alt Drive. That's the especially important part.
That's what matters.
Yeah. And you're doing really good, honestly.
No, okay, genuinely,
long as Alt Drive
Trailblazers always, like, it's really hard. You will always play Trailblazers and be like, wow, I am maybe the worst player on the face of the earth.
I'm still
And then
optimizing my
turns
route
out
for
that
it.
There's so many people that are worse than you, which is awesome.
You gotta have to have a route for Trailblazers. I clear all the boats, I do the tridents, and then I usually do droppers. And so they're like time based. If you do them quick, you get points like out the ass. Like
I just started doing like exclusively gold courses basically, and dude, did you do gold parkour, Bay? Like the last one?
no, I don't do the parkour. Parkour is not worth it. Chicken jockey.
All right, what are we feeling?
Chicken jockey.
Wait, did someone crash? Are we going in?
I want to get
Someone
sleep
crashed,
out of the
but
way.
they're stopping after the vote.
Pausing after vote, okay.
Where are we
Sleep
going?
for lunch.
Hunt or race?
Spleef or what
Yo,
is,
if one
that
of you
sounds like
dies-
a
Sleep is you dig holes in the ground.
Anthos, let me go.
You want a spleef?
Yo, and
This is
If
the one
one
where
of
you're
you
on
dies,
layers.
let me know. I'll revive you.
How do I get out of here? How do I get out?
You cannot.
Are you kidding? How is this
Yep.
fair?
Ah!
The
I'm
fuck?
cooking them. I'm cooking them.
Good, good, that's good.
They're trying to
I
get
died.
extraction. You see that?
I got cooked. I died.
You.
Yeah.
If they do extraction, I mean, I don't mind. Like,
Let me go.
I think it's gonna be
Race.
lunge or
Race.
Okay, it's not gonna be.
Race,
no, it's not
probably.
gonna be race.
Good,
No,
good,
it's gonna
good.
be lunge or over sleeve. Oh, never mind. I was looking
Okay,
at party.
I'm chill with
Yeah,
race.
it's race.
Honestly, I'm not very good at race.
Guys, I'm really bad at racing.
Cotton,
It's
this is
okay.
gonna be another one where you're gonna feel like a really big noob, and it's okay because everyone's gonna feel that way.
Listen, you know Tobbs, right, Cotton?
You just gotta do your
I love
best.
Tob.
So on the Reddit, she got the slowest time. They call it the Tobbs 13. So as long as you beat that, you're fine.
How do you? Okay, are there bouncy things? Is that a bounce pad right there? That looks like a bounce
That's
pad.
a running pad. You
There's
want to run on the
pads
ground.
and bounce pads. Yeah.
The red
little
ones are
pink ones.
jumpy, and the
Yeah, they're all
These ones are
color
running.
coordinated, thankfully.
Important. You
I'm
want
so glad.
to
Oh, this
run.
is awesome, guys.
Oh yeah, it tells you here what colors mean
Don't
what,
worry.
which is
You
really
jump
helpful.
on these. Any of those big pads, if you hit jump while you're on them, they do the thing. So the red ones send you 45 degrees forward, like a big
Okay.
launch forward. The green one is like a high jump. It sends you up.
Oh gosh.
Still have to
I hope you remember how to use tridents.
What? Yes.
You will get them.
right click.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
fully charge and you let go.
Wait, can you use them like out of water, or is
You'll
it
get
just
them
used
randomly in water
Only
segments.
in water.
You have to be standing in it. You don't have to be submerged, but you have to be like standing in water.
In water, and then you can only shoot to water or anywhere out, like of
Anywhere
the water.
Anywhere
Okay.
out.
Okay, I'm feeling good.
If you're feeling nervous, just know this is only my second race as well. High five.
I think
Is
I
this,
need more
what
cold
map
blood
is this?
than
Is
cats
this the
to
new
motivate
map
me
or?
here.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's the newer one, I think.
That's not sweat. That was me licking all the Funyun dust off my.
You're just
Which way is better in the start, Kiko? Left or right?
Easier? Which one's easier?
I'm going left because there's a jump pad.
I'm gonna take that little staircase on the
There
right.
will be different hats labeled easy path and hard path. Easy is green,
there's a
hard is
staircase on the
red.
right.
Yeah, there's also shortcuts. I don't know if that's like a better way to go. I'm gonna try it out.
I'll try the right staircase. Yeah, fuck it.
I'm gonna go on the right side because I'm feeling confident.
I see staircase. I want to touch it.
How do you run?
Just double tap
Hold
forward
control.
or hit control.
Oh.
Okay, right pass faster.
Oh shit. Okay, staircase a little bit of a problem. It turns out.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, never mind. Staircase kind of good still. Kind of
Oh,
feeling
I
it.
fell.
Oh god.
It's over. It's over. It's cooked.
No, it's not over.
Oh, control. Oh no, I fucked up for a bit there, but that's alright. I'm gonna pick it back up. Don't worry.
Oh god.
Yup. Sad, I'll catch up.
Okay, I'm not picking it back up. I dropped it again.
No,
but
no,
I'm picking
you're
it back up
fine.
now. Here we go.
Lock in, dude. You're probably ahead of me. Chill out.
I'm
You're
locking
good.
in.
You're good. Woo! Wait. Oh no.
I'm insane on boats. I got
You
this.
are.
No, I'm not. That sucked actually. It was bad, but that's alright. I got it now. They tried too hard. They flew too. They boated too close to the sun, unlike me.
I hate how everybody can see you. I
You're
don't
nuts.
want you guys seeing me. You know,
I'm in like sixth, Ruben, so we're doing really good.
Oh shit, I fell.
I will catch up. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Oh gosh. Oh, that was terrible. Team, how do you get up there? You just like
Trident.
Oh god.
Where's
Trident?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Hold right click.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I
Glad
fell in the
I
water.
figured that one out. Wait.
Wait, I'm nuts. Oh shit. Oh no, I got caught on the wall. I'm so dumb. Oh, never mind. I'm so bad at this.
The water somehow.
Go, guys, go!
That hard path is insane.
Okay, wait. Hard path.
I'm deafening chat. There's too much noise. I gotta focus. Okay, I think that is this the. Oh, okay, good shit. There we go. Okay, awesome. I'm just following Anthos. Anthos knows what he's doing. I'm pretty sure on this side. I don't know what the fuck this course is. It's been a while, I guess. I think. There we go. Go down. Jump. Looking good. Looking good. Go this way. Over here. Hit the trident. Aim up. Go this way. Look at that. Perfect. We're kicking it. We're kicking it. We're doing really good, chat. We're doing really good, actually. Low key. Okay, this way, over here, run this way, looking good. This is a really long one, right? Yeah, it's a really long one. I know the secrets now, though. I know the secrets on this race, so we're good, we're good. We're goated, we're goated. Good stuff, chat. You guys see that? I think I can do this path pretty easy. Never mind, I just fell right away. It's okay, it's whatever. I wanna get at least top 5 in this one. Looking good. I gotta catch up past this guy, Sneak Snag. I think he's really good though, so I don't know if I have the opportunity to, but we'll see. During Elytra, I know a trick though. And on the Elytra parts, I know a trick. This, then jump here, go here, hit this ice. There we go. Look at us go, chat. We're kicking us. All right, I know I'm really good at boating though. So I'm not like super worried. Okay, there we go. Jump here. Elytra here. Jump on this. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Hell yeah, dude. Not bad, not bad. Jump over here and jump this way. Hit this right here. Gotta hit those speed boosts, man. There we go, right there. Looking good. Look at that, chat. Holy shit. Hit this. I might as well. Fuck it. Holy shit, dude. I'm so goated at this, low-key. I wonder how high it'd be, like, with everybody in here, right? I'm not doing that. The bushes are over there. They fucked me over last time so bad. This Elytra section coming up, though, is really okay at, I'm pretty sure. Okay, looking good. I'll try the hard path. Not bad, not bad. That's still a big time save right there, guys. Low-key. Fuck, I messed up the time. Okay. I should be... Yes, here it is, here it is. Wait, how did I not hit that? What? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna save time on that part. We gotta catch up to Zam. Zam's right in front of us, so might as well. Let me get up there. How do I get there? That's what I'm wondering. Like, how do you get up there? Hold on, hit this speed. There we go. Look at that. Oh, hi, Zam. Turn around. I really miss pre-charging my Elytra, though. Or not Elytra. I keep saying Elytra. My thingy thing. Oh, there's a speed boost right here. Look, I'm learning new shit. I'm learning new shit, man. I'm learning new shit every time. I had to lock in. I had to. This way. Speed boost is worth it. Jump up here. Try the hard path again. Okay, fucked it up. That's okay. It's not really that bad fucking up this hard part. You do lose a little bit of time there, but like it's not a big deal or anything. Plus, I think we're in front of Zam anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, this is the Elytra section right here. Keep that speed going. Jump. Look at that. Okay, go up. Go here. Jump here. Bottom left. Oh, fuck you. I hit the slime block. That sucks. There we go. Gotta beat Zam, dog. Here. Oh, we're gonna definitely beat him this time. I got that speed boost, chat. I think I just saw a secret that I missed last time. That's okay. Oh, I definitely missed that. Okay, let's go this way over here. Like this. There we go. You can jump afterwards, though. That's such a crazy way, like, to do that. I think I'm getting a hard 7th here, chat. I think, maybe. Oh, we actually did that. Okay, hard path. Let's go. Fuck, man. Skull jumps are so hard. I don't know how people do that shit. That shit's crazy. The speed factor into this? I don't think it does. We did that one almost basically perfectly, so it's okay. Hold on, we actually, hold on, we might actually, like, overtake this person. Hold on, chat, we might actually do it. Might actually overtake this. Yes, boats! Okay, here we go. Get ready to turn. Turn, turn, turn. Dodge around this. Look at those drifts. That was crazy. Okay. Can I'm locked the fuck in right now. I'm locked the fuck in. Yeah, I see fur in front of me. There you go, looking good. Not bad, not bad, chat, not bad. That was bullshit. Not the worst thing ever, though. We got up here. Okay. I went for it. I went for it. We might. Yes! Come on! Overtake! Overtake! Come on, baby!
I don't know.
Guys, I got 6th place. I went crazy. Oh my god.
That's why she was dead silent this entire time.
I deafened. I locked the fuck in. I was trying to. I was stuck at 7th, but I was really trying.
Guys, I can't get through this thing.
What are you on?
Oh, there we go.
Okay, I got 11th. I'm happy.
What are you?
Oh, damn, that's a nice time,
The fucking
Ruben.
holes in the water. I don't know how to do it.
I hate those. You just gotta like shift click, I think, or control click to like crouch essentially.
I'm back in it. I'm back in it, guys.
Let's go.
Sort of. Not really.
I think we'll be okay.
sorry, team.
Oh shit.
I sweat. It's okay. I sweat really hard.
All right, Giga, I'm watching you.
That's hot.
Okay.
What deodorant do
Thank
you
you.
use, maybe?
Thank you.
I feel watched.
Oh god.
Don't
Don't watch me, please. I will actually start peeing a little bit.
Shit.
20th, right
No.
now.
Oh, that's really good, Giga. Hell yeah, dude.
21st. Fuck you, Giga.
No, we're doing great. We're in second place right now, guys. So I think we might be locked in second, maybe.
Guys, stop saying that. You're making me nervous.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh man.
We were crushing it.
Yeah,
right,
totally.
I'm gonna go find Cotton. Hold on.
Don't. Hey, that's good. That's okay, man. Like we're busy. You know, making money moves. It's awesome.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Yeah.
Also, Cotton, I want to say you're very not last.
I'm not.
Yeah, you're not. You're not.
You're very not last.
There's definitely people pretty far behind.
Dude, I remember the first time I did this, I was dead last because I had mods on that were like shaders and I couldn't see the holes in the water.
Oh.
It was so embarrassing. I cried. I went home and I was like, this is embarrassing.
What place are you in right now? Do you know?
What's up?
What place are you in?
What'd you say?
On the bottom.
37th.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Okay,
know.
yeah. I looked behind you. I don't
want to
see
let you know
the
you
others.
are very
so...
far from last.
Yeah, like
That's
you're fine.
good.
I was like, I thought you were last for a
Oh,
second
man.
because I didn't see anyone behind you, but no, that you were doing great because the other ones I can't even see them.
I was really hoping for top 10.
Yeah, you're kind of a big deal. I understand. I get it.
I did not get anywhere near top 10. I can't get through these holes.
Dude,
either.
my hand was like shaking during some parts. I was like, I was really try-harding.
Oh, fudge. Oh, man.
Yeah, the slimy bit is hard.
It's the water for me.
That one you
swimming
can't hold
part.
space on. You just gotta let go of space and let your
Okay.
do it. Because you hold
I'm
space
not
and let it get through your
anymore.
jump.
Oh, I thought
Wait,
you had to like
really?
press control as you touched the slime.
Hi, my cat, buddy.
No, you just
Hey,
hold
man.
control and go forward.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell? I was playing so
Hey,
wrong.
moral support, moral support.
You'll finish. You'll do great. Honestly, I think you
will
might
I
actually
finish?
push us up to third or second. I'm not sure. Yeah, you'll finish. You're near the end, actually. You got 2 minutes. You got it. You're in the final stretch,
so. Is there a boat here or no? I guess not.
No
Yeah.
boat.
Hi,
Not that part,
Sammy.
the next part.
My cat is rubbing on my hand. I'm a little nervous.
Uh-oh.
Hey, man.
He's
Hey,
gonna be
man.
handworm.
Yeah, you're right. He's excited.
Get this door on, man.
Wait, did you say I'm going the wrong way?
No, you're good. You're good.
Pardon me. Who put that there? Who put that there? Guys.
Ruben, we might get top 10 individual. You too, Crimson.
Yo, I mean,
I don't know about that. I got 20
We
seconds.
didn't even get to the PvP stuff yet. Just saying.
Are you guys good at
Oh, dude,
PvP? I'm really
extraction.
good at PvP.
Same.
I think the only
Really?
PvP thing's
Really?
extraction. That's my best one.
Hello.
Hello,
Yo, you
I'm
made it.
flying.
You actually finished. That's better than not
You're doing it,
finishing.
you're
Call,
doing
let's go. You did great.
Go, go, go,
honestly.
Go, 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 go. Go,
Look at that,
there's
there you
someone
go.
behind you. Go.
Don't say
There it is. Okay.
that! We did it!
We got
Holy
fourth
shit.
place, but by like 20 points. So we're
Easy.
doing awesome.
Easy win. Oh, sorry. I got 21st,
Okay.
not 22nd.
now,
My bad.
Cotton, do you want to feel better about yourself and spectate
Yeah.
the person in last place?
How do you do that?
You and Nito?
I don't know. Who's in last place?
Is it Emily or Volpixie?
Yep.
I think it's Emily.
How do you
see my dog
spectate?
win.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, I can just follow them. This is. Oh, I feel bad for.
Wait, I ran through the whole fucking course chasing you down. I could have just right-clicked and found you. That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Dude, it always feels so bad, like, being the person in very last place, because you're like, oh, please, get it over with. Everyone's watching me.
It's
And it's true. We are. We're all watching you right now, Emily. No, sorry.
Oh,
All right, I'm back, guys. My dog was getting into stuff.
You got this,
It has to be
gamer.
someone, Emily. We're sorry.
Let's go, Emily.
Easy win. You got
Let's
this.
go.
Go, 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 go.
Is she gonna
Actually,
be Tobbs 13 or whatever?
Ooh, maybe.
it's actually.
Maybe.
New contender.
Well, I think
Let's
they
go,
added
Emily.
like, I think they lowered the time a little bit because of that. I don't think it's possible to
yeah.
get a Tobbs 13 anymore.
Ooh.
They gotta add the DNF timer at the end.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Wait, Tob took 13 minutes to finish it?
Yeah, we
One
sat
lap.
there
13 minutes to
watched her
finish.
the whole time.
One lap, Ruben, on the first race.
My God.
No, it was really funny. I love her. She got really better at racing too. She's so good at it now.
Yeah,
Like, it was her first time. It's really funny. She's
I
lovely.
was
I
there
love
for it,
Tom.
I just didn't remember it being that long.
Wait, no one told anyone how to use the fucking tridents. That's why. I was like,
we
what's
got
happening?
4th place on that one. That's really good, actually. Loki.
We take those, especially for something we wanted to get rid of because.
Good try, GG.
We aren't super confident on it.
Yeah, I was like, let's get this one out of the way, but we are not.
Hey, look at us.
Bad.
4th place, yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
I think.
Good job, gamers.
Yeah.
Good
job.
Good job, all participants. Well
I think
done.
they showed top 5 on the player people. Yeah.
God damn, SK.
I was 6th.
I was dog. Ugh.
Jesus.
It's okay,
I
we
could
got it
not
up early, so
overlap
people can't
Prince
get like
Sam.
high points for it.
Damn.
You wait. If we get
What?
Photon on party, it's over.
I had the biggest placement decline. I went from 2nd to 11th.
Wait.
Yo, man!
How did I get more points? I was a 6. Okay.
Let's go.
Wait, that's really good.
Yeah, you probably got extra points for.
Is it break time after this game?
Up on the
Because I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. I won't lie to you. I gotta go potty.
This is
The Lido's room.
This is game 3, so
Yeah, you might have one more.
one more.
Yeah.
Just go now.
The fucking game.
I'm gonna go now. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Here we chat.
Brother doesn't know
You guys
the
in just a
gamer
second,
bottle
guys.
strat.
Okay, I'll be right back.
What's the gamer ball? You're nasty.
What do you mean, what's the gamer bottle strat? How do you not know what the gamer bottle strat is?
I use my RGB diaper, actually.
Oh,
That's what I'm fucking talking
so you
about.
got that? Fucking hold on, guys. I gotta open up my fucking RGB diaper app on my computer and change the color real quick.
May! Oh, May's not here. I'm gonna go pee.
Team, I'm 35th. That's
Why
huge.
is everybody going pee? Hey, let's go.
Dude, that's huge for me.
That's actually good.
I'm
Oh,
taking
dude.
it. Out of what? How many people are there?
40, I think.
Oh.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad.
I thought there was 50. I was like,
Oh, dude, that game fucked me so bad. I was top 10. Now I'm 19th.
Yeah. We were
hey,
both
that's okay.
right in the middle.
Actually, I'm gonna go pee too. Have fun.
Everybody's peeing. What the?
You gotta stay hydrated, gamer. That's why it's like vibrant yellow.
I don't hydrate ever.
I booked it, man. I
I know I
booked
can
it.
smell it.
Whoa.
I'm taking off my.
I just keep it in, conceal, don't feel. You know what I mean?
That's the right move. I'm an idol. I don't ever piss.
Yeah. I see. That's the thing. 'Cause I was born for
I
this
booked
life.
it.
I stream 10 hours, never get up once.
Damn straight. What, you
And I'm
guys
freaking
get
water-
up while
no.
streaming? What's the
Mm-hmm.
point?
I
Just,
get up like 20 times a day.
Clearly, you guys did not spend your childhood sitting in front of a TV and refusing to move for like 16-hour gaming sessions. I've got a bladder of iron.
Pay for this. Okay,
I don't know if I can do that.
I
I really want to get rid of sleep.
Yeah, sleep.
Or
or
lunch. Wait, actually, I'm gonna get rid of lunch. Let's get rid of lunch. Lunch fucking sucks.
Wait, I like lunch.
I think we would be good at lunch, actually.
You want to know the
crush
strat for lunch? I know the strat.
Yeah, 3 archers.
All you gotta
2
do?
runners.
No, no,
God.
all runners.
I don't remember the color. What color am I going for?
I did 5 runners, and we went from 8th place to 2nd place because of that, because we just kept scoring on people, and because your score stays so low, no one scores on you.
Okay.
Oops, I'm sorry. I was peeing.
No,
It's
no,
over
it's-
I was
something.
also
okay.
peeing. What the I thought we had time to pee.
Flint
No, you're
and
fine.
steel.
I think
Okay,
I got rid of
oversleep is
oversleep.
there a couple
Ender
of layers?
pearl.
Slide cube.
Okay.
So look down. There's like a
Oh,
big
is it the
bit.
Fall Guys game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've never played this one.
It
Yeah.
doesn't break because you jump on it. It breaks
Chat,
because
I'm
you
gonna go
punch
for
the
so
blocks
many
to break
kills.
them.
I'm gonna go for
Okay,
so many
okay.
kills.
You can, like,
I'm gonna
punch
kill
the
motherfuckers.
and
I'm
then
gonna slay. I'm gonna kill. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's so many prime targets for me to kill. I'm gonna target
Go.
people. Okay.
Get their
Oh, yeah.
asses.
I'm gonna be
Dream-
mean. I'm gonna be
There's
mean.
so fucking many, man.
I hate this game. Okay.
I love
Wait,
this
what
I
game.
was
gotta
the
get
TNT for?
all of
Giant
Knights. I
Dark
gotta
Knight.
get all of Giants and Thunder. Like I gotta
Comets.
kill everyone here.
I begged Wolfie. He
Fighters,
would not
those
bring
guys
back
are
Meteor
right now. We
Sleep.
should just
I was so
target them.
sad. If you want to know who to kill, target 5-ups, Sneak Snag, Prince Sam, Wolfie are really good at
That's a
sleep.
lot of names.
SK,
4
Flats,
people.
Boger.
I can't kill Wolfie.
All right, Overwatch guy.
Sleepy,
Hey. We killed
I'm
Rain.
scared.
Joel.
This is gonna be so
Scared.
easy, dude.
Guys, I'm scared.
Of what?
This is a pretty
spread out
scary
or
game
stay
mode.
together?
Wait, I thought I could punch through the
Spread
snow.
out probably be better, because I just go crazy.
Why can't I punch through the snow? Oh. Never mind, I'm
Oh
fine.
god. Hey, back the
Oh, that's
fuck
how
up,
I do
man.
it. Okay, I got it.
I got Joel.
Hey, get the fuck, you motherfucker! Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
Okay. Snowball them, snowball them. Good shit, good shit. Oh, they got me. Second layer.
You can snowball up, by the way.
Oh, Giga.
Oh god. Hey, hey, what's up?
I got hacker link.
that?
Joel's hitting you. Joel's targeting you.
He just came up to me and
Joel's targeting.
started
Joel's targeting. Get him, get him, get him.
That was embarrassing,
Get his ass.
guys.
You know what?
That was
That's
embarrassing.
it. I'm gonna go get subs. Oh, subs.
I'm getting flats.
Guys, what?
I got flats.
Oh, that was scary.
No, not you again, man.
Yes!
How do you throw snowballs again?
Oh, you have it in your hand.
Get out of here. Get the heck away from me. First layer is deteriorating.
I'm on the last layer.
I'm on the last layer
manage
too.
that?
I'm gonna just like make it pain for people coming down here.
Hey! Oh, hey, back up, man.
I appreciate when one friend just follows me around, and I'm gonna call them my biggest fan. I'm gonna go into their chat and be like,
No, you son of a bitch! Well, Ultra got me.
I got Rain. Rain's dead. Damn, 12 points for a kill. Fuck
No,
it.
get out! 16!
Brutal, brother.
Oh god, I'm one of you, dude! Oh my god.
I'm one of you, dude.
Dude, he friendly fired me.
Oh man, Ultra got me. Don't let him get you.
No, oh, it's okay. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer.
Get his ass for doing that to me.
Fuck.
Stop throwing snowballs at me, dude.
I feel like the snowballs don't do jack shit. It's all
Game at
shovels.
the ground. You can
Shovels
break
is
the floor below them.
The metal. What? Oh, you break the floor below them, huh?
I'll drive you bitch!
Drive you bitch!
He fucking jumped
This is
me,
terrifying.
man.
He's
That
a hacker.
motherfucker. That's okay. That's
up
okay.
there? Stay up there.
That's real hard.
That was rude.
Don't ever go down, Con. Stay up.
No!
Wait, Con, you're still alive? You're doing awesome. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Through 2 layers just now.
No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You win these. Just run from Joel. Joel's chasing you, run!
dude,
Joel,
Joel
fuck
went
you,
after me
Joel.
too.
No!
Joel literally.
Okay.
shit.
Can I type right now?
Yeah, you can type.
Do it.
Porcelain, mark your days.
I gotta log in.
I also know where Joel
I gotta have
lives.
some special
let's
juice.
go to that fucking guy's house. Beat him up.
Oh man, I did so bad there.
Yeah, we're
I
going
wanted to
Joel's
get this
house.
game out early. This game is
All right,
hard.
let's go 8th place.
We're unplugging his computer.
Let's say my biggest.
Is that too much?
God.
My biggest fan. Okay.
Hope that wasn't too much.
Dude, I got
Can I
hit as
join
in
their
this.
chat? Can you join their chat or no?
Oh, their VC?
Yeah, their VC.
I mean, you can, technically.
There's no rule that says you can't.
Oh, yeah, they're gone. They did.
Who's up there?
Oh my god, SK's up top.
SK's killing it, dude. Just chilling at the top.
Dude, no way.
Oh my
no
God.
way.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Why is she so good? Why
I'm
is
surviving.
she so
I'm
good?
surviving.
We're having more fun
That
than
was
them, so if
crazy.
that's any consolation.
I'm surviving this time. This is my
No,
best
not.
belief.
Oh, we have to play this shit again?
We have the both.
There's 2 rounds. This is when you shoot people and the ground explodes. It's TNT sleeve.
What?
Really good.
People.
Yep, really good. Really fun one.
I
do you
would
mean you
recommend
shoot
not
people?
standing on the outer ring because you might just fall all the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean shoot people? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck.
Shoot
Go
the
for
floor,
Joel
it,
right
like,
now. How
takes
do you
a
do
second
this?
And then blows up.
I'm sorry, how do you shoot? Oh, I feel stupid.
Right click hold.
Oh god. What? Right click hold.
Yep.
Ah, fuck,
Joel
fuck,
down.
fuck.
You can also use your super crossbow to get it back up when you fall.
What? I don't know how to work this crossbow, bro. Am I stupid? I
No,
don't know.
shit, who did that?
Just fell. How far did I fall? Oh my
Send
god.
them to heck, May.
Thank you, Chuck. I will.
So many layers to that.
Hey, stop it, dude. Stop it, man. Hey, stop it.
No!
it, man.
Oh my god,
God,
dude,
hey,
these
Stewie.
fuckers.
Dude, Stewie, we're friends, man.
Hey, what's up?
Oh no.
Hey.
I just fell so far.
Getting SK.
Hey, man.
Ooh.
I fell through like 1,000 layers.
I did too.
Falling
It's
once.
not. It doesn't taste good. Hey, man. Ah! Dude, buzz off. Get out of my house, man.
Oh my god, help! Oh my god.
Okay. Okay.
Fuck, dude.
Every time I fall once, I fall like 3 times.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Wait, so you can use the super one to get back up?
Yeah.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Get aim down and shoot it.
It's you look down and you shoot with the crossbow.
Okay.
And it'll explode.
Dude, my game
and
is like
launch you
lagging
upwards.
so bad.
No.
Oh, that was
I almost killed myself
Dude,
on
my
that.
game's
No
lagging.
It's a little risky, but
My game got so laggy.
I got one. I killed one.
From where you are,
No
Cotton,
way.
it's so safe.
What's up from where I'm at? Should I not try it?
Yeah.
That's so sad.
If you want to try it, you can. I'm just saying if you are
lagging. I was going like this week. I couldn't do it.
No.
It's so weird. Why?
No. Porcelain's evil. Porcelain killed 2 people
I'm so
just then.
sad.
That's
My game was
crazy.
lagging.
Oh no! Wait, how do we fix the leg?
I don't know. It just like did it for a second and it got me killed because like I was looking up, my game kept lagging and like I got jumped and I fell because I couldn't move.
Yeah.
That happens.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. This is bad.
Reinho, your mom's a. Never mind.
Hold on. Now wait a minute.
Holding. How do you spectate?
I killed another one. That's 2 down so far.
No! Oh, I did really well, I think.
That's still good.
I wanted to get this one out early for a
That
reason.
felt
Go,
good.
Crimson! You got this, man!
I'm still up there. Oh shit.
forward.
Whoa!
You did so good. You did so good.
We got second.
Damn it!
That
Yo,
actually.
we got second that round.
Okay,
That's
we
good.
can just do really good in this one, or
Okay,
we'll make
I
it.
ki-
Let's all
I
do
did
it. Let's
kill
all make
3 there.
it.
Do you
Every
get
single
points for
one of us.
kills?
The good
Guys,
vibes, the
can we
energy.
target
We're so
control?
back. I'm putting
Yeah, I
on
can
Gay
target
Bar by
control.
Electric Six.
Thank
Let's go.
you. I
I'm
need
done.
Excuse me.
Do I get points for killing people? Because I killed like 3
Yes.
there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. Hey.
All right, I'm on Joel. I'm on Joel. You
Dude,
son of a bitch.
I
Come
fucking
here.
hate this one. This one is so bullshit. It's so bad.
Oh man.
What? I fell.
Oh
We're all
no.
so tiny.
No, just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. Stop
That
it.
was
Everybody
rude.
get away. Get away from me. 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 Everybody get away from me.
Let's make
I've
this a
had enough.
fast game. Go.
Don't even
Joel,
come
you're-
over here.
You're done. No.
I felt it's.
Hey, what's up? Don't. Dude. Dude.
You
fuck
fucker.
off.
What a snipe. That was nuts. Who is shooting at me? I don't even see that. You.
I need you to move, man. I need you to lock in.
You lock it. Well, I'm dead.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm
Joel?
dead.
No, Joel. I'm peeved. I thought you were my friend, Joel.
I'm being
Oh, no.
targeted, clearly.
I
I'm
was
being,
starting to
they're
say that.
hacking, they're
That's totally
hacking.
what happened.
Where's Joel?
Oh no.
What the? Yo.
I lost
fuck
Joel
my
in like
life.
2 seconds. I got
Hey, man.
targeted. How is everybody ignoring him? Oh, never mind. Don't even kill Joel. Joel just fell. Alright, he's still alive.
Ruben.
I got
Go,
flats.
Ruben. Go, Ruben.
I got flats.
You got this. You got this.
You got this.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Wait,
Keep it up.
am I
Keep
the
it
last
up.
one?
No, you're fine. You're fine. Keep it. No! Okay, it's fine. We still got a couple up here. We got some stuff going on. Giga, you got this,
Shaking my
right?
head.
Yeah, I'm up top. I'm up top.
Giga's locking in. May's
One's
killing
on top,
everybody.
immediately
Okay.
Dead.
Kill the person at the top. Yeah, sneak.
They shot me, man. Okay, I got 2 people before I died, though. I don't care. I got 2 people
Nice
before I
shot.
died.
Yeah, you traded.
Oh my god.
Giga's going crazy up
We're
there.
Oh my god. Someone's throwing cross-map snowballs. Oh, it was sleep.
Shaking my head.
That's evil.
If you hold
Yeah,
shift, no one can see
sleepy.
you up there. Hide your name. There's someone to your right,
Oh
though.
my gosh,
there
you're
with
so
you.
smart.
Yeah.
Wait, there's somebody sleeping.
Wait,
is
you
just...
and Sleepy are just on the high
You guys are on the
ground.
top.
Yeah.
You're so smart. You're so
Yeah, very
smart.
You guys have like an
Stealthy.
uneasy truce. I mean, keep it.
Just-
Don't
just
tell
shoot
anybody.
them.
Don't
Shoot
tell
them.
You
anybody.
got this.
Do it. Take them out. Do it, Giga. I'm the devil on your shoulder.
Look at
Shoot
how
them. They're on the
I have a lot
edge.
of-
You can kill him. Just do it, Giga. Just do
They're
it.
on the edge.
Go, do it. Go crazy.
They'll never know.
You're so messed up. You're so evil. You're so evil. You're so evil. Oh shit. They got rapid fire, Giga. Oh shit.
It's fine.
They fell. They're down with you. They're down with you. They fell too.
It
They
was
fell
in vain.
too.
It was in vain.
It's okay. It's okay. No! No!
No,
that was good, that was
dude.
Nice try.
We did okay. We did okay. We might get back up. I mean, they got sneak snack.
Oh,
Sneak's
man.
like cracked at this shit for
Yeah,
some
Sneak is
reason.
insane.
Yeah.
Oh, my shared chat broke. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I actually closed it, I think.
too.
It exploded.
Let me just open it back
cool.
up. I got you. It should just be
I
back in a
want to
second.
have a sleepover.
This has got to put me down to like 37th at this point in the overall leaderboard.
Hey, listen. It's about having fun.
No, it ain't.
Exactly.
Tat's like having him play
Okay,
games.
pal. No, it ain't.
No, it ain't. If I ain't winning,
Here to win.
I'm here to crush them, dude.
Make friends.
I got
I'm
it
here
back
to
up. Here you go,
destroy this
guys. I'm
children's game,
sorry.
and if
I
I'm
actually
not,
closed
don't.
it.
Oh, orange again. Okay.
Did we lose?
No.
I'll
No.
try the
When
evil,
did-
dude.
I pressed 31st this round. Fuck my
did okay.
chungus.
Why does it matter?
20
Just have
seconds. 20
fun.
seconds, not bad.
Hey, we didn't get last.
How do I check how I placed?
Yay!
I got 20 seconds.
Wait, how do you know?
It tells you on the top left or the
Most
left
blocks
side when it tells you.
broken. Bulgur is just fucking clicking shit, bro.
I got the share chat back up, Ruben.
But you get points for breaking blocks? Oh man, I should have broke blocks.
I don't
No,
think
I don't think you get points for breaking blocks.
okay.
It's just a little funny.
Yeah,
leaderboard.
just to have
Dude,
fun.
they're crazy. See, this is their best game. But the good thing is they're leaving Extraction for last. That's my best. That's my crack game. You know what I'm saying?
That's when we're gonna
Let's
pop
go.
off.
Yeah, extraction. Oh,
Sorry, I was dancing.
I like to kill people. I can respect that. I like that energy from Zam.
all right.
I tried killing
Okay,
a lot of
I'm
people.
back in the thingy.
I'm also
Yeah,
back
I
in the
actually
thingy.
closed it. I hate that if it closed, it goes away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is our break
I
time.
went from 10th to 12th.
Wait, no, is that it? No. Last game leaderboard. Let's see how I
Guys,
did.
34th,
I
let's
dropped
go.
one space. I'm on 8th.
On that one.
I was the 26th. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, we're both down there.
I gotta be
No,
beating
that was gonna be a
Sleepy and
bad game. I
Bulgur.
knew it.
This is fucked
It's
up.
not that. It's
That's
that's
okay.
a hard game.
I'm still 20th on the individual leaderboard, so you know, so top good.
Good morning, Spider. How are you?
They're doing the
Man, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't like that last game. That sucked.
I didn't like that either.
Especially the last. I like the second spleef, but the third spleef.
Second
where you change
spleef is
sizes.
fun.
Second spleef I like. The third one is fucking ass.
First and third, I died basically immediately, dude.
Yeah, me
I was like, oh, okay, bye.
Yay!
There's the link for the Twitter thingy.
Ooh,
In
is
the
this the
chat.
second most
Sorry?
voted?
Yeah, I get the
What
Twitter
they're
thingy.
doing now
Oh.
is they put up a tweet, and the second most voted game is the one that we play next.
Wait, what? Oh,
So yeah,
Yeah.
so you do a
second
couple
most
minutes.
voted.
Yeah, there's like a 3-minute break, and then you want to try and get second most voted. So I
I
think
think we get Lunge out of here. I think we want to play Lunge next out of these 4.
yeah. So vote for Lunge, and then whatever looks like it's
Okay.
second highest as well. Like
Yeah, it
Lunge
doesn't
and something
show.
else.
Lunge
How
is
about someone
first right
votes and then
now.
we can
Party
like vote
second.
accordingly after they see the results? Question mark.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm gonna refresh. It always refreshes with like weird time though. It's looking
Okay,
like Lunge is in
Blitz Hunt's
first
second
and
right
Blitz
now?
Hunt is in second. So vote Blitz
Never mind.
Hunt.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
That's why I
yeah, 'cause I'm
refresh. It
gonna
says
drop the
something
link
different.
here in chat as well for you nerds. So here you
wait,
go.
yeah, we should ask our community to vote. Okay, so what are we asking them for?
You guys, most of you vote Blitz Hunt. If you were born in January or February, vote Lunge.
I like that.
You should.
I love that. Yeah,
When
yeah.
I'm in a team
That's a
with
good way.
Purple, he's like, okay, January vote this, February vote that, and he like changes it over time. And
Why?
we wait, and we're like, okay, all summer birthdays, wait. Like last.
Wait, who was born in January and February?
I wasn't.
No one was. Everybody was born in the 9th and the 10th months.
Yeah, most people are
I'm a
what, August and September.
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Parents love Christmas.
Oh,
How's the
oh,
vote
oh,
for
that's
Pony?
true. Wait, that makes sense.
It looks like Blitz
Whoa.
Hunt is second right now, so we want to vote for Blitz Hunt to make it first.
Well, no, Ruben,
Yeah,
refresh. 'cause
I'm getting
it
on
doesn't
my
make
other
any
Twitter
sense.
account.
I'm voting on all
this-
5 of mine.
Wait, yeah, I'm gonna
botting
do
the
that. I'm gonna
votes.
do that.
So far, it looks like it's gonna be
So
Blitz
chat,
Hunt, but every
most of
time you
you
refresh,
blow-
it says something different.
It looks like Party is second place right now, which is not good.
Wait,
If you refresh, it just changes. It makes no
Second
sense.
most votes.
Yeah, second most votes is Party at the moment.
So what do I vote for?
What the fuck?
Lunge has
changed so
way past the most.
drastically.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it just keep refreshing. It doesn't give you the accurate
Wait,
results.
what
It
am I
never
voting
does.
for?
Brenda, how the fucking extraction shoot up that much?
No, refresh
Oh,
again,
wait,
Ruben. It
changed again.
changes.
Now
It
Lunge is
changes all the
Second
time.
most voted, and Blitzon is the most voted. What is
How
happening?
Blitz Hunt is the second most voted.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter at all.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Yo,
it's hard to
changing
keep up,
so much.
honestly.
You know what? It's RNG at this point.
Yeah, vote whatever you want.
Yeah, go
Party,
crazy.
Sure.
Woo!
Yeah. What is Lunge, by the way?
Cookie.
Lunge is like
Lunge
a
is cool.
PvP game mode.
It's
Oh.
It's a ton of fun.
we each spawn in our base as like a circle. And we each have a base around the edge, and it's got like a hole in the middle that you have to jump your entire body into. You don't, not your own though. So when you get into someone else's goal, you get points. But
Yeah.
while they're running to your goal, they can also just like beat you up and knock you off the edge.
Oh god.
Plus, you get to shoot people with a bow. That's super fun.
Yeah, because I know how to do that. Okay, I'm excited.
Look, a cookie.
The way to
Also,
do it
the
is
points are really close. Like the scores overall are really, really, really close.
Yeah, actually, this is very competitive. Oh, whoa. We're gonna have to make up like 1,000 points to beat up
like
comments though.
Like
What's that mean?
3 through 7 are all really close.
These are the games right
Especially
now
because
with
we're
the
saving the
better
game ones that we're
points are
better
the
at for
deciding
later.
factor.
Yeah.
So true. Yeah. Because I'm really good at.
If we
good
get
at PvP, guys.
lunch, I'll be happy because then we have like the 3 best games
Joel,
at the end.
actually, charisma's your dump stat.
Party's fun. We're really good at party. I know Steve will be great at party. We're really good at
This game
extraction.
explanation, dude. Why did I not go here?
Oh yeah, there's a whole area. You look at them.
I think I'll be
Friendly
fine.
fighters turned on. Oh,
I just looked at the leader. So, you know, we get the multiplier now. Plus, we have 2 of our best games. Like, make those last. We're gonna win. Party, extraction. We're gonna cook on. I want lunch out.
So
though.
true.
I want to do lunch now.
I would
like
do lunch
Blitz
now,
Hunt
yeah.
out. I hate that one.
I
love
love
that
Blitz
one.
Hunt.
What's
Never
Blitz
mind.
Hunt?
No, we love
I'm hit or
Blitz.
miss
It's
with
awesome.
it.
No, because I love Blitz Hunt because I got rank 1 indiv one time, and that makes me happy.
I saw that. That was
you remember that
crazy,
forever.
dude.
Yeah, I was shitting my fucking pants.
Oh.
That felt better than winning Block Wars, getting rank 1 indiv.
Blitz Hunt
'Cause it was
gonna
like,
be
oh my
easy
God.
too.
Yeah.
Because all you gotta do is do the roundabout trick. F5. Oh.
It's complicated.
It's complicated.
It's scary.
Looks like Blitz Hunt is what we're gonna get probably.
Sorry, guys.
Better
Sorry.
because there's a good amount of RNG with it, kind of, sorta.
What's Blitz Hunt again? I don't remember what that one is.
Ruben, why did you have a
Oh,
counter in
hide
your
and seek.
chat
Oh,
that
okay.
counts like how many times you threaten to shit your pants?
Because I shit my pants a lot.
Oh yeah! Exclamation point!
Why would-
Shit.
Now hold on, you
Why
threaten to
would-
shit your pants a lot, but how often do you fulfill it?
Every single time. Hello,
Oh my God.
my
Oh.
word.
That's beautiful.
Oh, I didn't think you were one of those people, Ruben.
Wait, do you have the RGB diaper?
Those people.
Wow. Hey.
Rod game? What's Rod game? This looks awesome. What is this? What is Rod game? Like, what is this? What are you supposed to do?
I don't know.
Fish.
Why is somebody down here? Oh, these are all.
Oh,
I
this
see,
one.
I see.
This one. You can
Guys.
just like pick people up with a
Yeah.
rod.
It's fishing time.
You wanna
It's
you wanna
fishing
you wanna
time.
you wanna touch me with
Where
your
is the
rod?
fishing spot? Where? Oh.
Where are you fishing at? We can
I
fish.
got him. Oh, hey.
You click on the
Hey.
compass, you click on fishing
Hey, man.
dock, and then
Oh, no, I'm not ready. I want to fish. No.
Who is 69 cum god? What does that mean?
that's Steven.
I'm at the dock.
Sorry.
Steven. You know Steven.
Oh, I am Steve. Yeah. The guy who's in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, Steven.
Oh, it's Jack Black.
I am Steven.
I'm Steve.
Hey guys, I'm training my fishing to
Oh
99.
In games, it's him.
27
Whoa.
centimeters.
That's a lot.
I know,
Okay.
dude. It's fucking huge koi carp.
Fishing
Can you
dog.
please
You guys
not
can
cross
actually
wires?
Fish?
Can you say that in American numbers? I don't know
Yeah.
what centimeters is.
Damn.
Yeah, I wish it told me in American numbers.
What?
Electric ray, 189 centimeters. It was a rainbow.
Huge.
Oh, I didn't get a single
Our prayers
fish.
have been answered, and we have Blitz Hunt.
Are we hunters? No.
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 Be.
All right,
So
here we
everyone
go.
gets one turn to hunt, and all the other times you're hiding.
If you see the skibbity
Right
toilet
there.
room, don't go in it. It's gonna
Wait,
you're
that's
gonna
the
die.
guest room. Everybody loves that
Toilet
room.
room?
Here's
Yeah.
Yeah,
here's
there's a
Skibbity
skibbity toilet
toilet?
room.
The
Find
tree
a
room is
spot.
pretty goated.
Find a
Find a
spot
spot.
where there's some sort of pole that you can stand around the corner of, like you.
They just
are
run
allowed
around it in circles.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And you can go
You
F5.
don't want to hide in a place where you have nowhere to run.
Dude, when I
Yeah,
played
you need
this,
out.
You
I
don't wanna
forgot
play
I could
yourself.
F5 the whole time. So I played in first person like an idiot.
Oh no.
Oh,
F5 is scary.
I did great though.
Oh, this
But I
game's
played
scary.
bad.
It is scary.
I'm gonna see if I can put my.
If you
heart
see
rate
the one with the
monitor on.
rocket ship, you
It
can
is
hop up
very
on the iron
intense.
bars way up top, and no one sees you.
mm.
Gamers don't
I
look
hope
up,
I hope that one's in there. They don't look up. Aunt Frost taught
but
me
I'm
that.
gonna look up.
Hiding in higher spots is usually good because you can at least like jump down to try to get away sometimes.
Oh my god.
Okay,
West.
I don't trust that
wanna
Krabby
go.
Patty map. Fuck
Also,
that place,
as
dude.
a seeker, you want to generally go to where like the most people are going and beat them up. That's my strategy, at least.
That's true.
I love the crusty crab.
What's in North? Not the Comets, dude. North looks kind of nice, actually.
All these rooms are kind of bad.
Okay.
Just pick a room and hide somewhere, Cotton.
And yeah,
right, I'm gonna try something a little ballsy.
What is this? I have a goated spot. Actually, no.
How do you get up there?
That one didn't work for me last time.
Oh my gosh! What? Why is it already time? Oh no!
5, 4. Let's see how this goes, Rosaders. Wish me luck.
Team, this is so scary. Oh my gosh! Hey, you're not supposed to see me yet. Oh my god! Oh my!
not 69, come God!
No!
It's Fanny.
I feel like this spot is usually pretty decent.
Oh, they're two in here with me.
Yup, I'm with you, Giga. They ain't gonna find
I'm
us.
not gonna lie to you guys. I stayed in the room with the Seekers and just waited there.
Oh, in the middle? That's something that works, yeah.
I figured they would just rush out because they're pro
Dude,
gamers.
this game sucks.
Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. You don't see me.
Hey, babe,
I think
I
we're
like
chilling.
watching you.
I'm so scared.
Pretty good, yeah.
No, you got this, babe. Oh, okay, they're coming. No, they're not actually. You're
Go away, 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 go away.
God didn't even think you were there. He didn't even sniff you, you know? He didn't even sniff you.
This is the trick. You just gotta hide somewhere and then like hide from them. Yo, AC, thanks for reading. I love you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much.
I'm in a spot that's completely open.
Oh my god!
I think this is a good spot, honestly. I think I'm okay. I think they gave up. I think they gave up.
Fuck.
I'm telling you, you hide around a fat pole, okay?
Whoa. This is my favorite spot.
Wait, I'm a genius.
Oh my god, Giga, we did it.
Wait, I'm a genius.
Three people first place. Let's go, dude.
Easiest game of my life. Oh, you did it too? Who are you? Who did this?
Let's go, dude.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. All right, this is where we get all our points.
Where do we go?
Just pick up. You gotta pick one.
It's
How's
it's
my
hard. You
favorite
just go in a
pink
room.
sauce?
If the room sucks, you go to a different room.
I would not wait in the middle
I'm
room this
gaming
time,
right
'cause
now.
one
I'm
of the
gaming
guys
so
will do
hard
what
right
I
now.
did, and he's gonna think
We're
to
doing
check
Block
there.
Boys again. It's
Yeah,
so fun.
yeah.
It's so fucking fun.
I'm gonna piss myself.
Don't do that.
Yeah, this
Why
this game
not?
tends to do that.
Ooh, village. I like the village area a lot.
No, 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 I'm not ready. No, 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 no.
Yeah, I like the roof. I'm gonna try the roof.
This is horrible.
This is
Can I
bad
roof
for
with
me,
you? I'm gonna roof
actually.
with you. How do I get up there?
I can't see nothing,
There's a
bro.
ladder on the front. On the front.
I can't see
yeah.
nothing.
Oh no,
baby.
oh no, 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 no.
I'm gonna
no,
roof
no,
over
no.
here, geeks. So I don't,
Oh,
I don't
no, no, no,
roof
no,
you.
no.
You know what I'm saying? There we go.
I fucked up so
There you go.
bad. I'm in such a bad spot. Actually, I might have time to readjust. Do I?
Readjust?
I think I do.
Are you supposed to crouch or does it not matter?
This
It
room's
doesn't
kind of
matter.
bad,
What are
so
y'all
people
doing
don't
up here?
usually
What the
hide here.
fuck?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's like 50 people up here with me. That's crazy.
Cotton, we're both in this room,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna shit my
scared.
pants a little bit.
Yeah. This is so scary.
I'm up here with like all of one team.
I hate this game. Dude, my legs are tensed up. Like, I am so
Why are they
scared
over
right now.
here, dude? Giga, they're all up in our
low-key,
shit. Holy
nobody's
shit,
fucking
dude.
coming over
No,
here.
Oh my
messing
God.
with us. We got this. Dude, this is in the bag, man. Let's go.
Yo, this game mode is awesome. We only have to survive for 30 more seconds.
Dude, they're all. Why are they all over here? Giga, they
Yo,
know.
there's like
oh my
nobody
God.
here. This is awesome.
They're all
I
up
don't
in
know
me,
who
Giga
this is.
shit,
Stop
dude.
drinking me. I'm gonna shit my
Are you?
Dude, my heart rate's like 120.
Giga, I'm so sorry, dude. They're
I don't know
like,
who this is, but they're my best friend.
this is crazy.
Oh my God.
Dude,
Oh, man.
Why
they
is-
would
why is
not
our
give
guy
up
here?
that
Why is our
room.
guy here? Get the fuck out of here.
They can't because they're using their sonar. They know.
Yeah,
Holy
that's okay.
shit.
I don't mind that one. We're okay. We're okay.
Your love's good.
Wait, all of red lived. What?
Yeah, because they were
see.
all in me and Giga's room only. They would not fuck
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
It was
yeah, they were
scary.
camping
That's
They
crazy.
did not come to our room at all.
That's crazy.
They just all
Ooh, I
four
don't-
that were over there like scouting that place
Not a
up.
fan of West.
I'm
And
liking.
North
I'm
looks
liking
kinda
West. I
shit,
think.
too.
I'm gonna pee.
the
Dude,
fuck?
this game is scary. I don't like this game.
wanna go
no,
west.
this is awful.
Oh, this is an awful.
Oh, this is great. I love where this is. I don't know what they're doing, but I like it.
Safe room!
Oh no. Hey, man.
Where did Fur go? Where did Fur go?
It's not looking good. It's not
over
looking
here.
good
Up
for
here.
me.
Right here. Yeah.
Oh, here in parkour civilization, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
They can see through the leaves.
I can't see anything, bro.
Yeah.
I'm in
You
so
go
much trouble.
F5 though.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think we'll be okay.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, that was scary. I looked a seeker in the face and walked around a brick with him.
Okay, parkour civ room is so fucking bad. What am I doing? There's literally no one in this room.
Okay.
I'm with you. Hi.
Hey, man.
Hey!
I don't know how to get across that block without dying though, so I'm gonna chill here.
Oh no. You cannot fall.
I can't fall?
It's a fake hole. Fake hole.
Okay.
Who's Adam Warlock right now, by the
Just
way?
be careful behind you.
Oh, he saw me.
No, I think you're good. I think you're good.
Oh, the block. That's the same guy I walked a circle around.
I for sure thought he was coming in here, dude.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh, they're coming.
Oh my god. Wait, there's one to the right now, May. You see?
Yeah.
Please.
I'm not feeling good right now.
Please go away.
My
Please go away.
stomach hurts.
Okay, I'm back in the room. I'm back in the room. I did the same thing you did and crouched by the wall.
We got this.
Oh,
There's no way. There's no way, Giga.
This room is so fucking
There's
shocked.
no way, Giga.
This room is yo.
We're too good at this game.
Oh shit.
Oh, we're so goated.
Yeah, we're all gonna survive. We all survived, I think. Yes, dude.
How the
Yes.
Wait, did we all survive?
Yeah, we all survived.
Yeah, we all survived.
Every single one
no,
of
we're
us.
not. Okay.
Oh, we're crazy.
Bandits.
Giga, go east and then follow me. You see this?
I
Follow
know-
me. I know
I
a spot. I know a spot.
May, I'm
You
with
gotta
you.
do it. You gotta do it, dude. It's crazy.
Do I come too? Do I come too?
I'm
Yeah,
going
yeah, come
west, I'm
east.
going west.
This is a good spot because if they can jump up, you can just like follow me.
Now I want to go east. I'm going east.
What you do? You come up
Everyone's
here.
going east, oh no.
Follow me. There's a jump pad in here somewhere. Yeah, back here. Up here. How do you
No,
get up
not
there? I
there.
think it's this way.
I don't wanna get
There's a
trapped.
jump. Where's the jump pad? Did they get rid of it?
Ruben, I'm
Maybe they
scared.
did. Maybe they cleared it.
It's okay. No need to be
Where,
scared.
where the fuck is the
No,
jump
get
pad?
the
Okay, we
fuck
can
out-
hide over
get
here.
the fuck out of here. May, I'm scared. I'm scared, May. I'm scared, May.
You guys do that side. I'll do this side.
I'm hanging out with Wolfie right now.
Okay, hey.
Okay.
Dude, I wish you could punch other hiders. That would be so fucking fun.
Oh god. Instantly, guys, instantly.
Coming this way. Don't mind me.
You got
Coming
it.
up.
You got it. Survive. You have to.
They got rid of the
Hey,
jump
we're
pad. I don't
hunters.
see it.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
the
It's not here
strat?
anymore.
I don't know.
I just led that seeker over to so many hiders, and I almost feel
Well,
bad, but like,
the
not
good thing
really.
is-
No, don't feel bad.
This is a good room anyway, so.
Yeah, this room is solid.
Oh.
I hate that I can't see them through your outline.
Oh god.
Yeah,
that
I
was
have to go
scary.
F5.
Yeah. F5 in this area sucks though, because it's like I just see the back of my head.
Go away, go away. Why are you guys following me? It's like they're heat seeking me, dude. It's like they know.
Yeah, I can't believe they got rid of the jump pad.
way. Oh, I shouldn't have fucking.
Fuck, 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 fuck,
That was so
fuck, fuck,
bad.
fuck, 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 fuck.
Yo, this room.
They
What?
were heat seeking me. There's so many on me.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
where I'm
that's
supposed to
alright.
go.
Dude, I really don't like how much you're trying to find us. Like,
I know, dude. Blue is going nutty today.
Oh, I see where I should have hid.
Okay, we're good.
we're good. We're good. We got this, geeks. 100%.
Yeah, you guys got to win
Oh,
this. You can't let Blue.
Oh,
get
we're
so
winning,
Blue
we're
has
winning, we got
so
this.
many
No,
people.
we're winning this. We're winning this.
There's only like 4, 5, 6 hiders left. Wow.
Nice.
Okay,
They got, yeah, they did. They got rid of the
Pink?
jump out of the rocket room. That's so
Good
sad.
lord.
Oh gosh.
Oh, man, that was brutal.
We're
I had like
hunting next
3
round.
people chasing me at one point.
I'm gonna go
I'm gonna
south.
go-
I have a good feeling about
I'm gonna-
south. Con, you
going
can follow me
desert.
if you
I'm
want.
going west.
I don't know if you can keep
I'm
up.
going east.
Me and Naruto are going solo west.
I'm gonna go west.
I got
Oh,
you.
this is terrible. I do not like this.
Okay, yeah, we're not.
Oh god.
This room.
I'm scared already.
This is the room.
Parkour up.
Girl, if you saw my parkour skills, you would not be saying that to me.
Nah, you got this. Don't come over here. Go on.
Oh no.
Geeks up here. This is the spot, man.
Oh man. Oh man.
Someone's already on their way over here. This is bad, actually. This is really bad, actually.
No, it's
Don't
fine,
look
it's
at me,
fine, it's
don't
fine,
look
it's
at
fine.
me,
Behind here,
don't look at me,
Giga.
don't look at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your
We're
man?
back here. This is the
What?
spot. Back here, Ruben. Back here.
Oh, man, I went
Yeah.
out fast, dude. What?
Oh, I can't
fine.
fucking do it, dude.
If you just uncrouch, like right in the corner and move over, you don't fall.
Yeah.
Who's this?
That's
Who we
okay.
got down
This is a
here?
good place anyway. So.
Okay, so that's Cotton's side. So that's pretty good.
You like it? You like it, man?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's go see what everybody else is
I
doing.
hate this, dude. My fucking heart is like.
Shit.
Oh.
Listen, that was hiding. Don't be a baby. If you see, this is what separates the wheat from the chaff. You guys.
Yeah,
hide
the reason
behind
you go over
walls,
here,
I
they
hide
have
in
to
the
like do a
open.
fucked up jump to get over here.
I fuck with that. I fuck with that heavy.
Yeah. This is the real technique.
All right, geeks, you got this. You got this. I believe you hold shift, and then when you're at the corner, let go. There you go. Oh.
Jiggle peek. Jiggle peek.
Okay.
We seem to be okay
Strafe,
for now.
strafe.
So
Honestly, green kind of ignored this room. This is good.
This is good. I'm
gonna go check.
there's also
in on
that
Cotton
roundabout
again. Let's see
area
how
over
that's
there
going.
too, Giga. Oh.
How many rounds do you guys have?
Luckily, there's an orange keeping one green
3 out of
very
4.
busy who is near Cotton.
Good. Okay, I don't stink, guys. I'm actually really good at this game.
Oh my
What's the
God.
smell over here? Oh my God, is that?
Dude, no, Ruben, this is like the best spot ever, dude.
Let's go!
Okay.
Don't even.
Yeah, we're crushing
The
it.
thing is, I was like,
Awesome, dude. Let's go. Okay, so everyone pick a
Oh, no.
direction and go left or something. After
Can I
you clear
go
it.
with
So-
someone or no?
Yeah, go with someone, Cotton.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
So-
east.
Let's all
I'm
go different
going
direction,
south.
and then you're gonna do the room to your right if you can.
I'm going west.
Yeah. Con, if you want, you
I'll
can
go-
check
I'm
the
going
spawn
south.
area just in case someone's hiding there. Too.
Okay, I'll check spawn. I got that.
Yeah,
That's
and
actually
then
no. That is actually really important.
yeah,
Someone
and you can use your
check
sonar to see if
around
someone's
them.
around too. And if someone's around, you can look
Okay.
around.
So how often do you click it?
Okay, here we go.
Just when you want to.
It has a pretty long recharge.
Oh fudge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw
Oh,
a guy
I
walk
saw
into the middle
someone.
right in front
Yeah,
of me.
you think you're sneaky, bro.
I see
I
somebody.
got
Oh,
that.
there he is. Get his ass.
Yep.
I see
There's 2
two players
players
near me. What do you mean there's 2 players near me?
One
Oh,
comes
there's
off
one right there.
middle.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Holy shit! I just got a 5K.
What?
What
Damn.
the
You're crazy.
fuck,
I
Ruben?
got another.
Let's go!
Hey geeks, what's up? Someone's in
Hey.
here, Captain America! Get him! Get his ass! Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Damn,
I
someone's
get
out
it.
there.
Someone's
get it.
gotta be in this
Crazy.
library, dog.
0 players.
Okay, that's 3 so
There's
far.
one player in the library. I'm leaving this area.
Nice,
Yeah, I'm
nice
leaving
try,
too.
buddy.
I cannot
Okay,
find
I'm kind of in the middle.
anybody.
Your players. Okay.
I'm in the weird mushroom room. There is 0
Got
players in the
one.
mushroom room. Never mind.
Hey, what's up?
It's not the whole room. It's only part of it. It shows you the radius.
Okay. I'm gonna give up on mushroom room and go back to the stone room. Look
I
around.
can't find anybody.
I hate this.
One here.
There's 3 people in the
Right
room
here,
I'm
right
in.
Oh, I feel so slow.
Where? Yeah, right. It's like, wait, there's people.
There's 3
near
people in
me
this
that
corner.
window.
Tracy?
I know
Yeah,
some people
gamers.
like to dive down here in this little water pool here.
Oh,
Gotta
I
look
think
up.
This way.
Got my one.
Okay.
Guys,
People
I
in here,
literally
Giga.
killed 2 people
they're up
max.
here.
I've only killed 3 so far. This is bad.
One minute here. Saw them.
I need to get more.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's nobody in here.
Hey, get up there. Oh, I see.
Team?
0 players near here
good.
too. Come on, man.
No,
This is
it looks
bad.
too good.
There's one in the
Yeah.
middle. Somewhere.
I won't be able to
Middle.
get up there, dude. God damn it.
I got.
Oh, they were all in here. They were all in this middle
There's not much you
section.
can do over there. Like,
I only got 3. That was so
That's
bad.
fine. That's fine. Where are we going? Where are we going, team?
Okay.
I'm never. Oh, hey guys, you go to the skibbity toilet room. Stay away from that room.
Where's that?
Oh my God.
I'm going
West.
east.
Completely
I'm
cursed.
going north. I'm gonna go northeast probably.
I go east.
I'm going skippy toilet room
too.
and I'm taking a left.
That's what I like to hear. Skibbity.
No, I'm not doing
Ooh, I
northeast.
love
I'm going
this room.
to the north.
I love this room. Wait, if you go east,
Yeah,
and you go
northwest,
south,
northwest,
and there's
northwest.
The library room, it kills.
Oh, I don't want to be here with you guys. Oh god. Okay, I guess I am here with you guys. Ew. Anime enjoyers? Ew. I'm kidding.
Gross.
I'm in the best roundabout spot ever, geeks.
Okay.
Which one is that? Oh.
Yep.
Yep, you're right.
If you can make it over here, this is it. There's only one way in, unless they
wait,
parkour.
Yeah, I love this one.
Can you
Wolfie's
fit
on
in
that
my
team?
head, dude?
I thought Wolfie was on red team. Oh no.
No, he's just red.
Oh no, no.
There's so many people in
Okay,
this
how's it
room.
going?
Someone's already coming in here. That's not good.
Oh,
These
that's
are gonna
good.
get you and they're gonna
Not
feel
the
it.
yell.
Yeah, if they
left,
start finding
guys, I
people, they're just gonna give
actually
up. So
I got jump scared so bad I left the game.
Wait. Pam,
That's not
oh
good.
shit.
God.
No. Go away. Wait, go away, go away. Yeah, go away. Go away.
Not towards us. Not towards us. Don't sell us out, man.
Juke. You don't have speed yet.
Wait, you're still alive. Me?
Oh, wait, you're chasing me whenever. Ah, fuck you.
Ruben, no.
Okay, we're good. I think we're good, games.
We're chilling.
Oh, I still have 24 seconds. How is there that much
I tried
time
selling
left?
someone out and it didn't work.
Uh-oh.
I mean, we still might win just by like how much we survived.
I survived pretty good, minus the last one.
Pretty
69
good.
Come God is right behind you. I don't
thank
trust
God.
him.
4 out of 6.
I thought they saw you for a second with that
I
freeze.
did,
I was
yeah,
like,
Another
Oh, thank God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, God.
Good job, team!
We've been good at surviving.
That was scary.
Yeah,
Wait, we have
100%.
another round. Dude, my heart hurts.
It's the last round, Con. You're fine. You're doing great.
Last round.
Easiest
I'm
game
gonna go
of our lives.
south,
I got
southwest,
this.
southeast. I'm feeling good about southwest, southeast.
Yeah, I go south. Why not? Let's do it. This time I'll play with the team. That can't go wrong. Let's do it.
South, I'm going. I
I'm
don't
going
like.
wherever the lava is.
I don't like. Oh, that's the parkour city room.
Lava
Fuck.
chicken. Whoa, there's a jump pad in here. That's cool. How does it do? I shouldn't have done that.
He's gone.
I can make this
Do I
work. I
just
can make
stand
this
here?
work.
Like, I don't
We
get
can make
it.
this work, Giga. I'm gonna go up
I'm
and
not
stand
good
on
at-
this window, I think.
Oh
Why
shit,
are
you're
there
right,
two
you're right.
people?
I think I'm in a corner with Gargura.
They come out, we just jump and run into the other room and hide somewhere there.
Somebody has the skin.
Yep.
I fell. I'm in so much trouble.
No, you're not.
Don't look. Yeah, no, you're not, kitten.
Oh, wait, wait, you got this. You're fine.
Yo, where are we gonna be? Okay.
As long as I think no one's in here, we're good.
Hate that.
Oh God, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I'm holding my breath right now. I'm holding my breath.
I shouldn't have been in this room. I'm gonna
If I
like
hold my
glow.
breath,
This
like a
room's
rock.
so
able to
bad,
hear
like
me.
no one. This is the strat, right? And what you do,
Yeah.
you jump
No,
down
no,
and then
no.
run
Oh,
back
okay.
and jump in. Like you
Okay,
see that
you
block
scout.
behind
No
me,
crouch.
then on that block with the
What?
kelp, and then run back in the house and run back upstairs.
Yep.
That's the strat.
I've never even seen this room. What is this? Is this the skibbity toilet room? What is this? What?
Oh, you would know.
What is
big
this
toilet in the
room?
middle?
Room. You would know.
No.
We're still alive. Sound off.
If we win this by
kills these
hiding in
guys
the
getting?
parkour civilization room, I'm gonna lose my
God.
shit.
Oh,
They have
Pink's
to
on
not
his
check
way.
this room at
Everybody
all.
is.
It's crazy.
Okay, okay. So far, so good.
Come on, let me check upstairs.
Y'all got
think we're
this,
good.
actually.
16.
I'm not scared at all.
15, 14, 13,
Wait, there's
No, they're
three
not
of
even
you
coming
in
here.
this little corner.
9, 8, 7.
Oh my, we're actually.
Dude, we,
No.
There's
Ruben, we won in the
Two.
parkour civilization
One.
room.
Oh my god.
job,
Let's
team.
go.
Good job, team.
All they do is run upstairs.
Yo, those
Oh,
guys
no.
got hella kills.
They did. That was scary.
Guys, I got second place.
What?
What?
Yeah.
We hid.
we got
We hid
second.
really well.
Hey, that was
Yep.
good. That was good.
We're good at hiding. What do
We did-
I only lost one round. I only died one round.
We killed it, man.
I died too. Let's go, Ruben.
That's me!
That's crazy.
Died. Okay.
Easy
okay.
9K. Oh, that's us! That's us!
Okay.
That's us!
That's crazy.
Wait,
Top
go
5.
crazy.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Kills counts. I did not get any kills, dog. Okay, we can take this back. Hell yeah.
Good. We
We got our
have
best game.
kill
Guys, we got some of
red.
our best games last. Extraction, fucking. Oh my
Totally.
god.
Photon.
Okay.
My
Easy
my
one.
strat for lunch is just everybody goes striker because like it doesn't matter if you lose points on
Agree.
your end.
Agree. Let's go. Let's
Oh,
go
come on. Let me
striker.
play an archer.
You can play an archer if you want to. I'm just gonna go
Easy wins.
striker, just like go for points,
I'm gonna
you know?
striker, yeah.
Are you for striker it? I'll solo archer and I will defend against God and anime.
That's not a bad
Nice.
strat.
What?
I will
34th.
protect
That's it.
our fucking.
Ruben, we're top 10 together.
We're top
Guys,
10!
you're crazy. Good job.
Yo!
I'm not jealous.
I actually fell down a rank because I was 13th in that one.
I did
but-
get boosted by giants. They were all stacked on top of each other, and I just got a 5K off the fucking rip.
That's crazy.
What am I at in individual? Am I top cut still? Oh, 16th place. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think it's time for a granola bar.
Dude, I
What the
got
hell?
last game.
I just have granola bars at my desk.
You're right. We should stay healthy. I'm gonna have another Funyun.
Good.
Ow.
Never mind, my roommate got me a burger and a Diet Coke. I'm so happy.
Dude, what the heck?
Yo, how
I
is the
want
guy
what
who
you
made
have.
the game third?
Real?
My roommate's
Real?
awesome.
Hacking.
That's a bit weird.
Wait a minute, is that Widowy Sidewalk up there?
No way.
I've heard of them. They're from
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
It's happening in the corner here.
Minecraft.
I want to have fun too.
I've never done that in my life.
Okay.
Let's get rid of lunch. Let's get rid of lunch. Save our best food for last, dude.
Yeah, I love party. I love party.
I didn't even get a cool item to use. Wait, I got a boot stick.
What is cat
Wait, someone that puts out a cat somewhere.
What the?
What does boop stick do? Doesn't that just like knock him back?
Jump! No! No, come here.
Somebody
no,
has
here,
a golf rule, so they're probably gonna switch it up, guys. Yeah. Go to the other one. Go to party. Go to party and everything else. Go, leave lunch. Leave lunch. Leave lunch.
Okay, going to party.
Yo, get on extraction.
I'm knocking people toward party.
What? Come here, kitty. Psst, psst.
Golf rules. So get on extraction.
See you,
Wait,
porcelain.
what? Oh no, what game are we playing?
Oh no, wait a minute.
It's probably gonna be extraction.
No.
Party!
Oh, it's a 50-50.
Wait, that's what we want.
Can I go? What are we?
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we
What's
just want.
party?
What is that? Okay,
So party
it's 4
is just a bunch
mini
of party games.
It's like mini games.
Yo, you guys, you gotta go. Oh, fuck! What the? Why did it?
What is this? What is this? Don't tell me
It's a bunch of different mini games.
Okay,
This
this
is
one's
Splatoon.
Yeah. This one's
This is you
doodle
go
jump,
down.
but downwards.
Go down, but just like don't die.
This is parkour. Sorry.
Oh.
And this is my favorite one.
You know what they never told me when I played last
It's
time?
Undertale.
You have limited lives on parkour, so don't fuck around. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, play the easy ones. It just matters if you survive. Play the easy ones.
Yeah.
Okay. What's
Okay,
this?
you guys
What are we
gotta
doing?
come with me. I'm not sure if you see where I am. You gotta come around with me. Over here, this way, this way, this way.
Okay, I'm
You
coming.
gotta go as far into the void as you can.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta
It's
hurry.
mandatory.
Okay.
I'll explain
Wait,
it.
why?
You gotta go as far away from everyone else as possible.
Why?
Crossfire, I love this one.
Because
This is
Ruben's a
fun.
freak. Ruben's a freak, and he
We
likes
want them to be
brooding in his dark
confused.
corner.
We want them to look at us and be like, huh?
Okay, so this one, you just make sure you're on the sand.
Don't stand on the orange. Don't stand on the orange. No orange.
No
Orange bad.
disappears.
Okay.
Wait, I can play this in F5
And,
mode. Oh my god.
once it'll say like it'll switch patterns, and when the timer runs out, the orange will disappear. It gets faster and faster. So you have to like
I
just
did this
stay off
first
the orange.
person last time.
Can I turn off
Personally,
the
I
effects
like
or no?
looking at the floor in first person, but some people like third
I do it
person.
too. I do it too.
Okay, wait. Okay. What?
Just wait.
Yeah, so
it'll show up.
It'll get really fast. It'll pick up really quick.
Okay.
On the
It gets
stand,
really scary.
not on the orange.
It gets really stressful. I was kind of
Usually
screaming
when
and
it-
shitting my
when it
pants a little bit
switches,
last time I
okay.
played this.
You crushed it last time though.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I fucking did.
La,
Thank
la,
you
la,
for
la.
You can also stand on like
Hell yeah. I
4
remember because I
blocks
was like,
at
fuck
once
that
in a
guy.
corner. If you want, which is really good. Then exactly in 4 blocks, and then like.
Okay.
Oh
Oh
my god.
shit.
Oh my god. That was scary. Oh. I like to just take one little step. Like I hover one spot and just step once.
Yeah. That's fair.
Oh, that scared me.
Okay.
That was a little
You're
lag
good.
even.
Get your blinks in now.
Oh, one of my monitors just shut
Get
off.
your
That's not
blinks
good.
in
This is a
now.
bad time.
No, no, no. Shh, lock in.
Yeah, you're right. I'm locking in.
Okay.
Okay, I blinked. I blinked in between.
Thanks for the way. Appreciate that. I'm sorry. I'm focused right now. Sorry, team. I can't mute my mic. Sorry. I'm sorry.
What, you can't
you're
mute
locked
your
in.
mic.
Not right now.
Mute it! No, I'm just kidding.
Also, the music really picks up. It gets really fucking stressful.
I don't have the music on right
I
now.
will be screaming. I will let
I
you
love
know.
the music.
Guys, shh, guys, shh.
Okay, I'm good. Oh, never mind. That's really kind of going fast.
Yeah.
I was gonna get.
I can't breathe. Guys, I can't breathe.
No, you gotta breathe while you play. It's important. Yeah, just don't blink. You're allowed to breathe.
Whoa!
Ruben! Ruben!
I will scream.
Oh, hi, Giga.
Hey.
Oh.
Oh! Scary. Wait. Oh my god, good jump, by the way. That was scary. Ooh.
Oh my god.
No, I jumped into it. I thought I
Oh, no, I was close.
Ah, what?
this,
Oh,
team.
I
You
thought I
got
jumped
this,
in
you got this.
time. I was so close.
Clear comms, clear comms.
It's just us, by the way. Fuck, they put me in such a bad spot.
Ruben, you got it, man. You got it, man. Yes.
I'm locked in.
This is so easy. You got it.
I win these.
You do.
This game's for babies.
Yes.
Ah!
Yes.
That was really good.
Big jump, big jump.
Nice job, Ruben. Also, Ruben, I got really far with you, so we're second place already. Holy shit.
I don't fucking lose these. It's 3 of us.
Wait, this is
I wish we had
Minecraft
heist in this one.
rookies?
Yeah.
I saw one person in the air quotes not rookies survive, and it was Ruben.
Jesus.
Splat. This is just Splatoon. Just Splatoon.
I don't like this one.
So good.
I love this one so much. You can get points for kills, and you can get points for covering areas.
The only way I get points is
Let's all split up. So I'm gonna go east. I'm gonna go east. You guys can go the other ones.
I'm gonna go
east, northeast.
So left click shoots. You have to press shift to duck into your goop to get your recharge, right?
No, they're fantastic. We love you. Okay. Wait, what are we doing, team? What are we doing?
The more
We're all splitting up. I'm going northeast. Just pick a place to go.
As possible.
Okay. I'm going whichever way I'm facing right now.
How do you spray it?
I think it's left click.
Right click.
Never mind, it's right click, right click, right click. You can also
Bro.
shoot other players.
They
and
all
that gives you
just
points if you
jump
take
me,
them down.
man.
This is really slow for some reason.
Oh, I got another one. Oh, I'm so
Out of ink
insane.
sneaking
What?
your
Who took me
color?
down?
Oh. Whoa, that's fun.
What the fuck? Ah, shit.
Hey, that was rude. Hey, buzz off, man. Hey, buzz off. I don't want to talk to you right now. Buzz off, dude. Wait, you can die? You can die?
Yeah, you can die. You can die. They can kill you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get kills.
You respawn. You respawn. It's
Okay.
fine. Just get your kills where you can.
Yeah.
What the? What? Did I just fade through him? I did. That's weird.
Hey,
Make
what's
sure you
up?
shoot
Wait.
walls. Shooting like walls rather than flooring. People always
I
forget
was
to do.
so close to
Okay.
taking
I
subs out
really
there.
hate how bad. Dude, it's already over.
Wait,
What?
no, stop. That was rude.
Wait, it's not over.
Oh, it's counting blocks. Never mind.
That was weird. That was weird.
What is
Oh, I
that?
don't like being
Dude,
here.
subs has got my fucking
Also,
number.
make sure to paint like
Get off
ceilings
me!
and high walls that people aren't gonna look at.
Okay, good point. Ah, Quay, stop! Oh, oopsie. I'm sorry, I'm so reactive. I just talk. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. That's the streamer mentality. That's the right way to be.
What the fuck?
yeah.
I'm
I just feel like the
getting to my
snowballs
3 different
don't hit.
teams.
Stop. That's so rude.
How do they hit people with those? I don't understand.
Oh, fuck you, Sleepy.
I'm getting subs. I don't know.
Whoa.
I got
How do you
69
know
come
if
god. Let's go. And now I'm on rain up. Oh, what? Oh, dude, we're falling just short.
Get fucked.
Okay.
Team, should we have like picked an area to go to and kind of like
Yeah,
ganged
I'll
up?
just stick up with me, Ruben. Stick
No,
with me. Come
you-
this way.
you cover less.
Let's take green over this way.
This
Green has a
red
bunch of
team-
shit
the
over
red
here.
team is
Let's
nuts,
take them down
brother.
a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Red team's insane.
I'm leaving. No, Ultra, I don't want to mess with you, man. Don't mess with me, man. You don't want that smoke, dude. Hey, Ruben, what's up?
Fucking sub stealing my kills. Sub stealing my kill. No! God, red team's insane.
We repainted this entire
Okay,
area, Ruben.
You can like stealth in your goop.
Yep.
You can like wait around a
And it
corner.
makes you
for somebody.
fast. Wait.
Yeah, it makes you really quick.
Yes, you can back up very quickly.
Can't do it while you're being shot, I think.
There you go.
Right, round over already? My God, I got
Crazy.
Yeah, we got fifth on
Always
that
wish
one,
there
I
were
think.
multiple rounds of that
That's
one.
not bad.
That's fine.
Sucks. I got 10 kills.
Ooh, okay.
10.
Super bad, yeah.
All I was doing was hunting people.
Yeah.
But the fucking red team were always like there was always 2 or 3 of them in the same place.
Oh my
and they kept beating
god,
my
yeah.
ass. Ugh.
Going in like twos is good.
I'm gonna drop down.
Just let
You just
me-
kill people in it and just go down. It's really people get really mad.
Oh, and go down? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, let's go down.
Briefing people is so fucking
It's like
funny in
doodle
this
jump,
game.
but
There
you
we
go
go.
down.
Wait, can
Yes,
you?
you're trying to get as far down as possible, but you don't want to die, and it has like normal fall.
I already fell.
Wait,
I did
so
too.
don't fall too much, but don't
The green
not fall.
gives you health, blue gives you useful items, and red gives you a weapon.
Gosh.
Those little
see.
platforms down there you can land on.
Yeah.
I do like
Kill
red.
people? You should be good at this one. It's crazy. Okay.
I like kill.
Honestly, I just wait someone jumps off, then I follow them, and then I jump on them.
Can I
Yeah, you
punch
kill 'em.
people?
What?
Yes, you can.
Oh, good. I
That's
love
the best
that.
part.
So can you die and not get respawned, or is it the respawn
I'm in the
No,
middle
you
of the thingy
respawn.
thing.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't punch early. You have to wait until people are falling. Got it. I punched somebody
I'm
already.
nervous. Oh, ow. Ah, this is hard.
So is there,
Cum
like,
god just
checkpoints or
killed me.
whatever?
Oh no. Good night.
Not cum god, dude.
Good night.
Is there checkpoints you can reach, or do you just go down?
Guys,
Yeah,
I
there's
died already. This
checkpoints.
is embarrassing.
You got this.
Someone just.
Guys, I died already. This is
I
embarrassing.
got a checkpoint. Whee! Okay,
Guys,
I'm just gonna
nice.
speedrun this.
My gosh.
Oh my
Just don't
god!
die.
I just got killed.
Just don't die. Easy.
Yeah, just
There
don't
are
die.
checkpoints. Oh shit.
Yeah, I just found one.
Okay.
What? That killed? Oh my god! You have 1 HP?
I thought if you landed on the green, it would heal you.
Fuck, dude.
Okay, guess not. That's okay.
I didn't realize that you couldn't like finesse it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so you
no.
cannot finesse it. Noted.
Correct.
Got my one.
What's that mean?
Where is the next checkpoint? Okay,
I
there's
killed
next checkpoint.
someone.
Good job.
Ah, fuck.
I'm so bad at this.
Bye.
I don't know how to do this.
I'm on 3rd checkpoint.
What? Guys, where's the checkpoint?
It's the
Get outta
purple
here.
glass underneath you.
It's the color change.
No!
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought I made that, dude. This is bad. Dude, why is this so far away this time?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Okay.
Oh shit.
Am I the only one dying? Like, what's happening?
No,
No, I just
lots
died.
of people
I just
dying.
died, yeah.
Okay.
Bro.
I didn't see it in
Armory,
chat.
what the fuck is wrong with you?
No. Ooh, that scared me. I thought I was gonna die
Slow.
for sure there.
Steady. Wins. What? What does it win?
What? That killed
How did I
what
die,
killed me?
dude?
What killed me? That was like
Wait, did I
such a
kill
short
Giga?
drop.
I didn't kill Giga.
I don't know what that is.
I killed someone, but I died.
Oh.
It was such an insanely short drop that killed me. Okay, what does this do? Potion
How
of
do you get to a
absorption?
Am I stupid?
You just keep going down until you
Shit.
land on one. It should be
Where's
like a
the
purple
hole?
glass one.
Okay, there we go.
It's in the glass, yeah.
Thank you.
I genuinely
Hi,
don't know
May.
what killed me there.
Hi.
Potion of regen. What does that do?
Heals you if you take damage, I think.
Okay, huge thank you.
Okay, is this the end? Did I win? Oh, I finished. Oh, I finished
So
a
you
lap?
can't
There's
drink it in the
laps?
air.
Oh my
You
god.
can lap people, yeah.
You can do it multiple times.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I didn't get to do the
Yeah,
lap, though.
guys.
I kept dying.
No, I almost got to the bottom.
I only got one.
It's fine.
that
We're doing
sucks.
okay.
Oh.
Wow.
I
Damn.
never got the far down in that one.
Oops. Sorry, team.
I almost reached the bottom.
I touched the bottom one whole time. Hey, most kills?
Yeah.
Oh, they're feral. What's beep
I
down?
wonder what the next one's gonna be.
This is like parkour.
This is parkour.
Yeah.
Oh,
You get to pick an easy
that's-
course. I recommend just doing easy course because surviving more matters more in the end.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
That is the blue
I'm gonna
one.
do 2
I am gonna
challenges
do
and swap over.
challenge for the first like.
Where's the
5,
easy
and then
one?
I'm
I
going.
want to go easy.
Wait,
full
Blue's
end.
easy. Blue's
Blue
easy.
item.
Okay,
How
bye
do
bye
you-
blue.
Oh, blue item. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do challenge for like because at the beginning challenge is really easy, and then as soon as it's not easy,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop.
I'm gonna do like 3 and then
okay.
I'm gonna be careful. You know, I usually switch
yeah.
once I die.
I'm gonna take a
and
look
then I
at what
switch.
challenge is, but
Oh. Guys, my tummy hurts. What am I supposed to be doing here?
you gotta parkour across. I
You just
think.
gotta get to the end. Time doesn't matter. You don't need to
Wait,
be fast.
what?
So take your time. You just gotta
Yeah.
parkour your way across.
Am I stupid? What's happening?
Get to the other side. That's all you gotta do.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. Wait,
Oh,
what?
okay.
I'll switch once I die.
I don't get this.
I made it
Yeah,
once.
once I die once on challenge, I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I do usually.
You have limited lives, so be careful.
Okay.
I learned that the
it's
hard
all
way
waiting
last
mode.
time.
Okay.
Wee! I
What
made it.
happens now that I'm here?
You just wait.
it just keeps
make
going
it to
back
the
and
end
forth,
you wait
basically.
until it goes again.
Oh, dude,
the
I was
fitness
like,
gram pacer test.
what is happening?
Wait,
I think
challenge
next
mode
I'm gonna
is
play the
easier for
music
me.
Hey,
enabled.
completed first.
Wait, I did? Whoa. I just did that without even thinking.
Oh, this one looks a little tougher.
No.
Full jumps are crazy.
You got it, dude.
What the?
What? How do I?
Oh,
What do? How do? Oh, okay.
Skull jumps are real scary, Ruben.
That scared the shit out of me.
You got that. Just take
I
your
made it
time.
up.
Take your time. Take your time.
I was
I
like,
hate
yeah,
skull
I'm taking my
jumps. I
fucking
think-
time with
What is
this.
this?
What is it? Oh. Oh, that scared me.
Oh, there was a little edge.
That one's
Okay.
weird.
Oh.
I didn't like that one. I didn't like that one at all.
Go down? Okay. Oh no,
Oh,
not the
fence jump.
fence jump. Shit. I hate these.
Alright, fucked up. I'm switching over.
Okay.
I did not yet. I made the fish.
That's the sign. That's the
Okay,
sign.
I made it.
I made it. All right, we're in this together.
It's all about surviving more than it is about fucking point.
Absolutely.
Oh no. Oopsie. I died.
Okay, I'm switching. I died.
Okay.
Yep, no, that's it. Those are getting too hard. They're trying to bring out the fucking fence jumps. I hate fence jumps. Speak of the devil.
This is.
What is that?
Oh
what
my
is
god, I
this?
hate this.
Okay, team. Sorry.
Made it.
Made it. This part of the game sucks.
That was so hard. Oh my god, I should stop, honestly.
But
what if you didn't
sorry,
stop? Team.
No, it's okay.
You got this. How do you turn off sticky keys?
Okay.
How do you turn off sticky keys?
Again.
Did I 180? I think I did a subconscious 180. What the fuck, dude? I hate that type of jumps.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Don't we me yet. Okay, I made
Let's
it.
go, Giga.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to take my time with them because I always feel like we have like no time, but we really do.
We really do.
I got a bunch of time.
Settings.
No. Okay, I made it. I hate ladders.
Oh, reset music. Thank you.
Barely made it though.
They're so arrogant.
They're so arrogant.
Why did I? Okay, I'm dead. I don't know how I fell there. Like, I did a second jump.
Oh, okay. I'm going normal.
Oh wow.
Welcome back.
Rip.
Oh my god, that scared the shit
Parkour
out
is
of me.
my biggest enemy.
Same.
No! What just happened? Why did I run? No!
Okay.
I'm gonna download League of Legends from the 10th floor. I hate it here.
Oh no. Let's go, Ruben and May. Is Geek still there?
Nope.
I see. Oh, that's okay. You did well. Who else is here?
I'm here.
Me too. You're here? Let's go, Crimson.
I'm here.
Dude, why do they do that? Bro, why do they do that?
May, by the way, we're. Oh shit. Okay. We are.
No, I fell,
What is
dude.
this? How do I do
I
this?
died to that last time to fucking 1 block hole, dude.
You got it. You got
I'm like
it,
a
Crimson.
dinosaur,
Block
you
in.
know, it's fucked up.
Go, Reese, let's go.
Yeah!
Ooh, okay.
It's okay.
No, you
it's
guys
okay,
are doing
we got
great,
this.
honestly.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh, I see.
What do I do? Oh, do I have to make it to that glass? That's crazy work. Fuck, that's it. I'm out.
Okay, Ruben's still in it. Ruben's still in it, dude.
You got this, Ruben.
Let's go, Ruben.
Our party go. Ruben
Hey, if you
sarcasm.
if you last the rest of the game, I'll give you 50 gifted.
Whoa.
Let's fucking go. Okay.
Damn, you could hear that motivation before I died.
What the fuck?
You can do
The
this.
lantern jump.
Oh my god. This is easy mode. No!
No, the lantern jumps suck.
It's okay. No one made it. No one made it. There's one person almost
Ruben made it
it.
really far, like.
Holy shit.
Okay, just 3 people left. You got this.
So many deaths.
Okay.
Okay.
Good luck. And Rod jumps.
No. You got it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Take it slow, just take it slow.
More than enough time.
Nice.
There you go.
Game over.
Ruben finished it, dude! No way!
Run it up!
Let's go!
Guys, my mic's breaking. I don't know what's happening right now. I can't hear you guys.
Oh no, you can hear? Wow, what happened?
Guys, I can't hear anything. Hey, Ruben, you have to
man.
hang out with me now because I'm doing this.
Okay.
You have to content farm for me. Thank you. Wait, you guys have shared chat on and I had no idea?
Yeah, well,
Guys?
yeah, we told you.
Join.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Okay, hey, we still got 2 more games.
with me?
Hey, share chat with you. Until VA. Wow. I actually hold a grudge
feels
against you,
bad.
Cotton, because of that buckshot roulette when I drank. I got so fucking drunk. Okay, I just want you to know that.
You
Yeah.
have a thing against me?
Not a
My
real
God,
grudge,
I'm
not a
the
real
one in
grudge. That was
control of
really
your
fun.
lips, sweetheart. Oh, okay.
Real grudge, real and
Yeah,
real.
totally real
Like
beef.
grudge, like,
God. I hate that I love Cottontail VA so much. Oh, I'm so angry.
Rigged. I
Ruben, you passed me by 1, dude. You passed me by 1.
Dang, this game sucks.
Extraction, I'll take that back though. You gotta look out.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yo.
All right, guys.
I'm locked in. Wait,
how do I join
we're
the shared
third
chat
place?
again?
Dang, oh my god, guys, we can do it. We can do it.
Wait, we can totally
Extraction.
win.
Yeah.
How the fuck? Yo, how did I only go up to 9th after that generational
Because
performance?
Wolfie, Sneak Sag, Prince Sam, and 5-Ups are like crazy at fucking all that shit.
How was that?
How did I only get 13th in that last game? I lasted until the second to last round.
Shared chat.
Welcome to the shared chat, guys. Play date. Let's have a play date. Chicken jockey.
What, you have a horny meter? Hold on, I'm testing this out. What the hell? How do I do that? Let me do that.
Yeah, you just do that. Guys, can we get a chicken jockey in chat?
Someone help me.
Let me get a chicken
I don't know why it's not working for you.
Someone took it from me. Fuck you, chicken.
Oh yeah. It
You could say
refreshes.
Cotton's name to the tune of chicken jockey because it's 4 syllables.
Why doesn't exclamation mark PP work?
Cottontail.
Chicken jockey. Cottontail.
Yeah.
His name
What is this? Okay.
Oh no.
I just want lunge out. I want lunge out. I'm going lunge.
We're
I love lunge. Hey, stop punching me. Stop punching me. Wait, I got catnip.
Come here. Oh, I grabbed Naruto.
Don't worry, guys. I got catnip.
Anyone on extraction?
Okay.
Oh, watch out. Oh, no. Does it kill someone? There we go. Hop on extraction, gang. Hop on extraction. Good shit. Oh, it's absolutely gonna be lunge. Please, dude.
Quit it.
Stay.
They're trying to get me off, but no one can get me off.
God.
No one can knock me out. Get out.
Wait, this is really close. We don't know. No, we don't know yet. It's really close.
It's extraction.
I was turned into the ops.
Cotton jockey.
No.
Fuck. Oh, lunge for. Oh my god, that's gonna be. Dude.
What's the lunge?
Okay.
So there's goalposts you gotta hop in and stuff, and like you don't have to really protect your own. It doesn't really matter. You just have to get points.
Wait, is this PvP? Oh,
Yeah.
I have to pee. Oh god, I'm running.
No, that's not what PvP means. Come back.
We said P and she was like, oh shit.
That's not what PvP means. Stop.
They're pausing after the tutorial, so you can go peacock.
P versus P.
Lucky.
Pausing after tutorial? Okay.
I'm gonna grab my food. You're back.
Wait, what? There's infinite.
What is this map?
Yes, infinite.
Oh wait, so is this the? This is the one with the helicopter, right?
This is the one with the helicopter.
Oh god, are there like smoke bombs still?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So what's our strat? You just want to rush one side?
Okay. Yeah, we should all go one side, and one or two of the better players can definitely like flank a little, but usually staying together is better.
I'm not one of the two better players.
Yeah, and we don't stay together like in a clump. We stay together like we're generally right side.
Just to watch each other.
And left. Yeah.
I'm locked in.
We'll be fine.
I'm
easy.
so fucking locked in.
And don't forget to pre-fire. So like,
yeah,
when they first release you, they're doing the same shit on the other side that we're doing.
Hi, what are we doing?
Okay, killing people.
PvP
Crossbows.
How do you shoot the crossbow? It's like, I don't know how to shoot it.
You hold down right
until
click.
it's fully.
Like
why am I zoomed in suddenly? What just happened?
So holding right click like winds it up. You pull the string back, and then at
Am
some
I
point
stupid? It's not working. It is not working.
You can't right now.
We're not in a game yet.
Also, F by default is the ping button.
Oh, F.
It'll be very useful.
Why am I zoomed in? Is there a way to unzoom in?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm zoomed in.
Options, video settings, FOV effect 0 if you have that.
Options, video settings. Oh god.
Oh my god.
FOV. Oh god. What?
It'll be better once you're not. I think it takes away afterwards.
Oh, okay. So it'll go away when we play the game.
Hmm.
Oh god.
But then I don't care. I'll
Wait, what are we doing? Sorry.
So you have a crossbow. It'll auto reload for you, and all you do is you right click to shoot at somebody.
Wait, no, I'm still zoomed in. What the fuck?
I'm still
you hold right click to pull the string back, and then it's locked, and then you
right
click
click
again.
and shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
We're just killing
I
people.
don't think-
And then we have to go
where's
to the
FOV?
middle, and then we climb up the chain.
Yeah, and we're always gonna stick to one side. So do we want to do right or left right now?
Can we do right if that's okay?
I'm gonna split off from you guys, but
I'm gonna.
you do that.
Go right.
Is that biz?
All right. I don't know.
Wait, May,
Do you
what
guys
do
have
you want?
arrows?
I'm embarrassed. I'm gonna go
Wait,
left.
do you have
I'm gonna split
arrows?
off from everyone else. You can join me if you want, Ruben. I'm gonna play lurk.
Nar. I'm gonna.
Yo,
Okay, they're fixing things, which is great. What just happened? I think I got kicked. Oh, never mind. I'm good.
Yeah, it's because we don't have arrows.
Give us one sec.
In game for some reason.
We kind of need arrows for our crossbows, guys.
Chicken jockey.
What do we need arrows?
Chicken jockey.
Oh,
I got Steve.
I didn't get to type it.
Okay, good. It auto reloads for you too. You can see it. So you right click and then right click again. It auto
And there's a
reloads.
dot. Okay, I got it. I didn't get it.
Wait.
I'm on fabric, so I have that option.
I also am not
You
an
have to right
auto
click.
reload person, but
You right click
Wait,
after you
FOV
shoot.
effects. What am I supposed to set FOV down to?
Oh.
I'm gonna pee.
I'm going
Where are we
left,
going?
I'm going
Left to
left.
right. Left to right. Left to right.
You guys go right.
Right, right. We're all going right.
Guys, that's you guys are using your left hands to go. Okay.
Wait,
Oh, yeah, I'm
there's a
learning.
couple on side already.
Hit
right?
Abe once.
On my ping.
Oh man.
Hit Abe twice.
-3. Does that mean I hit people?
Yeah, you'll know.
-3. Ow.
Hey, behind.
Someone's behind on the left. The left.
He's going up. He's taking the ladder.
Defending right.
Wait, how do you? Oh, ow, he's up. Hey. Get out of here, man.
You just spam right click to get rapid fire. It's crazy.
Oh.
This is broken.
Bring him down.
Oh my god, I'm getting hit so much. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Right.
Back up. Back up.
I can't back up, really. Oh no.
Dude. Oh, this is a hard team.
I'm rotating away.
They got 5 ups and Gumi Hell. We're done.
Dude.
I can't
Sweaty.
Shit. Oh god.
Dude, is it just me or something weird?
It's the auto load crossbows. They suck.
Yeah,
that
I'm not
sucked.
used to it at all. I can't change. Okay.
I didn't like that either.
That was
I
rough.
can't do anything about the FOV setting.
Yeah,
It's not
same.
here. So I'm gonna have to deal with it.
It's
Wait, so we have to watch them now?
No, we're just gonna
It
play
messes
the
up the
turn, I think.
flow. It messes up the flow,
Okay.
dog.
I agree. I don't like
yeah.
that. Can we turn it off or no?
I
No.
don't think
No.
We're just
Oh,
getting
go
used to it.
so. Oh god. Comments.
Oh god. 5? Ugh.
Phantoms and Thunders are really fighting though. Alright, let's do this. This time for sure.
Ruben, if you
Press
beat
escape,
hop,
it's on
by
the-
the way, and spam right click, you lose no speed.
Right or left? Right or left?
And you just rapid fire
right.
on somebody.
Right?
Right side, right side.
Okay.
How
I'm gonna
do
go
I stop
height
auto
real quick.
like shooting?
Left side, run left side. You can't.
I'm going left. I'm running left.
We'll go
You
left.
just let go of it.
Holy
while it's-
shit, they're all over here left. Whoa.
Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit the Frog here. I got one.
They're here.
Good job.
Got one. Took both
let's
PC out.
go.
Nice.
Kermit the Frog is low.
Okay, I'm gonna go for Hail
Kermit's
Mary.
dead.
Huh. Hail Mary. Landed it.
I'm going around.
Let's get him.
Yep, there's
Yeah, rush it if you can.
to go into Ruben.
Who the fuck? Where?
One behind.
Oh, nice.
Here.
Good team up. Good
They're
team
dead,
up.
they're
Okay,
dead.
Leave. We're stretch.
Where?
Over here in the
Nice.
middle.
Okay, go in the middle and hold shift. Go in the middle and hold shift.
Hold shit.
Ooh,
I figured out how to crossbow works. I figured out how to crossbow. You just
I don't
spam
like
right
how-
click and it
I
works.
don't like how fast it fires. That's so weird.
Yeah.
I feel like smoke bomb.
There's no penalty for like reloading in the open.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's
The worst thing is, Ruben, you can sprint jump with it too, because it
That's
uses an
so
artificial slowing,
nice.
so you can sprint jump and get full speed. I was abusing that. I'm gonna abuse it.
I
It's whatever.
really like that you had to be mindful about when you reload because, like, there's
Yeah.
a strategy. But I just ran up to CJ and just bopped him 4 times in the face.
It's crazy.
Let's go. We have a team to beat there, guys. You see
How
that?
did Bandits and Comets both get 0? Did they like last shot each other?
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't. Oh, that's how many they extracted. So
Hello?
maybe they just.
Oh, okay.
time to
Right side.
Hey, who's in middle? Can you get smoke bomb?
I'm going left again.
Okay,
out
let's
small
go left. Let's
bomb.
go left.
Left? We're going left though. Left though.
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
I'm just going where I'm going. You go with
I
them.
see at least one of them going right. They're all
Grab
going
smoke
right.
bomb.
I'm
Okay, right.
scared.
I'm on right? Okay, I'm gonna
I got
grab
you.
health up then.
Back up.
I'm just gonna be with you guys.
Hail Mary, got one. I hit Isafan. I hit another one.
Oh!
I got hit
One
twice.
left.
Ow.
Ow!
Oh,
I'm
they're
not
kinda
feeling too
flanking
good right
first
now.
Yeah, one left.
Oh, I can't
Don't
see.
abandon right.
Oh, I
Don't abandon right.
died.
What the?
Okay, you guys got this. Crimson Sleepy was you're back to back. That was crazy.
One here. Climbing up.
Fuck, what? Killed me.
close.
One hit killed me? Oh, they were
It's
behind me. I
behind
didn't
you.
see
It's
it.
not-
Damn.
They just
God.
fired me.
Oh, what?
Most of them are up top.
okay.
Most of them are up top.
You got this, mate.
Easy.
Dude, I don't know how I'm missing. I'm aiming right at him. There we go.
You got it. Oh, behind you.
Behind you.
Oh.
I can't do much. I killed 3 guys there. I did my best.
That was clean.
Impressive. Holy.
I went.
Goated. Hello.
I really hate the auto fire crossbows. They do. I
Yeah.
swear to God, they don't aim where I want them to aim. I was aiming, the guy close up. Like, why the fuck is it not hitting?
Oh,
What's
this
up,
is so
the flow?
stuffed.
Where are we going? What?
That was tough, brother.
Guys, you're
No,
glowing.
no one's alive. That's
Yeah,
all.
we all got
waiting for the other
dumped.
teams to finish up.
Well, at
We
least
did
I
okay
landed
that time. I
3
got a lot of
snipes.
kills, so it's cool.
Yeah, I did so good.
Those are the two teams I think will do good on the rest of the teams.
Those
We'll be
are the
fine.
2 hardest teams.
Okay.
Wait, what about bandits?
I'm not worried about orange.
Oh,
Damn.
I
Nice.
like
Just
this
call all
map.
tribes
I'm
stinky.
worried.
Call all tribes stinky.
Do we want to try and take the high ground this time? I feel like we keep losing because people.
Yeah, there's a ladder over
There's
here.
a middle ladder in the middle.
In the middle? Okay.
Yeah, middle. There's a ladder on the left. As you go up.
Thank you.
Yeah, then we can just peek out where they're at and just
TM
start.
flank them.
Right side, you said?
Yep.
On my way. They did not take high ground.
Oh, they're all right. They're all right. Two of them, maybe.
Okay, they're coming up. You ready? We need to back up. We can't back up. Back up. I got you smoke bombed.
Thanks. Do I extract or no?
No, we fight.
No, not yet.
One's up with me.
Oh, a gold one just hit me from so far away. That was nuts. Oh, the snipe though.
I got.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not feeling too good, team.
Okay, I'm coming to help you in the middle. I'm coming, Matt. Behind him.
Quite's dead.
Oh, I died.
Okay, one's down. Or tapped. I mean,
Andrew,
behind me.
sneak snag?
I'll try
Behind me.
half HP.
I'm in trouble, actually.
You got this, Ruben.
I'm dead.
I'm
I'm
in
dead.
trouble.
You got this, Crimson. No. Walk in.
Oh, fuck,
Okay.
man.
Maybe we should.
Oh, Joel was on that team. No. I didn't realize Joel was there. You got this, Ruben. Easy.
Let's go, Ruben.
1 HP on. Oh.
No.
Nice try.
That was crazy.
We gotta play high ground, guys. Listen, high ground's the
only way.
goat, man. That middle high
I
ground area,
agree.
crazy.
That high ground. They all had 1 HP. I shot Rev like 3 fucking times. How did it?
Game sucks, guys. Extraction more like stinky game.
Yeah, more like stinky.
Yeah, that was, not my finest work.
I forgot what
Bandits.
people were complaining about before with the crossbows, but I want whatever we had before back.
No, I talk
me
all the
too.
time about how the auto fire crossbows suck, and I wish I could just instant reload
coming.
instead. Like I don't. Oh my god.
I'm coming with you.
Getting smoke bomb. Going up. Going up.
Oh shit.
I'm on high
Damn,
ground.
there, right side.
Might be a
He's hurt.
little-
On high ground.
They're over here on the right. There's 2.
Okay, they're trying to tap me. You're gonna get flankers in a second.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Okay, let's turn on the flankers. Let's all group up
There's
and
a lot
Ruben turn
of
on.
people
Ruben turn on with me. Ruben help me.
Behind us.
Behind. Oh,
Yes, I'm smoking. Getting the smoke.
thank you.
All right, let's fight. Here we go. Tapped one.
One here.
I cannot play with these crossbows.
Oh, I got a kill!
Nice.
Sorry, first time. I'm happy.
Okay, I'm rotating.
Barry half.
What the hell? How did I not hit you?
What? There's one extracting.
What the hell?
Got him.
That's okay. Nice
I
job.
got 3 on me. I'm in trouble.
They're over there. All 3 are over there.
Good.
You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good.
I got one. Oh, I took one with me. They're over here with how do I ping F? Yeah, nice job, gamer.
Extract.
There we go.
Where's the middle?
Okay.
I died.
Able to 1v2 for a while.
To your right.
Thanks.
There you go.
Guys, we did it! We did it!
Nice job, everybody.
Nice
Not
job,
too shabby,
guys.
Dylan.
Nice job.
Yeah.
I
How many
all I care about is
hits do you
taking
have?
one with me.
I have
How many hits do you have?
16.
I have 27. I have 27.
I only have
Last time I had like
way.
30 something. I feel like a bum.
Now you're doing
How many
fine.
points do you have? Did you just say?
Last time I had like 30 something hits. This time
I have
I'm
17.
kind of a bum.
All right, which side? They didn't.
Left side, all left side.
Left side. Okay, I'm on it. Let's go. Cover.
I'm in
I'm
their
fighting for
spawn.
my. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. God damn it, dude.
shit.
These crossbows suck. I'm gonna cry about it.
Oh god.
Not actually.
This is not good.
Run. You get run.
Yeah, there's 3.
Rotate with me.
Oopsie. You got it, team. You got it.
Low
team.
ground.
Yeah, they're under. Giga behind you. Oh my gosh.
Ah, shit, I'm in trouble.
I hit Anthos
Oh my
once.
god, I'm about to die. Oh no, I'm not. I'm
You got
alive.
it. You got it. You got
Keep
it.
running. Keep
Behind
running.
you. They're chasing you.
Good job.
How did? God.
They're playing. Oh
I got SK.
no. Ruben, go.
Nice try.
Oh no.
At least that okay.
Ah, God, Anthos got me.
Ante darlings. That's alright.
Nice try. Nice try.
A few times.
Well,
Man.
I took one with me again.
You want a bottle of water?
I only got 3 kills.
Boa. You want boa?
Okay, I gotta close it out. I gotta win this. Okay, I gotta get
lot
like
of
3
teams.
kills.
Okay, let's lock in.
Hey, team.
Lock in.
Hey guys, can we group up? I don't like splitting up.
Go right side.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna grab smoke bomb, then we go right.
Hey, what's up?
Okay. I'm taking
No one's right.
They're
They're all left. They're all left.
Okay. Left.
One center.
Are they up?
They're under us, under me and Ruben.
Okay.
You can ping with F. I see him.
Okay, one at the ladder.
I
There's
haven't
one
seen
like
a
way
single
left
person.
behind.
I'm on the one on the ladder. Ladder behind you, Ruben.
I hit Parkin twice.
Here, behind it.
Where'd they go?
Nice
top,
job,
up
nice
top.
job. You're surrounded, buddy. I'm trying to cover you. Hold on. I hit Wolfie once.
Oh god, stop.
I got you, Ruben. I got you. I got you. You're my goat.
On your ladder.
Okay, I'm down at 2 HP, but they're over here somewhere. I found them. Ow, Wolfie's. Oh god!
Strat.
One up top.
That's where I got hit from.
Top middle. All of them are top now.
Oh
Yep,
gosh.
they're all they got run. One center, one
Get away
center.
from me! Get away from me, man! I don't
You
want
and the. Oh, okay. Ruben, you're alone against 2.
May behind. Make it out right.
You got this.
Okay. One above you, one behind you, mate.
I can't do much, dude.
Drop on you. Yeah.
Those
yeah.
auto-fire crossbows suck so much. I swear they don't aim where I'm aiming.
Straight up.
Damn.
That's so fucked.
I swear they don't aim where I'm aiming. I swear
I
by it.
distracted one whole time.
I'm typing delete the auto aim crossbows and waiting for my moment to enter.
Okay.
True.
Oh god.
Delete the auto. What is it?
Auto aim
Auto-aim
crossbows.
I'm gonna tell them auto-fire
46
crossbows.
shots.
Auto fire.
Holy.
Good lord.
That's insane. Guys, how are we on the same like game as them? That's
Okay,
not-
but listen, I did take SK out once, so you know what? Them being at the top and me beating them once means I'm kind of at the top.
That's crazy.
Yep.
We can get third.
Damn, you were quick. You got.
Dude, that was crazy. I got hella nerd. I hate the auto reload so much. I press it, it's like it doesn't go where I'm aiming. I swear, dude. Cause like when I'm right up in someone's face, like with the normal crossbows, I can just shoot them. The other crossbows is like,
Yeah.
no.
Whew, that was brutal. How far did that knock me down? Oh no, I'm still 17th. I'll take it.
Okay. Not too bad.
Oh god, I got 31st last game though. That was so bad.
I think if I could turn off the FOV change, it would be fine, but I couldn't do it.
L. Ruben died. L. Flats. You smell
That's
like.
messed up, dude. Unless we somehow get like 7,000 points, guys, I think we're gonna get a solid 3. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do it. I'm gonna go. Listen, I'm telling you, all
what?
strikers
Maybe.
run into the other people's goals. It's the strat. It works. I'm
Really?
telling you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
All you gotta do,
Oh, God,
don't worry about
comments
killing
and
people.
knights are so stacked.
Don't worry about killing people. Just run into the goals, and it works.
Yeah.
Because what happens is, they won't go after us, and the other points get more like it's confusing. That's how you do
Okay.
it. That's how you do it.
Okay.
We went from 8th to 2nd doing this. I'm telling you.
Okay. I believe, guys. I believe.
Have some
Wow.
mercy. So true.
Yeah, we know FPS team.
Oh man.
Oh, guys, what's gonna be?
I wonder. Wait.
I wonder what the game's gonna be.
This is so awesome. I'm gonna go get water. I'll be back.
Guys, vote lunch.
Actually, did they change anything about this game? I didn't watch the update video.
No one vote.
Guys, vote lunch.
No one vote. No, I'm trapped.
I'm alone. Oh wait, I have zoomies.
I see you, Ruben.
Let me
Hi,
out.
Ruben.
Hi.
Let me out.
I'm good. Thunderdoming. Okay.
I'm back.
This is
I'm not gonna lie, guys.
come back. This is the swing around.
Fucking rookies is
Riker
way
time,
harder
baby.
than Block Wars 16 was. This is significantly more competitive.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the top 10, so this is kind of awesome.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know
Can we
what
pause?
level I am. I think I'm still in the top 10, so I don't
You're
care.
11th.
What? Where
I'm
are you
11.
going?
Damn, really? All right,
Wind
I gotta get my
charge.
plays back. Check this shit out. I'm sipping a Diet Coke.
And your wind charge.
What does that mean? How do I do that?
Hover your wind charge and press F. It puts in your offense. You can right click to use it while you left click to use your sword.
Listen, I'm telling you.
What?
All you gotta do is be a striker. Be a striker and just
I will
go.
striker as soon as some points go through. What happened?
Striker, I hardly know her.
Oh, tutorial didn't play.
Nobody laughed.
Good one.
Thank you.
I did laugh. It just wasn't very loud.
I got you. I got you.
I smiled.
Okay.
I exhaled out of my nose kind of quick.
I'll take it. Have you seen that video where it's like laughing around strangers and the guy he goes it's so awful.
But yeah, the reason I say all striker, there's no reason to defend because if they go into our goal, it doesn't remove anything from us. It just makes us our goal less valuable for them. So you know,
okay,
it's a good evil laugh.
So we're just supposed to like kill them, or
no, you're supposed to run into the hole.
Into their pit.
Yeah, you're gonna dump in your pit. Just ignore people and just run into their hole, Kyle. You know.
You are the ball. Ball is like.
Yeah.
You're really making me consider not playing striker. You keep saying run in their hole.
Okay, how about land on their hole? Jump on the hole?
Yeah.
Is there a way not to make this sound sus? How about jump into their elongated pit?
Okay, that makes it worse.
Okay, their crevasse, jump into their crevasse, land in their crevasse.
Nah, I don't.
Gaze at their cavern.
I'll take the ring to their mountain.
Jump into their gaping pit.
Oh, okay.
Can we make that sound nice?
I don't like jump into their gaping pit. Plunge into the Plunge into their depths.
Okay. I'm gonna dunk my whole body in them.
I don't like that.
Yeah. So. There's no reason to defend because what happens is it just makes our point less valuable. So we're going for it. We're going for it.
Charge makes
yeah, but if we kills.
Them, by the way, so
that's your will. Yeah, if you want to play striker, you can. Or not striker. The tower one you can. I'm not gonna stop you.
No. I'm gonna focus on killing people and jumping in holes because apparently strikers have increased kill value now.
Pick a color. Pick a color.
Ooh, really?
Purple.
You pick purple.
I'm going yellow. I'm going yellow.
Okay.
Okay, you guys need to give me directions, not colors.
Right.
Right. Oh, they're abandoning theirs?
Easy.
I got defended.
Yeah, it's okay. Just go. Just go.
Me, man.
I got one. They're shooting me. I got one in. Woo!
What happened? Let him go in our hole. It don't matter. What are we gonna do?
You just respawn after a bit and then go again.
That's less money for them when they go in our hole. That's all.
Okay, left is high value right now.
I'm going left.
Oh my god, Joel just killed me.
Oh my god, dude. I hit the fucking.
Hey, how's it going? Ow, that was rude. That was rude.
Free kills.
If you slow down, they don't expect it.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Hey, Joel, get the fuck out of here, man. Oh! Hey, what's up? Hey, that's really rude. Get out of here. Woo! I'm like really slow for some reason.
Just make sure you press control to jump or speed up.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hello.
I have no idea how we're doing.
Kill him.
Wait, I'm smaller.
Never mind. I give up. Hey, what's up, Joel?
You seen that?
I did. That was clean. You want some, bud? You want this? You don't want this, sir! You don't want this!
Okay, maybe we could defend. I think they adjusted the point values, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I really feel like... Ooh.
Maybe they took my thing into account.
Got it. Okay, I'll swap the defense once I respawn.
Stop touching me! Man, you're annoying me. Get out of here, dude. Like, get out of here.
I'm gonna continue striking.
Okay. Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, I'll be a striker. Han, if you wanna switch bow and maybe
I got defense.
Someone else too. Gotcha.
Whatever.
They slowed down. Oh my god, they're right. Nobody expects it when they slow down. Nice shot. Okay. Clean.
Good stuff.
Get Kermit.
I'm gonna kill him.
Kermit. Keep stabbing him. Hey, behind you.
Shrink, I'm tiny.
I got him.
Nice
Don't worry.
Horse, Joel.
Okay.
I tap Joel. No! Keep tapping Joel. Okay.
It's okay. I just killed a bunch of them. It's okay. It's cool.
Okay. We're good now. We're not worth any points. We're useless. We suck. Okay, incoming. What? Oh.
Wait, we did good. We did good. Okay, 16 goals. Not bad.
16.
Nice.
And 12 kills.
I don't know how it's calculated.
Okay, round 2.
We got the most
we don't know yet.
goals. Yeah.
We need to
It's
to
a
score
16
a
goals.
lot.
I feel like a 16-12 looks the best amongst everything.
Yeah, well, I was going for
all-
high scoring ones, so that wasn't bad. Plus, I got a lot of kills.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna focus on defense this time.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
only
you
thing
guys
is,
can do
I
that
feel
if you
like
want. 2 defense
a
is
lot of
cool.
time when I scored, it was worth very little points.
I got 5 points every time I scored. Which
I
is pretty
only go
annoying.
for the high score. Like 8,
I mean, I was
10.
going for 10.
Go for the high
but
score, I feel like I'd get.
I was gonna say so many people would get there ahead of me that it would lower it before I jumped in.
Hey. Oh, Kika, I'm so sorry I hit you. Hello.
It's okay.
Hello.
Oh, I'm killing it, dude. I'm crushing it, dude.
Yeah,
That's
you're
2 kills.
fucking nuts.
There you go.
Oh, that was
Only
rude.
4 points. Everyone won that one.
Made it red.
Blue's really difficult. I go into blue. Hell no. Wait, red's worth 25. You get red's worth
Wait, what's
25.
going
Oh my
on?
god.
Someone go red. Someone just died. Okay. Are you the invincible guy?
Stop it.
Damn.
Now you get it, Dash.
Nice job. Good teamwork.
Oh, I haven't been
Clean.
using this at all.
Oh, Abe just
Hey,
warlorded.
get out of my face, dude. Hey, man. I don't want the smoke, man. Hey, man. What?
Oh, I'm beating the brakes off these. Oh my god, I'm getting so many kills. It's insane. I'm insane.
Yeah, I've defended a little bit.
Oh my god.
Damn, that fast.
What am I?
Oh shit.
Oh. Okay.
Why are they all going for us? Go away. Go away.
Okay, we're not worth any points. I don't know what they're doing.
Offense.
I'm going red. Red's worth 15.
Nice, Cotton.
Nice job.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm so slow right now.
Very clean. Very queen. Good kill.
Thanks. I'm somewhat of a queen myself.
All right, now you gotta stop.
Okay, my bad.
Sorry.
The whoosh thing? I don't know how to do the whoosh.
You throw it down at your
Oh,
feet
you
and
right click
jump.
the floor.
That's stupid. I'm
With
not doing
the
it.
with the wind charge.
You can hide in the little staircases on the right when you're at that like middle part of the bridge.
Wait, that's
So when you're
genius.
attacking, you can like hide there for a
Just
second.
wait there until their
Forget
points are
about you.
higher and then go.
What if I go into Descenta?
Yo, Crimson Loki.
Get out of here.
12 points on blue.
I think
Get
I
out of here.
strike. I think I
Yeah, go strike. Go
this.
strike. Go strike. I got you. Go.
Yeah.
Go strike.
Yeah, go strike, Ruby. Go. We need you. We need you.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, go strike. I got this. Honestly, so few people are attacking us. We're wasting time with 2 of us here. 30
Okay.
seconds still. I want to switch to strike too.
It's hard.
Keep going. You guys got this.
I'm scoring
just gonna
hella
run straight
goals
in.
right now.
Hey, that's rude.
Go straight.
Nice hit. Very clean. Okay.
Yippee.
What? Okay.
Okay, I got Grand Bear, but I lost the blue there.
Food. Get out of my face, dude. Get out of my face, dude. Get out of my face, dude.
I got
Get out of my
gimme.
face, dude.
What? They still landed it? No shot.
Wait, can you throw the wind charges?
No,
to other
get
people?
the bar back. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you
God.
can, you
Timer
can.
timed out. Woo, that was close.
Yay.
We got.
That was an
couple more
insane
rounds.
air snipe though. Whew. Oh, we only got 6?
I honestly think we just have one person defend.
Yeah.
Low-key.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Listen.
I agree. I'm bad at this.
Yeah, I think-
Sorry.
I trust you,
Yeah,
Crimson. I
because-
trust you.
Yeah, Crimson, you got this. I just felt like I was standing there being a little useless guy.
I got 11 kills so far.
Holy. Yeah, you're defender. You're defender.
I got 5 goals last time, Ruben. So
I like to
I got
kill.
5 goals total. So not horrible.
Me too.
Me too.
I only have 3 goals. Do not make me be striker.
Where are we going? Right,
Who's
left?
easiest? I'm gonna go purple.
I'm going right.
One right.
Yeah, well,
Right.
pink.
Perp seems easy. Perp seems easy.
Get away
Blue's
from
incoming.
my house.
I took a blue out.
Dude, there's so
I
many of
have
them here.
such bad luck just
I
getting
can't-
hit
I
by
can't
a
hit anybody.
stray fucking am.
Me too. Me too.
Got my
Okay.
score.
Nice job. Incoming. Oh, where's she going? Okay, bye.
I don't know
Oh,
how to.
25 points across.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going
right.
for-
Straight
everyone's
across.
going for
Pink.
Everyone's going there.
Honestly, it might be worth so few points at this point. When you get in there.
Okay. Can you fuck off, dude?
Yeah, I lost points. Blue and
not
pink
you.
are worth the same amount.
Oh, I'm so slow.
Pink's still worth the most. Blue's
Hey,
close.
how's it going? Hey, how's it
Go
going?
blue. Go blue.
How's it going?
Nice job. Good D.
Huh?
Good defense.
So true. Panda, get out of here!
Damn.
Purple's got 2 defenders. They got
people
3
coming for
defenders
us
at
right
purple.
now.
I can't do that shit.
Holy.
Hell no.
How the fuck did that not hit any of them?
Oh my gosh.
Defense.
And those blues.
Dude, how is the creator of the game in the game? That's my question. Rookie?
Hacks.
Oh? Wait.
Nerf plays clearly overbuffed.
Nerf plays. I missed you. Dude, we're playing right around the Rosie. Get his ass! Thanks, man.
I got you.
What a snipe! Cross map. I took Anthos out.
Oh god.
I swear to God, I hit somebody, they move a fucking inch. When I get hit, I move like fucking
Yeah, you
500
move across
fucking
the planet.
feet, dog, right?
Like, actually.
Oh wait, SK's coming over to us.
Eto. Who?
Every
what was
fucking
that?
time, too, dude. Every fucking time.
Okay, SK's down. Nice.
Dang, you're crazy with that. You're like Katniss Everdeen, man. Crimson.
I
Everdeen.
use the fucking wind charge. I go 2 feet. Someone else uses it. They go fucking 100 feet.
They go
What
across
the
the
fuck?
planet. Okay.
I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out, dude. Fuck this fucking game mode. I just my least favorite game mode in Block Wars.
I go here.
Whoa, stop it. Kill him.
Hey man, don't worry.
Kill him. Yeah.
My sword just doesn't knock them back at all.
Why are you attacking me? You're perfect. Fuck you, SK. Fuck you, bitch. Get out of here. Dead.
We gotta go blue, man. Woven, we gotta go blue.
I cover you. I cover you with arrow.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Anthos, don't you do it. Anthos, no.
Oh, you're so close.
Bring them down. Yeah.
Oh, I almost made it in.
7, 5. Wait, 13, 14. What the fuck is Knights doing? My
What's
God.
happening? Team?
I think they're all like.
Are they smurfing?
Knights crazy.
Yeah, they're smurfing.
That's crazy.
I have no idea how good we're doing either.
Not great on that
As
one.
long as you're having fun.
It's hard to tell.
Well, we don't know because like you can score a lot of low points, so we might be getting just like the big ones, right?
True. I ain't gonna lie. I don't have to win in this game mode. I just like shooting people. If I could play this for 20 hours, I would.
You're just playing balloons.
Yay!
Put me back in Daisy.
Okay, I don't get that. I don't get how to do this.
Oh, no, Joel, leave me alone. Joel, go away. Joel,
I'm with you, Ruben. I'm with you. If I get sniped and I fucking die, I'm gonna.
Go now. How do I?
How does this happen every time?
Oh my God. Okay, well, we just got swarmed by yellow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Orange is worth
Oh,
15.
pinks were
Orange is-
25.
yeah, orange is-
Or sorry,
Oh,
orange.
pink.
Orange swarmed us. Yeah, get pick it orange. Get pick it orange.
25. Holy. Oh, 'cause they're not really defending much.
Oh, I fell off. I'm so stupid. I'm so baka. Okay, let's go.
25 points. Let's go.
Baka.
I just got a 25 points on that one. That was
25.
crazy.
I don't know how to do this. Maybe I do.
You're such a sussy, Baka.
Oh God, here comes another red. Get out of here. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Okay. Okay. I'm going crazy this one. Holy shit.
Nice.
Yeah, get him. Nice,
Fuck
nice.
you,
Big kill,
Baba.
big kill.
And Joel. I'm killing Joel. I
Yeah,
don't
get
care.
Joel. I'm so
Get
Get
Joel.
Joel, get
He's
Joel, get
dead.
Joel.
Get Joel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say.
I don't think I've actually made a point since.
Cross map snipe.
Okay. I love going backwards.
Cross map sniping.
How is this fair? 2-on-1, guys?
I got you. I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Let's go.
Hey, team. What's up, team?
Hi, team.
Red's easy money. Red's easy money. I'm going to
What
red.
the fuck was that?
Red. Okay, red.
Escape.
Never mind. I just. Wow. That's fucked up.
Get out of here, Joel.
I don't know how to run. Can I be honest? Oh,
Control.
stop it.
Stop.
Red is a little easier.
I did it! I got a point! Okay.
They really want us, dude.
Oh my God, I'm tearing him up.
Easier.
I'm insane. I'm nutty.
Joel.
Nice job.
Hey, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Those.
You scare me. Oh, whatever. Ah! Oh, God.
Oh my God, he's invincible.
What is
Get out of
everyone's
here.
fucking problem?
Dude, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna
Joel
kill
dies.
myself. I'm stuck.
Get Joel. Get Joel.
It's because we're worth so much money, you guys. We're worth so much money. That's the thing. Like,
That's
our team's
all
worth
right. It's 'cause we're
so
killing.
much
It's
money.
'cause we're insane in this game.
Hey, you're bullying a toddler right now.
Get out of here. Yeah, sit down. Ah!
What's his
Oh,
name?
never mind.
5 Ups?
White
Or is it
coat.
Subs?
5 up, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, how's it
Oh,
going,
no.
everybody? Oh, man.
I'm 1 HP, bro.
I tapped him into the fucking thing. That was bad.
I'm staring at Joel. I'm staring at Joel.
Joel wants it. Joel wants it. Okay.
We did really good. I got 3 like really high score goals in that
Yeah,
one.
3 big scores. Yeah.
Oh, we still got one more. Let's go.
You got 5 big booms. Boom. Boom. Boom.
But you didn't finish it. You didn't finish the boom.
I gave you 3. You got to carry the other 2.
Okay, I did that. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Ruben, get the last boom. Get the last boom, please.
Boom.
Boom.
Thank you.
Nice. Boom. I felt inspired.
I'm going orange first, right?
Listen, guys, we might not win, but
I don't trust orange. I don't trust orange at all.
yeah,
Nah.
get orange.
Going
Fuck them.
orange, going orange.
Come on, blue.
Wait a second.
I'm
I
blue.
have red. Yo, Ruse, they're not gonna see me coming.
All right, you got
Yeah,
this.
I
You
got
got
my
this. You
one.
got this.
Also, I've got.
I got a cross map snipe on an orange.
Blue's
Oh, Blue, get
literally
out of here.
free. Blue's literally free.
Blue, get out of here! I'm pushing blue in. I killed 2 blues. I killed an orange.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I killed
insane.
gold, so I'm
Hi, guys.
happy.
Hey guys.
Fucking insane.
Nice.
Yo, we're worth the most points right
Green's
now.
worth
Dude, I'm
so
actually
much points,
crazy.
dude.
Okay,
Going after
I'm
green.
gonna be here.
Okay, blue's coming in.
I did another cross that side. I'm insane.
So,
I'm nuts, dude. I'm nuts. I'm crazy with it.
oh man.
Sit down, Joel. Sit down, Joel. Don't do that. Joel, don't do it. Joel! Snipe it!
No!
Atlanta.
Greens were 25. Greens were 25.
Yep, I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh my god, they're killing me. I died. Oh, so bad.
I'm going to. They got great defense on that team, though.
I'm insane.
It was 15.
I got it.
Why are you attacking me, bro?
I was like 12, though.
I died.
Blues are 15. Blues are 15 going blue.
I'm going
this
blue.
is so
I'm in blue. I'm
funny.
in.
Oh my god, I really hate how much knockback there's on those bows. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Hey, how's it going?
Well,
Yeah, of
I
course
just
you'd
fucking
love
walked
it.
off the map like a
You sit cozy in your little spot.
Oh.
I'm living for the knockback on the
Holy,
bows.
that's funny. Holy, that's funny.
Wait, I killed Porcelain Maid from across the map.
Nice!
Yes!
I'm gonna send that clip
Holy
later.
shit. Okay. Wow, that was so close.
God, that's crazy. Okay, here's Joel. Here comes Joel. Here comes Joel. Joel's on us.
Where?
I can't ping it. From orange.
Hi, Joel! Hi, Joel! Oh, I fell. I'm still here.
I didn't. Boom. See Joel. Boom. See his leaping.
There we go.
Boom. Boom.
Blue
Boom.
is scoring.
Big booms. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Boom. 6 big
I just walked off
booms.
the map.
Hey, that's alright.
I'm at 31 kills, baby.
13. 14.
Joel, cut!
11, 10.
Joel,
9,
cut!
8. No!
No.
Oh, this sucks.
What the?
Yeah.
Yeah, get it.
Good night. Good night.
I'm just going orange, going orange, going orange,
You
going
saw that?
orange.
You saw that? That was evil.
That was evil and good. Oh, I just
That
bopped
was
Joel.
evil.
Never mind, I died. I'm dead.
Nice job. Woo.
I wonder how we did.
That was not bad.
10 and 9.
We'll have to
feel
see.
like
I mean, I feel like we did good.
I did a lot.
I feel like we did good.
I'm gonna anticipate average.
Listen, I'm gonna say generational
I got
sniping is what
14
I'm gonna
goals.
say.
I got 14 goals total.
Nice.
I got
okay.
13 goals and
Insane.
20-something kills.
Guys, I got literally 7,000 goals.
Oh my god, no, wait, Indiv.
Oh,
Oh
they
no,
hide
if
it,
I lose
that's
my
right,
top
they
10, I'm
hide
gonna
it.
shit my pants.
We'll
How do
figure
you
it
check?
out. We'll
Am I
see
baka?
now.
Oh, okay.
We can't check Indiv now.
What do I?
Yeah,
Look in
yeah.
the chat.
It'd be
Guys,
crazy.
do you-
I don't
do you
think we.
think
I don't
we
think we're
won?
gonna get second. I think we're about third.
No, I think we're 3rd.
I'm probably.
take third
I
or
hope we
fourth
get
even.
second. I hope we get
did
second. It'd be
well.
so
We did
cool.
well.
Second would be so cool. The comeback of the century.
That's a lot of names.
I'm about to be the champion.
Yeah, these are their
I'll be able to-
Patreon supporters.
I do
They won't let me up there.
ibuprofen, that's pretty wicked.
I like ibuprofen.
Whoa. Guys, don't do drugs, guys.
Yes!
I definitely did not get top 10. It's over, dude. It's over. I didn't get top 10.
This motherfucker above me!
I didn't get top 10. It's over.
No.
No, boo. Okay, we boo for everybody but blue. Boo, or like our
Pink
Boo,
was clearly
Ruben, boo.
Boo.
Joking.
Yay! Boo, boo, Ruben.
Man, I'm
Kidding.
surprised I get top 10. I scored a lot of goals last time.
Yeah, what the hell?
Literally 11.
Maybe you're in first.
I'm probably 11th. I was 11th
You're
last
first.
time, though. No, I'm
Yeah.
not first. There's no way.
Crazy.
Oh, man. Boo, boo.
They're
Hacking, boo.
You get 5 big boos. Wait, that's good.
You literally got 11th, May. That's so fucked up.
No,
I got
Didn't see what I
11th.
got.
No, dude.
Oh, I got 17th. Oh.
Oh. Guys, do you think we got 5th or 4th?
I think we got 3rd.
We got second, baby. We got
No,
second.
there's no way.
Second? Okay, second.
I don't know. The point count was
Second?
a lot.
That'd be crazy.
How many points we're doing.
No.
Yeah, we're not fit. Let's go.
Let's go 4th.
Are we fourth? Are
Second,
we
come
fourth?
on, second, baby.
No!
No!
No bronze medal.
Top hat. Top hat.
Dude, we're
How much did we lose by? I gotta know.
I don't know.
How many
I have
hours?
no idea. We can't check until
Oh,
after
never mind.
this too.
Never mind.
So.
It wasn't even close. We were so fucked.
That's crazy. Uh-huh. That's crazy.
I'm not surprised. Whoops is cracked.
Yeah.
True.
Comment.
Congrats.
Overwatch
Who do you want to win? Pink or red? Who are we cheering for?
Pink. I'm 32 years
cheering for
old.
Pink. I'm cheering for Pink.
I think I gotta cheer with comments, you know?
Can we pause? Victors don't get pauses.
Yeah, what the heck, man? You
Get in there.
You know, yeah, I'm gonna go for red because they have 69 cum god.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh, that's a
So
really
true.
good point.
Wait.
I really feel at home as 69 cum god. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
too.
I kind of want him to win.
Mm-hmm.
So we cheer for them.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Pink because they got my fellas there. I'm
You're
sorry,
a
I
freak
have to.
positive. You know?
Yeah.
I'm a what?
Personally, I'm rooting for
I said
Teal
Cotton was a
Archers.
freak positive, but Ruben, you're also a freak positive.
Oh, thanks.
Wow.
As a freak, it's okay. Real recognize real, right?
I'm just really happy about getting top
So
10. I'm so
crushed it.
happy about top 10.
You're
So
insane.
true. You did so good. Hello?
Yeah, you went insane.
I guess you could say you popped off.
Wait, was that Crimson?
No.
Dude, are you a voice actor?
that
You
was
have to be.
No, I'm not.
I don't believe you, but okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not yet. But if you know anybody who's looking,
I do actually.
send me their numbers.
Really? Okay, bet.
Let's go.
I
Do
peeked at
a
Mortal
voice.
Street.
Do one.
Dance.
Do
for
one
me.
voice.
Do a funny. Do a funny.
Make an OC right now.
Who's?
Come on, make me laugh.
Hi, my name's John. I like to do taxes.
Hi, John. Wow, he was so real.
Yeah, I did
That was crazy.
Really unique character. I do not steal.
Okay, make a joke. One joke, please.
Oh, see, John.
I just love Latina Sonic.
So true. So true. What
I
was
hated
that?
that.
I don't know what that was, but I like it.
Sorry, but whatever
You're
that
like
was,
I've been practicing
I
my
felt like
laugh. Do you
dying.
guys like it?
Yeah.
I loved it. You should
I've
do
been
it again.
practicing too.
Wait, Cod, make me
That
laugh. Make
killed
you
my
laugh. Make you
soul,
laugh.
babe.
Somebody like me laugh.
Make you laugh? Oh, I'm not good at humor.
That was a good joke.
Yeah,
That was a good joke.
clean.
Not being good at humor, that's a good joke.
Yep, that was a good
man,
joke.
I'm not gonna lie.
What?
That was a banger. You're keeping
That was
a good
technically, that was a compliment.
That's a compliment.
I'm being sarcastic, dude. I have autism.
What you ever been sarcastic?
That's good. That's good.
Wait,
All
why?
right, come God, get the shot. Get the shot.
Ruben Sarcasm ever be sarcastic?
Oh no, they split up. Oh my God, the double! The double! Oh my God!
Oh, the trick.
Wait a minute. Red's pulling it together. Who's
Come on, come God, get that shot. Holy shit, come God, let's go.
Come on.
All right, I got you. Hold on.
That's my come God right there.
Here's something that will wash off.
Yo, Flats, lock in.
Oh no, not really laughing. Chill, chill.
Anthos really loves VTubers, so if you say "Let's go, Anthos," he'll be like, "Oh my God," and then he'll mess up.
Oh, not
Let's go,
Boger, not
Anthos.
Boger going for the sneak play. Oh my God, very stealthy, very stealthy.
Whoa, everybody's dead over here.
The back door.
Yeah.
Oh my God, and now it's the 1v4, 3. I mean,
Yeah, Team
Oh,
Pink
shit.
has three Overwatch players, so they should, in theory, win.
No,
I
because
like how you
this is
stopped part,
CS:GO. This ain't your arcadey
this is
bullshit.
Valorant.
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
Totally different.
Which is why I'm saying, you know, they're Overwatch players, so they're FPS
Oh.
players, but not Valorant players.
Yeah,
I
no,
love
they're
CS:GO.
cooked.
It's
They're
boring
cooked.
Valorant.
I messaged
SK
Wolfie
is a
about the
Valorant
finalist
player
map
too, though.
too,
SK kinda
because
just
it's
is
really
the greatest
bad.
at every game she touches, low key.
Dude, SK's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what game it's on.
It's disgusting. Oh yeah, 1v1 me in Hello Kitty's Island Adventure. Then
It's just a shame that they gotta fight Cum God. Like,
fuck out of you in Hello Kitty Island.
No, you can't.
Yo, my fit is so fucking fire.
I have a witch
climbed
hat.
that fucking volcano. Like
dude,
nobody's
SK,
business.
SK. Oh my
Oh,
God,
someone
that
got
was
snuck up
brutal.
on.
That
Oh,
was
no.
brutal, dude.
That was disgusting.
Excuse me.
Oh, they're getting flanked so hard. Oh, they're completely.
Oh God, they're fighting in a corner. Oh no.
Completely were around them.
GG, my friend.
It might be over.
Come back.
It might
No,
be
no,
over.
they can. It's just
It's
an
so
attacking
over.
side map.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's that mean?
Oh, wait, what sign does Pink on?
Defenders now.
Pink's
I think.
defending, yeah.
It's just a.
I think the problem is Red keeps trying to go for, sorry, Pink keeps trying to like all squat up, and Red's splitting and flanking too hard. Red's just standing there. What the hell? Okay, go. Oh, they're doing the lobbing arrows. Here it comes. Oh, it's raining arrows.
What do we have to go to the washroom? Can you please like entertain chat, please? Thank you.
Why you always gotta piss?
I think this
It
is
was I'm hydrated, dude.
Stop drinking water.
Oh my
Okay,
god, they all
my
died.
bad.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Steven's not supposed to drink fucking water.
Oh no, there's only one.
You
pink
telling me you
left.
don't
Oh, this is
drink, you
bad.
just don't drink like soda
okay,
and
though, so
like
she has
pee
a
every like
chance.
14 hours? Like what is wrong with you?
Exactly. SK's trying to hold it down. Come on, SK. Oh my god. Oh.
They can't. There's no way.
Parkour. Oh, here at Parkour Kingdom, the Comets win.
Okay.
It's just you got Abe and you got Cum God. You know, like it's over.
Yo,
not Cum God.
Go, it's Steven right there. I love Steven. That's my
Who?
web vision buddy.
Who?
Steven.
Web vision buddy.
You say their name right? That's not their name.
Cum God 69. Sorry.
Thank you.
69 Cum God.
Actually, I thought it was
Thank you.
69 Cum God.
It's actually 69 Cum God.
Why are there so many Cum
The
Gods?
numbers come before, not after. Let's be a little more mindful of that.
Yeah. Gotta be mindful.
Okay.
Their name.
So now
Pink is
Pink has
around
gotta
the
lock the fuck in.
Oh shit, okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. They actually might take a round.
They're even Cum God down. Cum God down. It's winnable.
That's the goat. No, wait. No, it's
Cum God
over.
down. Give this man a doctor. He's a good man.
Catch up. Boger, it's you and
Boger's
69
go for the
Cum God.
revive.
You're gonna
Boger's go for the
rush
revive.
SK into a shot.
Okay.
No, SK lives those. Just kidding.
Okay, but they've already planted. They gotta hurry. Going for the defuse.
Yo, 69 Cum God.
Big.
Walking around.
Oh, there's the defusing wrong. The defusing wrong.
Bars.
They lost it. No. GG.
Good try.
GG. Whoa. Good.
Brutal, dude.
Hey,
Damn, what a
if we can say anything, it's hey, at least we had Ruben Sargasm get top 10.
That's right. At least we had Ruben.
Ruben, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
See, this is why you're my favorite sandwich.
Let's fucking go! Yippee! May, I like how we were next to each other the entire game on that leaderboard.
Ruben,
Never
it's just because
separated.
we're best friends. Big fat handshake.
Aw.
Together forever. Together forever.
Reminds me of how I beat Giga. Take that. That was the only goal I wanted.
Congrats, man! You won Mickey Mouse tourney. You want a cheese pizza?
No.
Fuck,
Wait.
bro.
How did I get not get top 10? Ruben, I was 10th place and you were 9th place in the last game. And Crimson, you were
wait.
5th place.
I was trying so hard. I had 31 kills.
Damn.
Wait, what was I? What was my
Crazy.
overall score? I gotta go check. I gotta go see.
Yeah, how do we know?
Please tell me the
let's see.
last game boosted
Okay,
the shit out of me.
overall, you were Giga. You were 24th at 1702. Crimson,
Yeah.
you were 17th at 2025. I was 11th at 2229, and Ruben was 10th. And then
So we were all top
Fun was
half.
35th at 1224.
So we were all top half.
So we were all top half.
In the last game, Giga got 18th, and then me, Ruben, and Crimson got 10th, 9th, and 5th.
what happened?
And
We
the
were
game's
reviewing
over.
our scores. Game's over.
then, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, game's over.
Block Wars is done.
How did I only get
won?
5th? Do you know how many cross-map snipes I got? 31 kills. I can't even
That's
get top
crazy.
3.
Dude, that's crazy. Who won? Was it the pink one?
It was
Yeah.
red. It was
Yo,
red.
low key, I feel like the top
Full
10 for every single game mode was the same.
So true.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. You guys were
Much.
killing it, honestly.
It was
Yeah,
like,
it felt like they were overall good rather than like good at certain
meow.
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do I?
And I'm here to be overall middling.
That was a good block wars.
Yeah, we
I like
freaked
to-
out.
but-
Five Ups was on Sun this time. He was crazy.
Oh, God.
Insane.
Yeah, he's just playing in a lower elo bracket. Yeah, he's just looking a little bit better because of that. You know, that's all it is.
not a problem.
I was actually... I was playing with my feet this whole time, so, I mean... I
Yeah, he was kind of smurfing the entire time, so I mean, whatever.
Tell us what you really think, Ruben. Tell us.
Wait, what
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah, let it out. Just let it out.
I'm the
man.
lower elo
Wanna hear
bracket.
Are you? I'm pretty sure you placed
Because, I mean, if
top
my
10.
dumbass got top
Alright.
10...
Okay.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless
Thank you. I burp when I'm nervous.
Psych,
When people
my
yell at
blessings
each other, I
don't mean
burp.
anything.
Whoa.
It's a stress thing.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have that. I would have been burping all the times as a kid.
I think the only reason we got screwed over is because the multipliers in the game order.
Yeah.
If extraction was normal, we would have won.
Yeah, the crossbows fucked me up. I didn't get nearly as many hits.
I didn't like them. I didn't like them because
shit.
I couldn't. They wouldn't fire what I was looking at. I was looking right at somebody and my shots were missing. And I'm like, what the hell?
I had to lead my shots so far.
I feel like I got so many no regs. And last
Hey, why do you got a
time,
cape? Why can't I have a cape?
last
For
time,
me, it was just the FOV switch, so I couldn't turn that off, and that was like fucking me up real bad.
Hey, give me that cape.
last extraction in Block Wars, like we went fucking insane. And then this, we just, what the fuck, man? This is so fucked up.
Yeah. Motherfucker.
Man.
Who's fucking me out?
Wait, Crimson, you got top 5 in the last game, by the way.
on the mic.
I know, but I didn't. I thought I tried.
You were pug camping.
Thank you.
That's
I'm
crazy
proud
to
of
top
us.
5 actually. Like I guess
We
they
did
really
great.
buffed the arrows. That's crazy.
I was just landing all my shots. Also, I figured out that if you shoot just under the glass of the enemy team's staircase, you could see their names running up. So it's just a matter of timing it, and you get free kills every time.
Noted.
When we run a
It was
Wimroll
stinky.
again, Giga. We run a Wimroll again.
I got quite a lot. I'm sorry, quite whoever you were.
Oh, I love Quiet. Quite
I
epic.
kept tapping quite a lot. Whoopee! All right, well, I guess that's it for Block Wars for me, gamers. So are we gonna go get on Valorant now? Like, what are we doing?
Hey guys, I gotta go. My mom's calling me. I forgot to mow the pool.
Wait, what'd you say, Valorant?
Right
Valorant?
now. I need to go clean it up.
Hey, hold on, wait a minute. That's just me throwing up on your carpet.
Oh, yeah, I can't play Valorant. I have some really shitty excuse.
What's up?
I would just like to say I have never targeted anyone on your team throughout the entire game.
You did during sleep. You did during sleep. You targeted Giga. You targeted Giga.
For like half.
I never. You have no proof. It's not like
I have it on film. You targeted Giga. I have film proof.
Yeah.
My wife's boyfriend.
Right.
So I'm not important enough to target anymore? What are
Is
we?
there something you want to get off your chest?
Yeah.
I have nothing that I need to say. I just came to let you know that I was not targeting anyone. I am a friend. You know, I'm a friend. I was actually waving to you guys every time I saw you in the map. I was waving my hands. I was like, hi guys.
Oh, yeah.
I was waving to you. I was waving
What
to
about
you.
the snowballs where you just like waving those and it like
Yeah.
slipped out of your hand by accident?
Yeah.
Like,
Hey, you know on you know the one with the thing with the thing with the one when you hit
Yeah.
me for no reason? What was that about?
I don't remember hitting you.
Well, you certainly
Proof of
did.
Neither
Do
did
you
my
have any proof
dad.
of that?
That's what he
Okay.
said too.
Exactly. I do have proof. I streamed it actually.
Oh, there's footage.
All 2 of my
See,
viewers
about
saw
that,
it.
That wasn't me. That was
Who was it?
I was renting out my body.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
do that.
Somebody else was controlling it. My soul went somewhere else.
Hey, we love a set.
Oh.
The queen. Let's go, brother.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Me too. Listen, I'm just happy I sniped you across the map on that last game. That's all I care about. Everything
How
else
much is it?
just
Like, how
icing.
much do you charge for that? Is it like Airbnb?
Yeah.
I was very nice to everyone on your team. I was never mean.
Meow.
I said very nice things.
I think you were very mean, Joel. I think you were very mean. You
I
targeted
literally kissed
Giga.
Ruben. Like,
You
well,
targeted
Giga deserves
Giga
it.
and drank spleef.
I was targeted and I just,
Alright,
very
guys.
fast.
I'm really sorry, but I gotta go eat lunch with my mom, so I gotta go
I
right
say
now.
thanks for last night.
Thank you.
I also hope it won't lunch today.
Whoa! Oh my god.
meeting you, Crimson.
Okay, sounds like a
playing with you
plan.
Yeah, nice playing with you, gamers.
Playing with you
Thank
guys.
you.
Really nice
Love
meeting you,
meeting you,
Crimson.
Guys.
Nice meeting
Bye.
you guys.
No, it's nice meeting you.
Bye.
It was nice meeting all of you. No. I'm leaving before you can actually. So you know what?
Last one
See
to
ya.
leave is Stinky. That's right. All right, peace out. When you two are gonna be stinky, bro. Stanky, bitch. You stanky.
I know. You're literally like you're an isopod on my screen, and you're trying to call me stinky. You're
What's wrong with isopods? What's wrong with isopods?
Say I'm stinky. Oh my god. You're up.
You're the last and least, so you're stinky.
I was
I'll
busy
be
parkouring.
Mm-hmm. Nice hanging out again. See you next Block Wars or next time we hang
Alright.
out. Uh-huh.
We'll see ya.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Bye. See you later, bitch.
Bye.
Peace out. Fuck. We do now, chat. We do now. I'm clear. Let me leave this thing. What do we leave now? Wait, how's the shared chat still on? Guys, how is shared chat still on? How is shared chat still on? Guys, how is shared chat still on? Wait. How is shared chat? No, how is shared chat still on? I'm so confused. Give me a second. Guys, I'm not... How do I turn it off? Giga! Giga, turn it off. There we go. I don't know, dude. Help. Okay, awesome. What are we shooting now? What do we do now? What do we do now? And a game to play. Something. It's only a game to play or something. That was really fun. That was fun. That was fun. I really hated the crossbow, though. I really hated the crossbow. I don't like it. I really hate the crossbows. The auto reloads. That was fun. That was good time. That was good time. You guys can kiss if you want. If you don't mind me watching. I'll keep a tentative eye on you. A tentative eye on you. Guys, I can't leave the shared chat. I can't leave the I don't know why I can't leave the shared chat on my end. I still see. Am I still in a shared chat for you guys? I still... No, please. Please. Come on, man. You guys are such prudes. I will be happy if you kiss. Please? No, you're not. Guys, you guys are such prudes, dog. I could do some 3D stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Fuck you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude. Fucked up world we live in. Fucked up world we live in, dog. Fucked up world we live in. Yeah. Please, may I try it? Please, Jesse, please. You need some 4D stuff? I don't know if I can... maybe? How would I do... I guess I could, like... I don't know. Hmm. How do I go? I can't... How do I do the fucking villager? How do I do the There we go. Tell me your wisdom. Halo, I don't know if I want to play Halo. I don't know if I want to play Halo, but I could play Halo. I could play Halo. I could play Halo. I could bug a friend. I could bug a friend. I could play something. I could do something. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You bug Giga? I don't think Giga's gonna play Halo, dog. I could do 3D. What you got installed? I got a lot of stuff. I could also play Oblivion, but I feel like I'm a little bit Oblivion out. I've been watching so much of it, you know? I'm watching so much of it, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I could do Oblivion. I can do Skyrim. We can continue a modded Skyrim. Rimworld would be fun. I could get a collab going, maybe.
Over.
Maybe hang out with some people. Did dinosaur? Don't stop. I don't know what's stopping me. I know. I just don't know what's stopping you from playing it. I'm like so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so freaking close. Yo, I'll try. You a bitch. Main promise? I know, guys. I'm sorry. I don't like promising games because I have it in my library, but like, I'm like, I don't want to play it right now. I don't know. Wild? No. No, I'm very picky right now. I'm very picky. I've been picky. I've been picky. I've been picky. You said decision because I have a lot of games and I just don't know what I feel like playing. I don't know what I feel like playing. Try a new game. There's nothing really interesting to me right now. No, see, I don't know. Like those streamer games, like Thank Goodness You're Here and stuff like that. Like I feel like I wouldn't like give a reaction that you guys would want, right? I feel like I wouldn't like. I don't know. Like I hate those type of games, kind of, because like I feel like I wouldn't give a reaction that you guys really want. You know, I'm not like a really reactive person when it comes to games because I don't, you know. There's a couple of games I've been looking at. I don't know. I'm just like looking right now. There's just so much slop, dude. There's so much slop recently. No, it's not even that. It's just like, I don't know. It just doesn't like, I feel like I wouldn't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be in a certain mood. And I feel like if I stream certain games that like are just there for like streamer bait or comedy, like Thank Goodness You're Here, like I'm like, I think I'd have fun with it, but I wouldn't like really like laugh at it, if that makes sense. Like I wouldn't like be laughing and be like, what the fuck's going on, you know? That's how I am. I'm very like, it takes a lot for me to laugh. Like it's situational. I might get some weed going on. Rimming, I could rim. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do in my head right now. I could also ask Minty if Minty-chan wants to hang out. Minty can hang out with me or something. I was thinking about playing Everhood too. No, I don't want to play Power Wash Them. What kind of gameplay are you in for? Dude, I have no idea. I'm just trying to think like what I want to do. I get like that. No, I'm all good at Chura. And if I did play, I don't want to like I don't want help with stuff. I appreciate it, but like I like doing things on my own. Usually, especially when I stream. That's why like I turn down help in like Monster Hunter Wilds and stuff like that. It's actually a little hard to play Monster Hunter Wilds because like people are like, can I help? I'm like, I just want to do it on my own, you know? I could rim. I might make a new mod pack that's multiplayer. I might. I don't know. Like I'm very picky. Hear Nito yelling. I don't know. I'm very picky when it comes to games. Oh, I'm just gonna yap you guys feel it too. I could do 3D World stuff. I could do a lot of things. Those are really fun though. What a great group of people I played games with, honestly. I could play Aneurysm 4, but I don't know. I'm just like, I get like that sometimes. I'm like, what do I want to play, right? What do I want to play? React? I hate doing React. It's the same reason I don't like playing those React games, like I Wish You Were Here or whatever, because like I genuinely like feel so like boring when I do that. It's like, how do I talk over a video? I don't want to talk over a video, you know? I don't want to do TikTok brain rot. I don't want to do that. I hate React content. There's only certain stuff I like to react, and I have to be in a certain, no, I don't want to do reaction. I won't have fun. I won't have fun with it. It doesn't make me creatively filled, and I genuinely like feel like I'm so boring when I do it. I mean, I could do it 3D, but I'm also like, you know? I'm also like, that seems kind of boring to do, but I could do it. I don't want to be boring right now, you know? Yeah, but React stuff makes me feel boring. I don't want to feel boring, you know? I could play games with chat. I could do that. I could do, okay, I'm feeling it, Rimworld 3D or games with chat, like Gary's mod. Either one of those, I'm 100% down with. I don't want to do SCP right now. That shit almost killed my PC, even though it's probably better now. I could do SCP, but I was thinking I'd do Gary's mod. Arcanist could be fun. I want to play that with actually low key. I might set up a collab with this with the Isopod girlies. Hold on. Let me ask them. Isopod club. Hey girlies, we should play this game sometimes. Okay. Anyways, I could do Gary's mod with chat. Oh, maybe. I'm just gonna like. I just want to talk a little bit. You know, I want to talk a little bit. I want to get my smoothie. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna get my smoothie. I'm gonna get a quick like 5-10 minute break. Not that long, but like a 3-minute break. Stand up, relax my legs, and then we'll figure out what we want to do. Okay, I'll be right back though. Okay, right back. Okay, I'm back. So, like, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of this. Like, every time I want to choose a game, it's so difficult. It's so difficult because, like, I'm like, I don't actually like playing games that much. Do you guys know that? I actually don't like playing games that much, believe it or not. And I know this sounds crazy because I'm a streamer, but like, my biggest thing is I don't like playing a lot of games that are like I need to have like a stim with it, you know? I need to have like a stim with it. And like the thing with the games is like my biggest thing is, right? A lot of them like I'd rather play older games, but I've already played a lot of older games, and then I'm like, I get in these moods where I'm like, I just want to like yap. I love Phantom Dust, but I don't want to play Phantom Dust, right? I don't want to play Phantom Dust. Insane. Hey. Oh! Is that the... Oh! Oh! Guys, I think I found the loot system! For Gary's mod! Wait, what? Yeah, I found the looting mod that one server used. I can actually make loot for you guys and like spawn it in. And it'll actually like save. Ugh. This seems nice. Da-da-da-da. He has a loot system. A lot of stuff. I could get I'm gonna grab that, I guess, for now. I found a loot. I found a loot. Thank you. I'm also a little bit sick. Of course, I love Hanya. Hanya's my Kamiyoshi. I watch her all the time. I sometimes stop talking in chat though, because like people say stuff and I'm like, I don't want to like distract from Hanya, because Hanya's my Kamiyoshi and that's her stream that I wanna look at, right? Ooh, simple looting system? Oh no, it's unsupported. Okay, I found out one it's out of date, but I see. Understandable, yeah. No, I hide my partner badge and everything. I don't know, like maybe it's just me. I don't know. You know, she's my Kamiyoshi. I can't deal with that. I could do Unity stuff. I could show you guys what I was cooking. Let's do that. We can yap while I do a little bit of Unity stuff, right? There you go. Okay, well, I don't know. Mods! I don't have any mods. What am I yelling? Who am I yelling for? Who has the mods? Not me, dude. Actually, I guess I was cooking. I gotta optimize this anyway so I can use it on stream. Because I'm a little scared to boot up on stream because it was freezing a little bit. Nope, wrong button. Do this. Okay, so I did this in a really stupid way. I'm gonna fix it up though. I also didn't anchor the cameras to my Fox. Let me also go back to I think I can go back to MSA something. I do want to be a little bit productive actually a little bit, and I think this is a good time just like to hang out with you guys and have a fun time. So, and I can yap to you guys. I guess I just want to yap because like, and we can play Gary's mod later. We'll make it a long stream, guys. I want to play Gary's mod with you guys tonight. Is that okay? We'll play Gary's mod together and I can yap with you guys. Okay? Sounds fun, right? Let's do that. Let me turn on anti-aliasing again. There you go. Okay, awesome. So let me show you guys I was cooking. So I don't know if you guys saw the video I did. I gotta optimize this though, because I like I said, I put this together really lazily and I also fucking broke it. I was wondering why I was lagging so much. I somehow duplicated everything, but made this as a test scene. Let me fix the sun because Unity's still doing the thing it does. I somehow fucking broke this though, so I might have to, there you go. I made this little test scene, it came out really good. And what it does is this thing moves. So let me go here. Bring this down. I might remake this though. Thank you so much. No problem, Ironclaw. Listen, I don't talk about stuff like that on my stream. I don't need to know what happened. It happens. People can be weird, but I made this, chat. I made this so this train actually moves. I want to redo this though. I like the concept. I think I'm gonna keep this main area right here, and I'm just gonna, but I have to go through because I accidentally, like I said, I fucked things up. I don't know how I did it. All of these are duplicated. I don't know why. I don't know why it's all duplicated. And it makes no sense. Somehow I duplicated all of these, which I'm not gonna go through and meticulously delete one of these at a time. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete it all. Clean slate. Clean slate. Clean slate. We need that. We have the game objects over here too. We're gonna delete those too. Delete these. There you go. Clean slate. Clean slate. Clean slate. I want to start new. I'm gonna get my tram out. Like, okay. This sounds like a good idea, right? Oh yeah, how do I do software dev? I don't know how it duplicated. I just know it duplicated last night, so it kind of pissed me off a little bit. That's okay. Let's move this at 0, 0. I want let's see. Let's put a 0, 0. Put the train here. Train here. I think it's a tram. Tram? Yeah, tram. Put the tram here. So I got this train. For some reason, okay, the model I bought off of this comes with 3 suns for some reason, which you gotta delete those. Let's see. I think it's really, you gotta make this really big. Like really big. It's really small for some reason. So we'll do, I think it's 225 I did last time. Let's see. We'll put May in the thing for a little bit bigger. Let's do 230, 230. 30. That seems about right. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I like this model a lot though. I did modify it too. So I made this version that has like this up top. I modified it a little bit because I didn't like the top texture too much. And then I also have a better glass texture, which I can show you guys. Let's see, I think it's tram in here. And then I have this, I made a better glass texture. You can actually see through. And then it works, See? So, yippee! Oh, we gotta put it to the doors too. So I wanted to remake the scene, but a little bit better. I have an idea of how I want to do it. I think what we'll do is we'll build the track first, so I get the track. So I think that's in my, hold on, we can just do look up rail, right? Rail. Yeah, we have rail. See all these? You have rails. We have a bunch of rails we can do. I have an idea that I want to do. Right? This will be fun. I get to talk to you guys and yap, right? Yippee! We love yapping. We love yapping. I do. I really do love. I love talking with you guys. You guys are like my favorite people to talk to, especially when I'm working. So I like how you guys are so respectful of my work, and you guys are like, you like watching me do stuff, which is interesting to me. Like I never understood like oh yeah, people like watching me do things, right? But I want to remake that because if you guys didn't see the video, let me pull it up on Twitter real quick. Hold on, I can show you guys real quick. I like talking with you guys. You guys are my favorite people in the world, honestly, 100%. Same. Same. So I made this the other night. Yeah, I made this the other night right here. Low quality, I'm sorry. So I want to redo this. I want to redo this 100%. My idea is I like the concept. I was flawed going into it. It's unoptimized. All those buildings you see are full rendered buildings. So I'm gonna make this, some of these, so the ones up close, like these ones will stay full rendered, but the ones in the back, I want to make flat plane billboards, 100%. So that's what I'm gonna do. I think it'll be okay. Right? It'll be okay. Make this look right. It doesn't have to look perfect. Aw, it's so sweet of you. I also wanted to redo the little like railway area, so I'm just gonna make the track. I don't know how long I'm gonna make that track. I feel like let's see. I wish I could snap these. I'm probably, there's actually probably, hold on, 0? No, hold on. -8. -8, no. -8.4, that's fine. -8.4. Okay, so -12. These are each about 12. About 12. No, it's a little less than 12. It's gonna be like this, 1180. Okay. There's no easy way to connect these. I'm just gonna have to do it manually, which kind of sucks, but the easiest way to do that is keep duplicating them and letting it get bigger and bigger. It doesn't matter if they Z-clip or whatever, Z-fight too much. I'm not worried about that. As long as it looks right? So these lovely rail systems, I think I'm gonna use these, actually. I also wanted to redo the water area because the water was really tall. So my thought for the water, chat, was we can actually, like, make it lower and have, like, a proper railway bridge over the water. And I can do some cool stuff with that. I also want multiple areas. So my plan for this world is, right? I want to give the vague idea to people that are watching my stream that we are in a city. Right? So my idea is, there's a curse, lovely curse image. So I wanted to have sections. So we're gonna have the railway section packed away in a corner, right? This is the looping railway. And then we'll have an area here. And then an area here. And I want the railway section to be like a railroad. So this railroad moves. This is a moving section. So you won't see it from any of the other things. So we're gonna have a moving section, and these are gonna be called, I'm gonna call these capped sections. And the capped sections are basically, I'm gonna be stationary in an area. This is a stationary area. So my character model will be here, and I won't have any really much wiggle room to move around, right? My next idea was having linear open areas. You have to remove textures, only flat colors. Yeah. So these areas will be like circular in area, so it looks like there's paths I can go down, but they're mostly closed, so my mecha can walk around in these areas, right? And I want them to be like really like different areas and things like that, fun stuff, and easier for my mecha to walk around in. And how I'm gonna do the movement, right? My character will hop into the mecha, right? And my mecha will instantly teleport to one of these areas. But my thought was, right, we can have the mecha. So let's say this is the cockpit window, right? This is the cockpit window. I will use Warudo to spawn objects above the mecha, right? Like let's say if a tree, we'll have like a tree slightly tilted above the mecha. So all you see is like the tree branches and stuff, right? And then I'll animate that tree going backwards. So it looks like my mecha's walking. We'll give the illusion of my mecha walking, but it's not actually walking. Hey, Diabetes, good to see you. That's an idea that I had. I thought that was pretty poggers. I'm not sure about you guys, but that was pretty poggers to me. It sounds pretty nice. I want to take a drink. Smoothies are good. I haven't had a smoothie in so long. Does that make sense to you guys? So I'm gonna make a... Let's do rail. Let's get railed. Let's get railed. Let's get railed. You guys want to get railed? Hey, you want to get railed? You want to get railed, chat? You want to get railed? And chat's gonna go, huh? Huh? Yeah, we're laying down some pipe. So we're just gonna make this really long. I don't know how long I'll make this whole area yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I also wanted to make like a fake, I might download, like I might look up city, some sort of like city skyline, and then I'm gonna like block that out with like black, right? So it looks like it's like, I can Photoshop that, right? And that's a good idea. I can't help you. Get pegged. It happens, man. What do you want me to do about it? Cry? I'm gonna say, you know what I'm gonna say? Cry about it. Cry about it, dog. Cry about it. A pretty long rail. I'll probably do two more times, and that should be good. Okay, let's make sure it looks good enough. I don't care about too much, like I said, too much sea fighting. It's gonna go fast enough, so it's not that big of a deal. So everything on the rail will be high quality. Everything off the rail will make like a tier system. Okay, this looks good. I really like this. Okay, let's go to here. So I'm gonna close this rail section. Let's make the ocean. Put this here. Oh, like an ocean section. So last time I had the ocean like this. I want to move the ocean down, right? Like this. There you go. That looks good. That looks good. That looks real good. And what I want to do, because I had an issue last time, chat, where because this was moving, right? Because this was moving, the water looked like it was like not moving. So we're gonna put this here for now, but once this looks good and I animate this, right? I'm gonna have the water actually, okay? I'm gonna have the water. I feel like, no, I've actually, would this work? I'm just curious, because like, I don't know if the rest of the world's moving and the water's not moving. I don't know if that would give, because if the water moves, right? The water doesn't move at all. Maybe, let me look what I can animate in this. Hold on. What can I change in this shader? I wonder. Hold on. Fixed it. Okay, I got it. Look at that. Awesome. I already fixed it. Sick. Hell yeah, look at that. I changed it to UV coordinates, mesh UV coordinates instead of world space coordinates, so we're good. That also might help on space a little bit, so that looks really good. So now, when the whole thing moves, Shadow, it will be in the train, and then you can actually see the water move. Like this, see that? So the water will actually move this time and look really good. So we'll put that. I feel like this is a good length for it now. We'll have to make it a little bit bigger probably, but I like how that water looks a lot. Right? I really want like, not like I want a canal. Yeah, moving the world around the train because that's the simplest way to do it in Warudo, because Warudo, trying to sync my model to something in Warudo that moves is a pain in the ass, right? So moving the world around the train just makes sense. I'll probably have a static version of this setup that's lower quality. So I can have, because I had an idea, right? So what I want to do is I want to have two scenes. I want to have a static version of this scene where I'll have like a viewpoint right here, and I'll animate a train moving, and I'll give the illusion, because like I said, I want this world to feel like it's connected. So I was thinking I'd have like some sort of like pier here, right? Some sort of pier here. So when I make this scene, I'll duplicate it. I'll make a shittier low res version, probably way back here, right? Actually, I want to do something. I want to do something before I forget. I want to try something. Hold on. I'm gonna duplicate this real quick. I'm gonna put this over here, okay? Move this up like this, hold on. Turn this off like that, okay? Well, guys, you guys are gonna love this, okay? Oh, how do I turn off my grid? Hold on, how do I turn off the grid? I'll just cut the grid out, okay? What I'm gonna do, chat, okay? I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna open up Photoshop, I'll show you guys. I have an idea for this, right? This little bridge segment here. I have an idea for it, right? Oops. Right above the eyeball? Ooh, what the fuck happened? Oh, how do I get out of this mode? Get me out, dog, get me out. How do I get, there we go. Right above the eyeball button. Under game tab. I'll just crop out in Photoshop. Like, it's not that big of a deal. This doesn't have to look good. I already made something like this, but I want to do something else too, because I have an idea for when I make the static version of this scene. I'm gonna replace this bridge with a fake version. I'm gonna replace this bridge with a fake version like I did before, because that'll save a lot of space, right? That'll save a lot of space. Hold on, let me go here. So I'm gonna do, let's see, we'll do 3,000 by 2,000. Sounds like a good height and width for this thing. Okay, paste. I'll show you guys. Okay, let me pop this open for you guys. This is what I did last time. I'll show you guys. Let's open up here. We'll use Chrome for this. Like this, I think? No, like this. There you go. Awesome. So this right here, chat, right? Check this out. Let me hide this background. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this. Hold on. Okay. Photoshop. I swear to God, they made this fucking tool worse, dude. I swear to God, they nerfed me. They ruined my favorite fucking tool. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna use the magic wand tool. It's like they want people to use fucking slop tools, man. All right, there we go. Let's get rid of this. Hold on. There we go. And then we go here and I'll just like select some of this, go plus, select some of that right there. Dude, they broke the fucking best tool in Photoshop last update, I'm pretty sure. Okay, close this out. Okay, gonna go here, select this. I do want to get rid of those back bars too. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Was that by color work? Yeah, but I'm lazy. Wait, fuck, did I fuck this? I did. It's okay. We'll fix it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how good it looks. I just wanna do this real quick. Okay. Oh no, it's on fucking fuck you. It's on a max hardness, dude. I want to be hard. I want it to be hard. I gotta be hard. My pee hard. There we go. Okay. Do some of this. I'm gonna make it perfect. I'll fix it up afterwards, right? Do this. Go here. Alpha lock the layer. Make it completely black. Right? Like this. Okay. Awesome. Go here. I'm just gonna put this like this for now, like that. Let's clean up the bottom. Like this. There we go. Perfect. Clean up the bottom a little bit. Ow! Bitch! Fuck you. Who's driving that motherfucking car? That's crazy. Okay, go here, paint. On alpha lock the layer, like this. Bam, chat, look at this, we're going crazy. Yeah, I wanted to, I don't know if there's the right term, billboard some of this stuff, right? So what I'm gonna do is cause I think if I do this on like fucking the planes, like the little planes, like the flat low level plane, I think that's gonna make it really optimized and I can have a lot of stuff in this scene with low impact, right? Some of this stuff I might just put like the texture on a flat plane, but for stuff like this, I want this to be black because I think it needs to be black because it's high detail part. Nice to look in the horizon, right? Should I have this be black, you guys think, or should I have it be colored? Let's do colored, actually. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna fix up the colors. I think a colored version of this would be fine, actually.
I'm in term 17, looking for
I think for this, like, a colored version would be fine. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna have it be black because I'm using a very orange sky, which means, like, a lot of the things that are, like, highlighted will be orange. But I don't use shaders, so I get you. Let's do this. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Just a good way to do it. Actually, shut up, bitch. It doesn't have to look perfect. It's gonna be far away, so I can make this as fucked up looking as I want it to. There you go. I like this. Hold on, we'll test if this works out, chat. Because I can do this for some other things too. Okay, copy and paste this a couple times. Zoom out to the full thing. Make this a little bit longer. I've done this already before. I made this a little bit longer. Let's do it again. Crop tool. Right click here. Let's expand this. We'll do like 3 length, like this much. There you go. Hit enter. Paste. And just probably crop to this right here. There you go. Let's crop to this now. There you go. Perfect. You can save this. Yeah, well, you're not gonna see in the distance, right? I want this for a static version, and I can use this to make like fake bridges in the distance, right? Okay, hold on. Let's do static bridge. There we go. I already actually did this before. I'll show you guys. I did this before, and it was really funny. And you couldn't see it in my video, but it worked pretty well last time. Let me show you guys this. I think it's in the pictures. Yeah, pictures. Is it in pictures? Where's my bridge? Is it in tram? It might be in tram. I was really high last night when I did this, by the way. I did this in like 2 hours last night because I was really high. And I fucking wung it, dude. I fucking wung it. I don't even know where the bridge is. Where'd I put it? I think I raw dogged it somewhere. I don't know where the fuck I put it. Hold on. Can I look at bridge? I have it in my thumbnails otherwise. Bridge. There you go. Distant bridge. There it is. Okay. So go here. Component, 3D object. We'll do plane. A plane, and I had this on it, right? This on it. I had this on it, and it actually worked extremely well, and no one could tell, chat. No one could tell. So this is what I did earlier. It's what I did earlier, a long time ago. Or not a long time ago, a couple days ago. Or yeah, last night. Why am I saying a couple days ago? I did this. I made a big, like, sized up bridge, and I used black, and I put it way in the distance like this. Right, way in the distance like that. And it looked really good in the, hold on, turn this on. It looked really good. It looked really good, right? Doesn't it look really good? I had one of these, right, in the distance like that, and it just looked right. It just made sense. So I'll have one of these, and what I did was, I did this, okay? Hold on. I copy and pasted it like this, and I made a double bridge like that to give the illusion that there's a bridge there. Because I know they do that in games a lot, right? And this looks like a 3D bridge from the distance. Actually, it's a little bit far away. Let's move this forward a little bit. There you go. It looks like a 3D bridge from here. You know, you can see it. It looks like a bridge. But it's not. It's not. It's just fake. It's really good. It's really good. So I'll probably do the same thing with this other bridge. I don't know if I want to do that now. I probably won't. A little yeah, it gets a little parallaxing. Well, when the train's moving, right? Because the train's gonna be moving like this. It's gonna be like, you know, probably a little bit faster. It's gonna be moving pretty fast. Not like that fast, but you get what I mean, like pretty fast across the way, so we should be okay. I'm gonna grab another one of these just in case. I can also, I'm trying to think of how to make something animate on something animating, right? Because I can have like a train moving down like the thing and like looping. I probably actually what I can do is make it move faster than the thing that's moving. And have a second train that's moving, just make it look cool, and I'll just have it go through the tunnel, and then it'll loop after a certain point, and it'll give the illusion. And what I'll do, so here's my idea, right? I'll make it so, let me pop this open. So we'll have the world thing, right? Let's say the world moves from here, like here to here, right? I'll have the other train move from here to here at a slightly faster speed. So it looks like it's moving down this way naturally, and this isn't animating, right? That's my idea. That's the idea, because it needs to move faster, because this will also be moving. So this needs to move faster. And if I spawn it at the start and end of tunnels, what's gonna happen is, if this is here, right? For example, if this is here, right? If the world is like here, and the train spawns at the start of the tunnel here, it will work, right? But then if it goes back, right? If it goes back, you'll see it like teleport off the track. So I think I need to make it match a speed and go past everything, just so it guarantees goes through the tunnel naturally, right? And I was also thinking, right? So our building structure, right? We'd have our main like highway here. We have the background bridge like over here. We have this like little waterway right here. I was thinking we'd have like some sort of like little like maybe like an offshoot tunnel right here that has like lights and like things in it. And then we'd have like a little like area right here, like a little thing right here, like a little area right here, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And then I think I want like a row of buildings like down here like this, you know? Not like that, but like kind of like, you know, kind of like this, like one right here and then one right here. And they'd have one right here and one right here, right? And then I'd have like over here, we'd have like a little like viewing area, you know? So like I'm not sure. Let's delete this actually. I don't think that's right. There you go. Like that. You know? Like you guys get me. You guys get me. I'm just fucking with you. Sky streamer, she did the lost choke. She did the lost choke, streamer. So I'm using this for a scale reference. I kind of like the size of this water. I don't want it too big. I don't want it too big, you know? Okay, let's make the tunnel first. Let's make the tunnel first, because this is something that I didn't do well last time. I want to make a tunnel. So I was thinking I'd want to make like an actual like tunnel. Because last time I just made like a shitty wall. But I'm trying to think of like, let me look at what props I have. Because I could just use cubes with like a texture on them, but I really don't want to do that. I have some really cool props, by the way, guys. I got these props, by the way, the other night. These things are, look at these buildings. They're pretty well optimized. They have LODs built in and stuff, but look at this. This is so pretty. They're also really low. They're not like that impactful at all. I tested them. They're not that bad. They have LODs and everything. So like, they're really pretty. And this was like super duper cool. So I bought this last night. It was on sale. I spent $16 for all those instead of 50. I was hyped, dude. I was hyped. And it comes with like crazy looking props. Some of them are so cool. So I could actually build like a slum area and stuff like that. So I was thinking of some really cool stuff. I was thinking in this tunnel system, I'd have a branch off tunnel. And maybe like we have like a barrel with like fire in there and stuff like that. Yeah, big savings. I think I need a fire like particle. I might have to buy one, not buy one, but like find one. Probably get it for free. But it has a lot of cool stuff here. Like you have like, look at this broken metal. So you have like a metal, like it's a lot of cool like props, dude. It's really nice. It's like a perfect aesthetic for me. Yeah, big savings, right? Let's take this tunnel system. I don't know how I want to do this. Okay. I'm going to define, like, to get one section. Somebody do the roof for the floor, because I did that last time. I'm going to do a roof for the ground, okay? We'll use this roof for the ground, okay? These have, like, a nice, like, little texture on them. And we'll make it a little bit bigger. And we'll flatten out the edges, just like this. Actually, I think the edges are fine. I think they look nice. I'm trying to think how I want to do this tunnel, right? Let me grab one of these, just so I can get, like, a scale reference here. Okay, this is perfect. Let me also duplicate this and flip it 180. My bad. 180. 180, please. Thank you. Flip that 180 so it just doesn't clip through. I want to figure out what prop should I do for this. I mean, I could do the simple cop-out solution and just like use these and rotate them in a circle, or I could do something else. Let me think about this. How should I do this, you guys think? Let me see. I don't know if I'm trying to think of like what's the kind of thing that I want here. Do I have everything in here? I have these nice little walls in this pack, but I feel like they're not like super good. You know what I'm saying? Last time I just used these walls. I used these walls, which look nice. I have these ones, but they have bumps. I don't think I have sheer wall. Actually, hold on. Idea time. Get a quad. Not a quad. We'll get a cube. Okay, cube. Let me go to this wall. Let me get the texture. Hold on. I wonder if I can do this. Okay, select material. This work? Motherfucker. I wonder, is there like a link up concrete? Maybe there's like a concrete texture. Well, that's not really a nice concrete texture. Can I have I just want like a standard like, oops. Uses make an archway and column walls for exterior and more from the center walls. I have an idea actually. I could use those. Let me see. Actually, hold on. Let me look up wall. What kind of walls I got in here? I got a lot of fucking walls. I got brick walls. I think I like these walls. Actually, what does this wall look like? What is that? No, that's the interior walls. Okay. We could use the tall wall mids, and then what I can do here, hold on, chat, we'll flatten them out like this. Because they're not too intense. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let's flip this 90. Hi, Alma. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Maybe like this. Okay, hold on. I'm cooking. Let me get this by the edge here. Okay, we'll bank them like this a little bit. Right? Copy and paste this. No bank. No bank. Go here like this. Like this, right? See what I'm doing? See what I'm doing? Copy and paste this one. And then do positive 27 like this. Push this back up like this, okay? Something like that. Ooh, I like that. I like that. And then we can do like a lot with the roof here with that. So let me rotate these actually, because I gotta flip them. Let's flip them all negative 90 like this. Put this to positive 27. Copy and paste this, negative 90. I don't think this will be too intensive because they're pretty low detail walls and I'm not gonna have a lot of them. I don't think it'll be too bad, right? What do you guys think? You think this will be intensive or not? I'll stretch them out too. Probably. I just want to test these, okay? And we'll have negative 90 like this. Okay. Let me stretch these out a little bit like this. Hold on, let me grab all these. Like this. I'm making a map, not a ramp. Okay, what I'm gonna do now that I have them all selected, I'm gonna create a child. There you go. Awesome. Yeah. I'll probably, I mean, these are gonna be marked static, I'm pretty sure anyway, so. Ooh, okay. Yeah. I mean, like, the Geo's a little announced. The train lights will definitely light it up. It's definitely not gonna be without, though, right? It's definitely not gonna be without. Okay, this looks nice. I think this works. I love Unity's, like... Yeah, actually, can I change the bias on the lights real quick? Hold on. Okay. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work at all. Do hard shadows. There we go. It's just gonna be like that. I don't like there's light clipping through somehow. I'm guessing it's just Unity. I think actually I don't know how this light's clipping through. Cause this is like yeah, it's gonna be this way anyways. I'm not like super worried. I'm gonna have the camera like I'll have some parts of the camera can look ways, but I mean it's not a big deal. It's not a deal breaker for me. It's just like it is bothering me that that's happening. And I don't know why. I don't know why. It's not a big deal. I'm trying to think, will this lag? We'll be okay. What I can do too is like to make some like interesting kind of like geometry here. I didn't want lights in the tunnel. I didn't want too many lights in the tunnel. I want to make 3D building assets. I might commission you for some, Dev. I had a couple of ideas. Once I get the mecha from you, you know what? I got some ideas. Oh yeah, Dev's doing my mecha, chat. Dev's doing my mecha. So you guys are aware. Okay. Actually, I want to see something because I might have to do something a little stupid. I think it should work theoretically. Why didn't I? You know what? It's whatever. I use like. Oh, that's not what I want. One. No, I don't think it. See, some of these I don't think will work. I thought so. Some of these I don't think will attach to a plane. I might have to take a picture of one and then just like do something really shittily. Yeah, no problem. I can probably just take a picture and just like slap it on. Or I can be silly and just take a picture, guys, because it's not hard to take a picture of something and just slap it in. You know what I'm saying? So like, look, I am having a good day of Prophetic. Thank you.
Having a good day.
I'm having an awesome day. Guys, listen, it's called being lazy. So like this thing, right? This thing. Go here. Take a picture. Because it's going to be far away. No one's going to know, right? We go into Photoshop. New. Go to the clipboard. Just size this up a little bit. Crop the top out. You know what? It happens. It happens. Block Wars is really fun this time around. It's always really fun. Nice I didn't get any, like, weird stuff this time, though. You know what I'm saying? Make sure this is all cropped out. There you go. Don't have to look good, guys. Don't have to look good. Okay, save as. We'll call this, we'll name this B test. B test. No winning this time. I did good, though. I did good. Hi, X. So good to see you. How are you? There you go. B test. B test. B test, baby. B test. Hit me with that B test. There you go. Okay, awesome. Sick, nasty. Let's go back to pictures. I gotta keep my organization. This is getting more and more crazy over time. Pictures. Thumbnail? Got a thumbnail? Where's B test? There you go. B test, right? Delete this. Because a lot of these buildings, they're kind of intensive. So if this works, I can just do like a flat picture and like have it work. Yeah, okay, that looks perfect. See, that's exactly what I was expecting, guys. That's exactly what I'm expecting. Exactly what I'm setting. No smoothness on this. It's gonna be completely flat. Just like that. And this will be incredibly optimized, so. This will be good. This will be good. That'll be real good, see? To place these in innocence, and they look good. They look good. And we can assemble buildings with these instead. Because they're gonna be way more better for the like distant objects, so they don't lag me. You know what I'm saying? The vague idea of a building. It's the vague idea. So we'll have this one for now. It's a picture of a window. Yeah, it's a picture of a window. Listen, guys, you don't understand. People, they do this all the fucking time. They do this all the fucking time. Back in my day. Before they gave us Call of Duty maps with everything loaded at 900 gigabytes, they made fake buildings. They made fake paper cutout buildings, dude. And they don't do this anymore. They don't do this anymore, dog. They don't do this anymore. It's a rarity, dude. I'm old. And this is incredibly optimized because all it is a texture on a flat fucking face. That's all it is. This is so good. This is so good. So you see this and it's like, oh, awesome. I don't think we'll see this one, but you can do this and like make an idea of like a building is there, right? Listen, I'm gonna say it. Game Freak needs to be cut some slack. Hey, Burrito, what's up? They ain't that bad. I'm gonna say it. They ain't that bad. They could do better, but you know what? They ain't that bad. I am kind of an OG programmer, not really. Start the lighting for now. Okay, so what I was thinking, right? We could have a, let's see. I have like column. I have a column. Guys, how do you spell column? How do I spell column? Is this name column? Beam. Oh, there's beams. Hold on, I got beams. These have LODs. I could just use these beams. Wood beams, baby. This is beam. This is beam 1. There's beam 2. These are just wood beams, which are really funny. Electrical panel. Oh, we put one of these in there. Like style points. This has a really soft LOD. This will get cold so quickly too. I'm not really worried. There's nothing. That's I'll add one of these. It gets cold so easily quickly. So we can have a couple of these in here. Just some detail things. It's got an LOD group before it gets cold, so that's really nice. I'll have you guys teach me how to do like LOD groups. I can do culling. Actually, can I hold on? I'm curious now. LOD group. Can I add this to everything? Oh, it's just like that.
I'm in terms of 718, like a real lady.
Wait. I wish I could free cam the fucking camera. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Game component. Camera. Hey. Okay. How do I know when it gets cold? It's supposedly supposed to get cold. Did I do it wrong? It's in the LOD group. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, dude. It's so cold. Because if I do this, I can make it cool out. And that'll save a bunch of space, right? I don't want to be cold here. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so coal. I wanted to call out here. How do I know when it's coaling though? Is it coaling? It's apparently supposed to be cold. I don't think I trust that though. I don't think I do. We trust that? Yeah, it says cold. It's supposed to be cold out. It's so basically you're deleting things that are like from view, so it doesn't like lag. So if I go to my, I don't remember what part that was. This one, I think, right? This one? This one? It's supposedly supposed to be cold. It's an LOD group. Yeah. So it's at right here. It should be cold out, but it's not. It's not cold out. I don't know. Okay. How do I... You scrub the camera icon? Yeah, I'm doing that, but it's... Look, it's supposed to be cold out. It's not cold out. Renderers? Am I supposed to do rail? Hold on. Rail 2, APO1, 2. Oh, fuck. You know what, chat? I might have fucked this, actually. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Okay, we have to remake the rail. It works. It worked. That's gonna save so much space, chat. Wait, that's gonna save so much space. Hold on. That's gonna save a lot of, like, shit. You know what I'm saying? So, look, it cools out. It cools out, so... At this angle, right? Hold on, let me test this real quick. At this angle. We can make it cool out. Look. Then it vanishes right here. I think I'll make it a little bit bigger. Like, let's do like this far. Like this far. I think will be good. No, a little less. Let me like this far. A little less. Hold on, like this far. Yeah, because now if we go like out into the coal, we're in the coal zone. So now this will help a lot with like performance like this. Yeah, see? So now when we go a certain distance away, it pops away. See that? It pops away. So if we're on this ground, right, we won't really see them popping in too much unless we're like really focusing. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. This is one I'll save. Yep. Okay, I figured out how to do that. Awesome. So we're gonna make a bunch more of these now. We're gonna have to redo the rail system, but that's okay. I'm gonna delete this entire rail group right here. Okay, we're gonna create an empty. Put it above, put this in right here, delete. Yeah, there we go, chat. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with sauce, man. Hey, Froggy. It's Froggy. It's Froggy. So yeah, I think I'll call it like this far seems right. Like this far, because then it'll pop in without you realizing it, and it's gonna save a lot of space. Yeah, I forgot how to use LOD groups, guys. Or cooking, or learning. We're learning more and more. I learn about Unity. I'm like cooking. You can also... Maybe I should LOD group this, right? Maybe I should maybe I'll do that later. I think it'll be fine. These aren't really that detailed though. I'm not worried about calling those out. These aren't really like detailed, you know? Yes, it is Unity. I'm making a 3D world for my Warudo. I'm redesigning, hold on, let me pull it up again. Really hope this doesn't like show like porn right off the bat because I think it's just gonna pop up. No, we're good. Wrong button, okay. So this right here, I made this yesterday as a test. I want to improve on it, make it viable to use, and make some other things. So we have a really good basis here. We have a really good start here. This is really cool, right? Kind of unoptimized. I didn't do any LOD groups. I definitely want to do LAD groups and stuff. You know? Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably make a prefab for that and then like having just an LOD on all the tunnel systems. But yeah, this looks really good, doesn't it? I was really thinking about this. This looks awesome. I was looking at this. I'm like actually really proud of this. It just took me like 2 hours. So I'm like, okay, I want to improve on this. And I have an idea now. I can make a vague idea. There's this big city. There's a big city. So yeah, I made this. This looks really cool, don't it? Sorry, it's low quality. I don't have the high quality version here, but it's really cute, right? So I made this and I'm like, I want to redo it, make it more detailed and better. And I want to have some really cool stuff. The lighting works cool. Yeah, I have cookies for the inside lighting, and I honestly, I have a limited amount of real-time lights, and I really like how real-time lights work in fucking Warudo. I wish Nilo Tune didn't have a limit on fucking, we have 250 real-time light limit. 250. So I can't do more than that. I can't do them more than that, right? It's just like I have that's my limit. That's my limit. But I think we'll be okay. I don't know if that limit increases or decreases. You know what I'm saying? I think I could run it now even more. So if I duplicate these now, these should work, right? These should just cull together. Okay, awesome. This will work then. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we'll just make a rail group then, like this. What's this for, May? I'm making a 3D world for my VTuber. I have a very big project I'm working on. And I felt like working on it today and yapping with you guys. And I have this big project where I want my mecha to be very involved with my 3D and make something really cool that no one else has made before in like the VTuber scene. So I'm making my own 3D world that I want to remake this thing I made last night. That I'm working on. So let me see. We can duplicate this now like this. I'm really happy with these call out now. I'm really happy with that, honestly. I wonder, can I make the water? Would it be worth it to make the water coal out, chat? Do you think I should do that? The water coals out? Is that worth it, you think? I think that could be worth it, right? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna take out my fucking, I'm wearing a Snuggie. It does actually it does. You can see right here, it just becomes a flat, like it doesn't move. I think it'll be okay. This is what it does far away. Look, it's just a flat paint plane. It like gets less detailed, and then as you get closer, right, it gets more and more detailed as you get closer. So see how that part over there is not moving, it's less detailed. It's less detailed and stuff like that. Hi Orleans, how have you been? Your Nito's screaming. Yeah, this seems like a good idea. So culling these will definitely get. Oh yeah, that's perfect. So I can probably just like pretend I'm in the train, right? Okay, yeah. Look, you can't see them on culling and culling back in. It's actually pretty seamless. Like how I can barely tell at this angle that they're on culling and culling back in. So that looks good. That looks good. That's perfect. I think we got the perfect distance for that, which is making me happy. Let me just like, oh yeah, let me just like, there you go. I'm gonna put these in a folder. So yeah, that's my big idea, chat. That's my big idea, right? My big plan. I have this big plan. It's kind of a pipe dream, but I figured I really want to show off some skills that like I have that nobody like else really does in the VTuber sphere. And I was like, what if I made this cool 3D world, right? I made this cool 3D world. I have 4 ideas that I want with this one. I want a concert area, I think, if I ever do like singing or like shows. I want like a game show area or something. I think what I might do with that is I might make a low poly version city, like of some sort of like city that looks like it's like bigger than it is, right? I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet. I haven't figured that out, but that is an idea that I've had, right? Done. Excuse me. That is an idea that I had. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but that is an idea. Okay, so if you're on the train, right? Can you guys see it unloading? You see it loading and unloading? I can't. It just do it. Yeah, I could do that. I could do it. I could also ask somebody just like to give me like a shitty like city thingy. I don't know, like my idea is like I could probably like take pictures of stuff and just like use pictures. Like so my plan was originally, right? I would have like a building, right? I wanted like a Saturday, like let's say Saturday Night Live set, right? So we have like some sort of like stage here, right? And I'd have stuff I can put there. And have this window in the background, like this window in the background that shows the city, right? And I was thinking I would build the, like a really elaborate looking scene in layers behind here, take a picture, crop everything out, like cut it out, put the picture in, and look, it's gonna look like a big city when in reality it's just two fucking pictures, right? That's my idea. That's my idea. I think it's a good idea. That's a good idea, maybe. Well, I can probably do that pretty easily too. And that way I get like this, like, because I want like a post-apocalyptic, not like kind of like a half destroyed, half lived in city, you know? That's like the vibe I want for my character. Some sort of like war-torn thing, and like this is why it's like everything's kind of like that. I like the assets I have. I've been really picky in what assets I pick. These trains are really cute too, by the way. I gotta say that. Yeah, this works pretty good. So we have I think I have what I want for the train yard. This goes all the way over here, which is nice because I can use some cool stuff for that. Yep. Just a few flat layers. I want to make this really optimized. That was the problem with the last one. It was really unoptimized. I can actually show you guys, like, there was just a lot of picture. It wasn't a lot of pictures, a lot of full 3D, full geometry, like crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Lots of crazy stuff. Lots of crazy stuff. Tons of crazy shit. Whew. Yeah, I wanted like a canal, I think. Is good enough for a single scene, like inside a hangar or something. I'm gonna be really skimping on the lights. You also, like, it can't be like baked lights either. It's just lights in general. But yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly. Kind of silly. Kind of silly. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, baked lighting, I'm gonna have to use bakery for. I don't think I have bakery loaded in here, but I do have bakery. The thing about bakery is it doesn't like, it doesn't, the light doesn't, it doesn't, like if I bake the light, it's not for a dynamic light. So if I want a day and night cycle, I can't use bakery. I can't use bakery. I'm not sure if I want this type of lighting. I really like how this light looks. It's really pretty. I really do like it. I really like the skybox a lot. It's really warm. I love the warm undertones. It's very, very pretty. It looks very dusty. It's got that like sepia filter. Really like it. Really like it. It's really pretty. So I don't know if I want the day and night system, right? But it looks nice. I want like a dusty, like kind of like dirty feeling, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's finish designing this, right? Because we have this thing here. Is this like these concrete parts I can just like put in here, just like because these get cold really, like look, they get cold so quickly. They get cold out, so they get cold out. So that might be fun to have, the concrete here. They have like oh my god, wait, that's so cool. I love this pack I got. It's got a bunch of shit in here. I can make like doors, for example. Let's take one of these, so I know what I'm doing. Because I need that size, you know what I'm saying? I need that size sample. I want a tight tunnel. Like this feels nice, right? This feels nice. You know what I'm saying? This feels nice and this looks nice. So I could put some sort of like, let's see, I got an electrical box in here. We can also put like just some like random parts in here that can just get like deleted, right? I put rubble in here. I'm not gonna do that. I can do like a lot of things in here. Just looking at all the parts I have, because this pack has a lot of cool shit in it, like ACs, antennas, just a lot of stuff that's like really nice. And also it's like these building shot, which do have LODs in them, which are really nice. So, and I can change when the LODs happen, which I'm probably gonna do. Like, you know, so they have LODs, so these are really nice. So like, I think, let's see, is that good? Maybe a little bit more on this LOD, just a little bit more here, and then it gets cold out, like right here. There you go. These buildings pretty well optimized. Now I don't use this LOD camera. I'm gonna be optimizing the fuck out of everything. This looks nice, right? Look at that. Yeah, I was thinking of taking pictures of these buildings, chat, assembling a thing in Photoshop to make like the idea that like I'm in a skyscraper. You know what I'm saying? Does LOD work in Warudo? I believe so. I believe so. We can test. Here, you wanna test? Hold on. Let's go here. Let me delete the water because it does not like. Let me hide the water actually. Here, we'll go here. Warudo. New mod. We'll do that. We'll name this Mecha Separator for now. Mecha Separator. Create mod. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does, but we'll see. Okay. Let me go here. Assets. I don't know which one we're in. We're in the yeah, this one. Split parts. We're in split parts. E. Copy and paste this. Let's see, we're in Mecha Separator. Mecha Separate. Fuck, I gotta look up how to spell environment. Hi, Ombre. Environment. How do I... Okay, environment. There we go. Environment. I hate that you have to do this. I hate that. Okay, paste. Build mod. Shouldn't take too long. Let's see. I can just load it up right in stream. I have like the whole thing set up already for it, so it's fine. We have a camera. Yippee! I think it's already... Is it built already? Crazy if it's built already. I knew some really cool stuff in Warudo too. Okay, Mecha Separator. Okay, it's already exported. Let's go to Warudo. Environments. Open here. Open environments folder. And we'll go to... I'm almost 100% sure LOD should work. There's no reason for them not to work, you know? Listen, chat. If they don't work, that's another reason I'm probably gonna say I hate Warudo. Cause why the fuck wouldn't you let LOD groups work, dog? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like... Okay, Mecha Separator. Let's hope this doesn't break anything.